Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades.
What's up, what's up?
So I'm not
Jason Q, mic check. This is a Jason Q, mic check. Mic check, Jason Q. Your party's waiting for you in fresh fruits and vegetables. Sorry, I don't know where that came from.
sunlight on my darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions, ignore the facts. I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me.
We
is so
negotiated the main channel back. Believe it or not, we are on the main channel. If you're on the backup channel, yeah, you're on the wrong channel.
Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when it moves so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try. I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Yeah.
Had to go get some nasal spray.
Welcome to my sideshow.
Keep getting real bad sinus headaches.
Submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart. Let it be your intervention.
I started timing right quick.
Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
I did. I watched the video. I don't know if we'll cover it today, but I definitely got to bring it up probably tomorrow. We might get to it towards the end today, Johnny, but I did get it. Thank you for that. I was just watching it before I ran to the store.
Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up.
Now I'm gonna sound like Jason Q. My nose is gonna be dripping the whole. I'm gonna be the whole time after using nasal spray.
Memory lane, it's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind.
I want to use one of those things that like cleans out your sinuses, like it's like pressurized, but I'm scared of it.
Lose your mind with me.
You know what I'm talking about? They pump salt water like through your sinuses or some shit. I'm just scared of that.
Kept my own shit together, but aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the scene.
So Liberty Warrior, and in conjunction with Jeff B, saw the remix video today, and they loved it.
I was just like you.
That is the funniest thing they had seen, and they were thinking about playing it on their shows.
I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby.
Thank you for sharing the mic, I appreciate it.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed.
And guys, if you're watching on CBC Media, you can come to the main channel. I got the main channel back, Cold Beer Confessional. There's like 11 people over on CBC Media. You can come to the main channel if you want.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
A silver alert. That they're saying I went there and stole somebody's grandma. If it would have been CBC 743 instead of 53, that would have been the first 3 digits of my phone number when I was a kid.
Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best, dip black, Fred is shapping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my
My name is Juan.
beauty when the color fade. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days.
We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful talking about that. If I'm going to make my appearance, it's got to be when they least expect it.
Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts. I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist. It's gut wrenching.
I've got a weird one for you guys tonight. Just sit back and get ready, I guess. Oh, God.
His prophets, listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live when the moves so fast and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance. I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die when happiness is in short supply? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try. I love you, and I can't deny.
What could be weirder than Jason Q? Immaculate conception by a cult leader.
Baby, lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
That's right, Joseph. Get it.
Shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none.
This music is all thanks to Jay Reese, and the remix is Jay Reese's original music, remixed by BT. Thank you to both those people. I really appreciate it.
To my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16.
Hey guys, if you look at the channel you're watching on, if it's CBC Media, that's the backup channel. The main channel is Cold Beer Confessional. It's back up. Tonight, I'm going to let both channels play. But after this, you'll have to be on the Cold Beer Confessional channel to catch the show.
Come on, seriously.
My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a. Oh my god. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage.
Yeah, I actually, this is good on YouTube's part. I actually spoke to him and I was like, look, I can't afford to lose my channel now. That video was back in October. I'm not even getting views on it. If you still want to take down the video, fine, but I need my main channel now. I've got stuff going on in my personal life, and we're losing our house and blah, blah, blah. Like, I explained the situation, and they gave me my channel back. They removed the strike, still took the video, but which I could care less. There's a video on the kidnapping and Whitmer and all that stuff. I could care less about the video.
Parasites, these leeches with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins.
So I will give them that, I guess.
Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the griffs. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
It took them 24 hours, but they got it back to me. All right, here we go, guys. Here's the remix.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Yeah. Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social security card claims. Birth certificate claims. Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed
Martial law.
1745. 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin. The Evergreen. 19. Vaseline. Boom.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement.
Bye, Johnny.
You better buckle up.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started
Yeah,
some
yeah.
shit. Piss them off, it's about to
Boom,
get
boom.
lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Welcome. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us. I am a washed-up gamer who knows how to use the software, but is not very good at gaming. I will tell you that much. And you're going to ask, but Will, why is Joe Biden on your screen? Because I told you that the left would start using the crazies to call us all crazy. And when they called us all crazy, not only would they call us crazy, they would justify their crazy with our crazy. I told you it was going to happen, and here it is. From the president himself. Probably needs sound on it.
In the Democratic
Not defunding the police. And have
are
not.
there people who in the Democratic Party who want to defund the president?
Are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids?
Are there people in the she asked, are there people in the Democratic Party who want to defund the police? And he responds with, are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids? Yeah, there are.
I'm not sure. Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to defund the president?
Come on, guys. You're feeding them what they need to make us look like fucking psychos. It's time to back off of it, okay? Clearly, they're going to use it against us. This isn't a one-time thing. This isn't never, ever going to happen again. This is it. They're going to use it against us. Please, for the sake of anything conservative or right-wing, if you ever want to be a viable candidate ever again, please drop the shit. It's old. It's done. It's not happening. No one's rescuing it. We don't have porn stars kicking down doors. It's not happening. They're going to use it against us. But that was just a clip that I wanted to show at the start of the. That's not what the show's about. The show's about one of these crazy people. I have to give a shout out to. There's a guy, I watch his show quite regularly. It comes on during my show, so I don't get to watch it live, but I watch a lot of the replays, and I've spoke to him a couple times, offline or online, but in DMs and stuff. His name is Mersh. He's on ROTC, which is Revenge of the Siths, which is a show during the day. And he's also got his own. He and his co-hosts both have their own shows. There's one in the morning called Daywave, but the one at night called Nightwave is the one that Mersh hosts by himself. He actually covers this woman pretty often, and I'm just going to cover her tonight. If you want to see more, you can go over there and check out Nightwave. He's got multiple videos that cover her at different points. But yeah, I'm not gonna take someone he covers. I just want to introduce you to this person, and then if you want to go more in depth, you can go find him, because he actually has a direct relationship with her in which she calls him out. I think she refers to him as the bringer of death or some shit. She's pretty legit crazy, but she hasn't been this crazy. She used to watch his show. That's Mersh at Nightwave if you want to check it out. Before we get started, make sure you like the video. If you're on CBC Media, if you're on my CBC Media channel, I got the main channel back, Cold Beer Confessional. I'm going to leave them both on tonight, but if you want to watch the show tomorrow or see any of my uploads, you're going to have to come to Cold Beer Confessional, the main channel. Make sure you like and share no matter where you're at. Share the video out. If you're on Facebook, you can start a watch party. You can share. Make sure you like the page. If you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to this channel and the backup channel. And then I'm going to drop the links for Cult Club and buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Those are 2 donation sites. Make sure you leave a message if you donate. It'll read it out loud, or I'll read it. We still have the GoFundMe going on if you want to help with that. You're more than welcome to. If you don't. There's an Amazon wish list. Well, we're not worried about the rest of the stuff. We got 2 donation links right now and a GoFundMe. That's what I'm going to drop tonight. They'll be popping up in the chat regularly on a timer. You can check those out. Yeah, let's hop into our new friend tonight. Our new friend's name is Lauren Pritchard. Lauren Pritchard has had this YouTube channel for at least 4 years, and she is an Ascension type, a QAnon believer, fixated deeply.
Good morning, Sunday morning. We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Sorry, brother, I'm broke as fuck. This is all I got for now. After I pay for school back up to 4.20 lol.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Rescue. I appreciate it. Thank you for any donation. We really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Starting off with the donations and a little bit of Nancy Pelosi. By the way, I heard another creator say this today. It was Tommy C, which I have a little story on, but Tommy C said today, actually, let's cover that right quick. Before we start, Lauren, let's cover Tommy C. So, there was Tommy C said today, don't ever, and I thought it was good, so that's why I'm repeating it. Don't ever apologize for, not being able to donate or not donating, or, what he was saying is if he has a Patreon, or if he has a Patreon or a membership on YouTube or whatever, and you remove it, you don't have to apologize to creators for not being able to donate or stopping donations. Honestly, I view it the same way he does. If I make less money than I did, last month or whatever, I should have done a better job. Basically, that's the same way he said it. I don't go through And I never will go through and see like, oh, this person donated, a total of $100 over 3 months, and then they only donated $60. It's all cool. If you can donate. If you can't, you can't. And if you don't want to, you don't want to. That's all good with me. I would never point somebody out like that, because there came an issue with another creator who was emailing people from their Patreon that had lowered their Patreon level. Like they had went from maybe a $10 a month Patreon supporter to like a $5 a month, and they were emailing people asking them why they had lowered that. I would absolutely never do that. Tommy C, we'll cover him right quick. I didn't get to cover him the other night. There's no reason to feel bad. Like, if you can donate and support or want to donate and support, cool. If you don't, cool. YouTube's free. Nobody has to pay me for it. I'm going to do it either way. But Tommy C is a creator. He's got SFTP, which is Shot from the Point. It used to be a hockey show. Now it's like a YouTube news and drama show. It's kind of interesting if you're like into drama between YouTubers and blah, blah, blah. I watch it all the time. Quite a bit. I think I've donated quite a bit over there, actually. It's a really good show. Tommy C seems like a good guy. He's a military veteran. He lives in Germany now. I think he's in Germany, but he's from like the Northeast, New York, I think. But he's got a decent show. But he kind of got caught up in a little bit of a mess. To hear Tommy describe it, there was, let's go to his Twitter. Hold on. There was a remark made about how hard streaming was. And someone was saying, I got a text said merch went out today. Awesome, Nick. Thank you. It's been behind, but it should be catching up soon. And I've got 2 orders that got mixed up. We're flipping them and getting those fixed. So we'll get those fixed pretty soon. Tommy C gets asked a lot to weigh in on stuff on Twitter. So, like, if I just go to a post, I'm sure someone will say, what do you think about this, Tommy, or something like that. There was his donating video. I thought it was really good, if you want to go watch it. Like this. Tommy C, would you care to weigh in? Care to weigh in? Laugh out loud. Just a lot of people asking him to weigh in on stuff. Well, what happened way back maybe a week ago, a week and a half ago, something like that, someone said, Tommy C, would you care to weigh in? And what it was someone was talking about how hard streaming was. Not all the time, but sometimes it was pretty hard. And they put a lot of effort into their content. They spent a lot of time researching to put together a good show. And a lot of times it was harder than having a regular job. Now, I like streaming and I like the research. And there is a lot of work sometimes to get a show together. Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes a show just kind of falls together, or people will send me enough stuff to where I just got to pull it up. But sometimes there is. I don't know if it's harder than a regular job because I really enjoy it. And I've never had a regular job that I enjoyed this much. Like, I've had jobs that I kind of enjoyed, but nothing like this. So I would say that for me, streaming's actually pretty easy, and I like doing it. So I kind of am on the side of, yeah, it's pretty easy. Same as Tommy. Tommy said it's the easiest job he's ever had, and that you should shut up and stop whining. Well, the woman who commented said this was a woman who posted it, and another woman commented and said, "Don't worry about the haters, girl. This is harder than some days, or harder than some days I had in the military." So I was in the military, and some days streaming, because she's a streamer now too, and was insinuating she was former military, and said some days are harder than when I was in the military. I might not be able to find it, actually. I've scrolled for a while. That's about it. We got to be getting close. Anyways, and Tommy C said, oh, bullshit. Like, it's not harder. This is the easiest job I've ever had. It's not harder than when I was in the military. Well, let me just read it from this. He actually got featured in a military based publication called Task and Purpose. Task and Purpose. Where did I put it? Oh, here. So this is Task and Purpose. This is a publication for the military by former members of the military, and it's about military life, lifestyle, post-military, veterans, blah, blah, blah. So it says an Army vet was told she never served. Her viral response was the ultimate mic drop. Maybe you should think things through before you speak. So check this out. This is Tommy C. and Emery. Is that her name? Emery EXP. An Army veteran named Emery recently provided a case study in how female veterans online should respond to sexist trolls who make assumptions about their service. Now, I don't think Tommy's a sexist. I think he was being open about his personal experience because his experience is exactly the same as my experience. Are there outliers that are just like badass fucking awesome fucking GIs that are female? Absolutely. Most of them are like what Tommy C's experience was. So hold on. On July 16th, this streamer and model who previously served in the 82nd Airborne Division, there's a clue, and goes by Emery EXP Online was getting criticized by a YouTuber who was up in arms over a comment she made that full-time content creation is more exhausting than military some days. The YouTuber Tommy C said on his YouTube channel later that Emery's tweet pissed me off the whole night. He responded to the tweet saying, "What? Oh, that's a woman. Carry on." So that does sound bad. So she said, full-time content creation is harder than when I was in the military some days. And he said, "What? Oh, a woman. Carry on." And carry on, of course, in the military means like go on about your business. I don't have time to slow down for this. The remark kicked off an exchange between Emery and Tommy C in which he degraded a woman in service and said he lifted the shit you were supposed to have been able to lift each and every detail. So here's how it went. Content creation is more exhausting than being in the military. Tommy C SFTP, would you care to weigh in? That's how he got tagged in it. He said, and this was her, this was Emery's post. It says, "Girl, don't listen to his ass. I was literally in the military and full-time content creation is more exhausting. Some days, your hard work is valid." He said, "What? Oh, that's a woman. Carry on." So that was kind of a shot at her for being a woman, even if she was in the military, blah, blah, blah. Then it went on to, I was there. He tweeted, "You girls were always told to step aside. We got it." And 90% had no problem with letting that happen. So that's kind of my experience. When we had females in the like headquarters unit or something like that, or in another unit, in a unit we were a sister unit or something we were working around. We didn't actually have females in our unit, but in like a sister unit, a headquarters division, something like that. A lot of times they would, when we were like on detail, of course the guys would be like, "Don't worry, I'll get it," when there was like a female there, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, go ahead." So it seemed like they were able to stay to the rear. And I know there's outliers there, and there's women that are badasses, but he didn't expect this to be one of those. So he said, "We got it, 90% had no problem with letting it happen." He said later on in his YouTube channel that his little sexist dig is typical me, I admit. He went on to repeat his complaints that women had served with, the women he served with didn't pull their weight, and how he's seen women in the military getting dumped and accusing people of rape. He said when people talk like this in reference to Emery's tweet, they're either full of shit or shitbags. So I don't know. I don't think anybody that I served with would say, "Oh, you know, being a YouTuber is harder than being in the military." Even some days, I just don't think they would say that. She tried to justify it by saying, "Look, you don't have to worry about your job. You don't have to worry about vacation. You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about that." She tried to make it sound a little bit better, but I don't know anybody who would say that. So he did call her out. And even though Task and Purpose is kind of taking this sexist spin on it because that's what sells stories, he also said that he knew really, really, really good high-speed female soldiers, but he didn't think that they would speak like this. He didn't say every female. He said he knew some high-speed soldiers, and he didn't think that they would speak like this about streaming. Emery told Task and Purpose she could tell he was making assumptions about her service just because she was a woman, so she decided to clear things up for him in what is arguably the loudest mic drop in all of military Twitter history. Now, this is really funny. I like Tommy C. I don't know this Emery person, but this is still really funny. So she said, look, you don't have to worry about vacation. You don't have to worry about your job security. You don't have to worry about health care. You don't have to worry about insurance. You don't have to worry about any of these things. You just show up and go to work. And he said, I stream for a living. I deployed and no longer believe you. No longer believe you served. This conversation is over. And he shared this is a picture of, like, I'm assuming some type of stolen valor female that's all dressed up in badges and this and that, and kind of took a shot at her with, like, I believe you're this woman. You're like this woman. And then she dropped this K-bomb is what it's referenced as, when someone calls you out and you just drop the word K and then the receipts to back it up. He dropped this picture, and then this is what she dropped. So this is an airborne soldier with her beret. She's got her badges. She's got combat action badge. She's got a parachutist badge. She's got expert marksman badge. Now Tommy C was a pogue, right? He wasn't like combat arms. I forget what he said he did. Anyways, he wasn't like he wasn't infantry. He wasn't Cav Scout. He wasn't a tanker. He was a pogue. And she basically mic dropped on him with with her uniform and awards. And even he was like, damn, she got me. He did a whole show. Well, he did like half a show saying, hey, she got me. She called me out. She got me. Like, she got it. She was a more defined, saw more action than I ever did. This is her. And this is the picture she dropped. It said the tweet went viral, which she certainly wasn't expecting. I just don't expect all this because, I'm not famous. I don't expect people to reply, and the kind of people that I have replied and followed me since then, there's like a lot of pressure. The lead anchor for CNN follows me on Twitter, she laughed, referencing CNN Jake Tapper, who does indeed follow her. I'm like, oh no, I've got to watch what I say now. According to our website, Emery joined the Army as part of another why not, what can possibly go wrong moment. She enlisted in 2016, according to her DD-214, which is her discharge paperwork. She served as field artillery firefinder radar operator. She went to airborne school and was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and deployed to Afghanistan with the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment from 2017 to 2018. After returning home in 2019, Emery was medically retired, just shy of her contractual obligation after a parachuting incident left her with a broken back, femur, and hip. So this is another picture of her in the field. Emery felt lost and had less sense of direction after she left the Army. She explained on her website, she told Task and Purpose she went through some really bad depression for several months, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, it was an awesome burn on the internet. I hate to see it happen to Tommy C because I like Tommy C, but it doesn't really matter. It's funny. So you'll have, there's two separate kind of sides of the Army. You'll have combat arms guys who look at her and her uniform and say, "Oh, well, she's a pogue and someone shot at her truck once." But if you're a pogue yourself, then you gotta give props to her. She outmatched you on this day, Tommy. But there's a lot of infantry guys that be like, "That isn't shit." She doesn't even have combat infantry badge. She's got combat action badge, blah, blah, blah. But she did get him, so I thought that was funny, and it was kind of in our sphere, I guess. I like Tommy C, and it was on YouTube. He did do a whole show bowing out and saying how he fucked up, and he messed up, and he got burnt. So, hello, 911, I'd like to report a murder. People were very, very, very funny about it. I thought it was hilarious. Some of the replies, like, she got him, that was a K-bomb. Everybody responded to this. It went viral and took off. And this was, about a week ago. It was a pretty good grab, but that's all for that story. All right, back to Lauren. So, Lauren Pritchard is an Ascension believer, New Age movement, Anon follower, infatuated with the whole pedos run the government. They're all around us. Satanic ritual abuse, blah, blah, blah. She's really big on that. This is the first video she made on this channel 4 years ago.
Chances are you're kind of in the know of what's going on, and that is that the world is ascensioning into the fifth dimension, or however you want to look at it. I am proof that this is happening. I'm a normal person. I didn't grow up spiritual or religious.
She's talking about explaining ascension is what she's doing right here. I know it's really quiet. I'll try to boost it up for you guys.
And I didn't even necessarily contemplate a lot of the things I've experienced lately. But in retrospect, I gotta say my life looks a little different. Experiences and messages and things that have happened to me. It all kind of comes full circle. It all makes sense, as it will for you too in your journey. Because we're finding out after 2000, maybe skip ahead 500 years ago from the creation of currency, we're not separated. We're all one. We are one with each other. Our soul groups are one with the Earth. The Earth is one with the solar system, and we're all in this galaxy together. And there's a lot more out there. I mean, I think it's kind of funny to think that people think that we're the only things that exist in the universe, and that we're the only universe, which, you know, we now know that's not true.
Bases at the barge.
Thanks to Neil deGrasse Tyson for pioneering this movement of the cosmos, where people, you know, on a three-dimensional plane can sort of get an idea and get the wheels turning of what's going on. And it's funny because I do see a lot of subtleties in media and film, in Super Bowl commercials. There's a lot of subtleties hinting to what's going on, because there are a lot of people that do know about it. A lot of people that know about it subconsciously, but haven't contemplated it on the forefront of their mind. But this is actually the golden age of humanity. This is the best time to be here. So congratulations if you're here.
All right, here we go. We're moving into ascension time. She's explaining it to us. She was never a religious person, but now she thanks Neil deGrasse Tyson for opening a cosmos movement that has her moving further and further towards her time of ascension.
We are really, really lucky to experience such an amazing shift on, you know, a spiritual level, and also on like a
even though she's talking crazy, she seems kind of normal here.
DNA scientific level. Our DNA just got a huge upgrade, and I'll get more into that later, but I kind of want to go through the who, what, where, when, and how of ascension, coming from a normal person who just went through it and I'm sure will continue to go through it. So we'll start with the who. From what I understand, everybody on the planet is going to be going through some sort of ascension.
Okay.
And the reason I think that is because
everybody, you're not going to miss it, guys. Everybody on the planet is going through ascension.
There's scientific evidence. And I'm going to tie in science a lot too, because I'm the type of person where I need logic, I need reason, I need science to feel credible to the things that I say spiritually. So you're going to like me because I tie in science a lot, and I've done a lot of research. There was a blanket of subatomic particles that and photons, and keep these words in mind because they're going to pop up a lot in like mainstream 3D culture, because science is trying to catch up to mysticism because of this shift. Things are happening at such an unprecedented rate, more and faster than ever before, and science is trying to catch up because, you know, it's just our human.
There's only 14 people on Facebook. Everybody's on the main channel, and there's 40 people on the backup channel.
Sort of three-dimensional type thinking that most of us are going to want that first, like myself. So back to these blanket of subatomic particles. I want to say probably end of January, beginning of February, there was a blanket of subatomic particles, which you'll find in science studies, one of the greatest discoveries of, you know, I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but they just were able to break up a proton. And when they broke up a proton, they found proton was traditionally the smallest particle that we knew of that existed.
Just because mysticism is old doesn't mean it's accurate. You realize that we could also say that it helped to heal people. That's why the average life expectancy was 22 years old, and 93% of people died from diarrhea because mysticism saved them.
And then when they broke it up, they found that the energies inside of a proton actually had a lot of free will. It was random, and you know there was no pattern. So interesting find there. And photons is actually one of the greatest scientific discoveries of 2016, and that is scientists found the smallest particle that the eye can see. So you know if you know in your ascension, you're going to start seeing things. And they might not make sense at first, but it's these mixtures of subatomic particles and photons that you're actually seeing. And it's really beautiful because we are trying to unravel what the soul is actually made up of, because historically the soul was just sort of like a myth, or, you know, the mind is not separate from the brain, and, you know, we're like robots and our bodies are a vessel, and all of our interests and passions and karma and defeats are things that are coming from what we're subject to in this lifetime. But actually, we're working out a lot of things from a lot of different lifetimes. You know, you might have noticed patterns in your life of things that just keep happening to you, and you don't understand why. And it's because you have
Deja vu.
And the reason why we're living in a time of extremes
What's up, M Seeker?
because we're trying to clear out karma at an unprecedented rate, because the earth is close.
The main channel is back. Cold Beer Confessional, the main channel is where everyone's at. If it looks like everyone's talking to you from Facebook because it's coming through the Restream bot, it's because everybody's on the main channel and you're on the backup channel.
We'll get into that later on. But they're trying to get people off the planet. It's not going to serve us much longer. So lucky us to get to.
Got to get off the planet, guys. Off the planet.
You're not learning from them, and they keep happening. It's because you need to learn those lessons, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to clear out karma from past lives. And past life regression is one of like the most fascinating things to me. And you can actually do a past life regression.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about whether she's grifted or not. She's batshit fucking crazy, and we're fixing to prove that.
Yourself, especially if you're good at meditating. And you can just YouTube past life regression. Maybe it should take about a half an hour. And when you snap out of that meditation, you're going to be fascinated with what you find.
What's up, Am?
It's really, really incredible. You know, personally, I found that my family was my family in my last lifetime, and we were in World War II. And
my family was my family in my last lifetime, and we were in World War II.
And we were in Poland, and there was mining fields around us. So it left me needing to Google mining in Poland in World War II, and I had to, this is part of history that I didn't even know about. And it's sort of interesting because
I only halfway won the appeal. I told them they could keep the video. I didn't want it. It was from back in October. It was irrelevant. But I needed my channel back, and they gave me the channel back, but they did take down the video. It was from October, I think.
Look at your fears, your irrational fears that you've had since you were a kid.
It gets worse.
You'll find that they're tied to your past lives. So I always had an irrational
This isn't the crazy part. This is 4 years ago.
Fear of war raging in my front lawn because, you know, apparently in my past life, that's what happened. Also, fear of tsunamis as a kid. You remember trying to calculate if a tsunami hit the East Coast. I grew up in New York. If a tsunami hit the East Coast, would it reach us in upstate New York? So that's a weird thing kids shouldn't be thinking about, but super fascinating for almost everybody that's watching this. Chances are, if you're going through ascension in the first wave, then you're probably we're all incarnates from Atlantis, a mythical sort of thing that happened. It actually did happen. And
anybody who goes through ascension in the first wave, we all reincarnated from Atlantis.
Super fascinating. There's so many fun things to ponder. But just to get back on track, the WHO, nobody is immune to what's happening to this DNA upgrade that we're getting from the subatomic particles and the photons. So
I don't think she's reading the script. I think she's just nervous.
They're going into our bodies. They're charging up DNA that's like dormant for who knows how long. You know, some people would say 2,000 years since the resurrection of Jesus. And, you know, maybe even before, 500 years ago, before man tried to control man. And, we're all a experiment of duality, because when you go on to the afterlife, the only thing that exists is love. and unconditional love and like the most blissful, peaceful feeling in, that we can barely even contemplate. I mean, most people have never even felt it before, but we are a species created with free will and with duality, kind of as an experiment and also to measure. If you don't have the opposite of love, how do you measure love? So that's what we're here doing, and it's pretty fascinating stuff, and especially when you look at what's going on in the world.
I wish I was on Adderall.
Going to keep these timelines of control, which actually we're not. So that's kind of a spoiler alert. We're
going to jump ahead some.
So all these times, organized religion has been really great because it includes everybody. If you live out in the mountains and you can't get to a church, you have a Bible, you know the story. It's helped connect us thus far. So if you felt God's love, you're probably ahead of the curve on what that sort of feels like. But there's other entities like angels and your loved ones who've passed on that are still here. They're still helping you through things.
Yeah, that's one thing I found strange. Is the new combination of this ascension, alien beings, interdimensional, blah, 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 of it being like crammed together with some form of strange, stripped down form of Christianity.
I know that because I go to a church where I get read by mediums, and so I'm not like in direct contact. I'm learning how to communicate with, but I am not here like getting, English language words in my ear. I still need help from, some like teachers of light workers. But yeah, my angel has held emotion for me when there was so much going on in my life. And I remember telling a friend, I feel...
Sure. She's only crazy to people who have not experienced trauma, loss, or distress. I've never been through trauma, loss, or distress. You got me.
Nothing. Like, I feel bliss, even though there's chaos. And I got read by a wonderful woman at my spiritual church, and she said that my angel's standing there like a bolo woman, like holding all of my emotion. And I was like, so grateful. And how can you thank them? And I don't know what, like, it's true. If I had felt all those emotions, I would have been so overwhelmed. It would have been really hard to get from one thing to the next. But, we're evolving at an unprecedented rate. So things are happening fast. It's a time of extremes. I'm kind of on the forefront of it. And it would be too much. So these beings and entities are all around us, and they love us so much and care for us so much. So the where also here, like our normal day-to-day lives aren't going to change like drastically. Like it's not going to be like weird, but you're going to see and feel and experience these entities more, and
it's not even going to be weird.
Be more loving and accepting of each other. And so many things to say about this that it's hard not to go off. The when. There are folks that have been waiting for this for a very long time, and I'm so appreciative because they've probably maybe been outcasts for a long time, like spiritual sort of outcasts, knowing this thing that nobody else knows. And I felt it when I ascended. I was like, I actually didn't even know what was happening. I thought I was a medium, and there were times where I didn't want to be a medium. I didn't want to be different from everyone else because thus far I've lived a very normal life. And so anyways, maybe there was a shift in like the 70s. I gotta say, like I love like 70s, 80s music, and now the lyrics, I hear them differently. I hear, Stevie Nicks saying things and Prince saying things that I'm convinced they kind of maybe were on the forefront of something great. And also, musicians and filmmaking, they get a lot of messages from the universe. They are massively producing messages, and Spirit World knows that.
So this is 4 years ago, but she's almost on the point that mainstream music and movies are actually being produced with influence from the spirit world or aliens or whatever this ascension's tied to. Angels, whatever you want to call them. When most people are calling out mainstream music and movies as evil satanic plots to steal our children away.
So that's why you see a lot of subtleties in media, in film, in songs. And as you're ascending, one of the symptoms is you're going to start to notice the song lyrics are going to make more sense to you in a whole other way. So that's pretty cool.
Song lyrics just start making sense.
Was just a huge shift in October of this year. Before
Okay.
2012, there was a huge shift. So if you look at kind of the timeline of your life, maybe a lot of big changes happened in 2012 that are still kind of playing out. And now we just had the blanket of subatomic particles being dropped at the end of January, beginning of February, and that affected everybody. I'm a hairstylist, and I, appropriately try to talk about this. And even if I can't touch on anything spiritual, you can sort of get a feeling that most people have been feeling really crappy because of this DNA upgrade that we all just got. So
A DNA upgrade
some people think it's going to take 20 years. Some people think it's going to take 10 years.
in October of 2016
I mean, the way things
is when she claimed it started.
I feel like the 3-year mark is pretty appropriate, especially with the political platforms and relationships that we have with the rest of the world that are relevant to right now. I think 3 to 10 years sounds about right to me. Just in my instincts, my intuition tells me that. And how? This is the fun part. This is really why I wanted to make the video, because I needed a lot of help when I started to ascend, because I didn't understand what was going on, and I found a lot of great resources, mostly from a lot of really great spiritual teachers. But I'm excited to make this because I'm coming from a standpoint of like I said, a normal person who I'm proof that ascension is happening, essentially, because I didn't seek this life out. And
So she's proof that this ascension is happening starting in October 2016 because she wasn't into this crazy stuff. She wasn't part of it. She didn't seek it out. It found her. She didn't fall down a rabbit hole watching YouTube videos like everybody else did. This is different. This is proof.
It just sort of happened one day and has been progressing ever since. And it's been awesome. So along with that, though, there's a lot of physical symptoms. So now I want to get into the physical symptoms of ascension. So perhaps I'll do that in my next video.
All right, so that was her first video. It's not that strange, right? She's coming out and talking about a new religion she found. She seems really excited about it. She's talking about how she got involved, how everybody else is involved, whether they like it or not. It's not something that I buy into, but it's not that bad, right? She still looked normal. She still seemed normal. It would be like if your friend come up to you and was like, "Look, I'm becoming a Buddhist monk," and you're like, "Oh, well, that's kind of weird." But I mean, you're still the same person. I guess we can still have conversations and stuff, but it goes further. So that was the first video she made on this channel. Let's jump ahead some to where she starts getting really, really, really into satanic ritual abuse. She wads up a dollar bill. There's some different ones. Hold on. Understanding Jerusalem and our origins. It's not a very quick progression, but it is a very deep progression. Here are your powers of manifestation and how to create reality.
So today I share with you your powers of manifestation.
You mock and ridicule. Welcome to the channel. I don't know what the fuck you expect me to do, but you go start your own channel where you support everybody. That's not my channel.
So being a human means you are a multi-dimensional being, and what that means is you have access to higher realms, higher densities of existence, but we're kind of stuck here on this prison planet, the three-dimensional world. And, we've tried to accelerate. We've gotten knocked down in galactic wars in the past, and now we're kind of stepping into an opportunity to up-level again to the 5th density. And how we're going to do that, many ways we're going to do it, but I want you to know.
Yeah, this is about a year, a year and a few months.
That you
year and 3 months, year and 4 months.
Reality. And not only do you have it, you should be using it. And if you're not using it, then why? It's a really wonderful tool that we have to be.
Well, yeah. So that's what we do. I mean, it's comedy and satire. That's what we do. We find these crazies and we point at them and say, "Hey, this is crazy. Why are people following these people?" She's not necessarily grifting that I know of, like taking money. But she is on a very strange path.
But first of all, I want you to know that there are a lot of things that inhibit your ability to manifest, and these would be considered like the greatest crimes against humanity. I always have to throw this stuff out there because, this world really is and has been controlled. It's not controlled by them anymore.
Have fun on your word search channel.
Their power is
I'm
now
sure that's riveting.
and there's a huge power vacuum for us to take our power back. So powers that be are now done, and now it's just a matter of people waking up to realizing that that's what's happening. But this world traditionally has been controlled in our.
Isn't she the bird who did an interview with Charlie Ward and talk about? I don't know. I'll have to look up. I didn't know she did an interview with Charlie Ward, but I can look that up.
By very sick and twisted and psychopath people.
She needs a flavor of Kool-Aid named after her.
Oh no. She needs a flavor of Kool-Aid named after her. That was from, sorry, I missed it. Bucka. Thank you for the $15, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the tip. She does need some Kool-Aid named after her.
Happening. They've known this all along. This is ancient wisdom that's been passed down, that was kept in the hands of them, that they took and turned your consciousness into something called God, making it something outside of yourself, but it's not anything outside of yourself.
Clearly, I'm Big Bird.
And you can look through the teachings of Michael Tellinger, the things that he has found to be true. When the Hebrew scholars were rewriting the biblical text, all they had to do was put one letter in front of the beginning line, and God said, "Let there be light." You took one letter away, and that would have said creation consciousness, said "Let there be light." So that's something that is a huge factor in uncovering where it all began. So anyways, yeah, you are your own power source. There's not a God that's outside of you, that's not like different than you, that looks down upon you. It's not like that at all. And, Jesus is another story. I'm not going to get into that. But anyways, there are things that are put in place to inhibit you.
Jesus is another story. I'm not going to get into that. So they do refer to Jesus, but not as like the savior of mankind. More in he had his powers unlocked, and with his unlocked powers, he showed us what we could be. The same kind of shit Scott's talking right now.
Your ability to manifest, because if they did, then you'd be easier to control and keep their system going, making them more rich and powerful. So, really quick, because this is more so about how you can manifest, but it's really important to know that you can't manifest. Maybe you can. Some people, there are exceptions, but it's really hard to manifest when your physical body isn't at its full capacity. And things like pharmaceutical drugs, they alter the flow of information. They create like fake chemical compounds, although, they're not fake, they're real chemical compounds, but they're not chemical compounds that came from your DNA and thought process. So these
Connecting consciousness group, that's the same thing I thought when I found some of her older videos. It sounded like she was part of one of Simon's groups. I can't prove that, and I don't know if she says that ever, but no, I don't know, but it does sound like that.
There's metal in them. There's metal in our environment, sprayed in the air through chemtrails. They're chemtrailing now more than ever. These are acts of desperation, and they're making people incredibly toxic. And so maybe it wouldn't have been as important in the past as it is now to detox from these things, but it's really important to start recognizing ways to detox from these things, because it's terrible. The effects are skyrocketing. They're plummeting right now because it has gotten way more intense. These are moments of desperation for them. But that's okay. We can protect ourselves. We can detox from the effects of chemtrails. And you can look those up. My favorite way is Fiji water has silica. Silica is quartz. Our bodies are more crystalline than we recognize and are becoming more crystalline, less carbon, and therefore we should be taking this into account and or acting accordingly, ingesting and detoxing from things that are not going to help us turn more crystalline. All right, so anyways, if you don't believe me, just err on the side of caution. Why wouldn't you? You can detox. There's a lot of...
I think the person Monkeyworks has been having on, he's calling her Mac, maybe. I don't know if that's like his significant other or wife, or I don't know. He's calling her Mac. So I just assumed that was someone in his life, because they're literally in studio together. It's not like she comes on through like a video chat. They're in studio together. So I figured that was someone from his personal life.
Products on the market now too. Look up different products. I just do Fiji and chlorophyll drops. So overstimulation is a way that it's really hard for us to manifest because we're constantly distracted. We're distracted by the news and the media. And
so she did a video with Charlie Ward.
we kind of been programmed to, like, with our monkey mind, to never just sit and just do nothing, just sit and relax and think and let thoughts come to us. We're always kind of doing something. We're always thinking about the next thing. We're always thinking about other things, other people, and anxiety and cyclical thoughts. And, you know, a lot of these things are effects from the metals. I mean, if you think about your body, your nervous system as being electric, think about what happens when you have an over supply, if you're infested with a lot of nano bits of metal. It really can affect that. So,
listen, I don't really care what you think you know. There isn't even a functioning flat earth model that can both cover why exactly half the world is in darkness and light at the same time, at all times, and cover how seasons work. They have to have a different model for every question that's brought up. There is not a working model. Like, there is not. But round Earth has a model that fits all these things.
And then we're overstimulated, and then we can't focus. You know, ADHD is like such a big problem. And where do you think that came from? I mean, also look at your vaccines. There's a lot of metal in vaccines. Unhealthy diet, goes without saying. Anything that's not organic, non-GMO is unhealthy. Like I said, these are moments of desperation. So anything that comes out of Monsanto, which if it's not organic, non-GMO, chances are it's Monsanto. It's distributed.
Why do you have a coffee of kids on the side of the road on your coffee table? I think you need to slow down. Maybe you got a hold of the Adipex.
By Cisco. I mean, here in the South, like, a lot of our produce, I think, comes from Mexico, and I don't think it's as bad, but, you know, in the North, in New York, where I'm from, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's crippling to me if I have, 2 nights in a row non-organic.
Yeah, there's a lot of holistic health stuff that's accurate.
But again, you don't believe me, just err on the side of caution. They control you. The news and media controls you with your emotions. They've made people so emotionally triggered that, you know, even this kind of information tends to trigger people into not even looking at it. And the biggest problem that I've come across is, what I do is I try to wake people up to understand what's going on and recognize, like, what we're doing in terms of, like, up-leveling our density, up-leveling, the planet, which she's doing it on her own. But
by the way, she believes in flat Earth too, so I guess I could go ahead and cover this. The way they try to explain the flat Earth model, I'll just give you two contradicting models that they have. Let me get a pencil. So the way they describe, if this is the flat Earth, I'm just drawing a circle. The way that they describe, at all times, we know at all times that the Earth is 1/2 dark and 1/2 light. Now, on a ball, that works because 1/2 of the ball is facing the sun and 1/2 of the ball is not. In their model, the way it works is the sun's just really small and really close, and the moon is just really small and really close. Okay? The reason that model does not work itself is because you're telling me that light travels this distance and then just stops, but also travels this much longer distance and just stops. That's not how light works. It travels the same distance before it stops, right? Even if it did stop clean, like a clean straight line break, it's not going to stop at 2 different distances. So that's why the light and the night and day does not work in flat Earth. Now you're telling me that, let me back this up. The way they explain seasons is that the Earth or the sun travels these concentric rings around the flat Earth, and when it's on this ring, these countries are in summer. When it's on this ring, these countries are in summer. When it's on this ring, these countries are in summer. But not only does that not work, because it would have to either, one of two things. Either it would have to be traveling much quicker in this smaller circle than it would in this bigger circle, and the sun would have to move at 2 different speeds depending on what time of year it is. It does not. It always seems to be moving at a constant speed, and you can observe that. The sun never moves faster and never moves slower, ever, in the sky. Or it would either have to speed up and slow down, or we'd be able to notice a change in speed and days would be shorter or days would be longer. Not to mention, if it's doing this small circle, bigger circle, bigger circle, that also negates your light theory, where half is dark and half is light. The two models don't even work together. Not to mention everything else wrong with it. Everything's wrong with flat Earth models.
It's a matter of like who's going to go and who's not going to, like who's going to turn into like the transhuman AI agenda. And then sometimes people hear this, it's like they get so incredibly emotional they like have to turn it off. Kind of the same way like I get incredibly triggered by people who are still obsessed with, you know, some Republican Democrat banter. Like I unfollow that shit because it is triggering to me that people are still stuck in this it's like possession. It's like some sort of possession by the media. It is. It's a form of possession. So controlling people their emotions. And like I was saying, the biggest problem to all this is I think that the people that need to hear this the most are probably the ones that aren't going to even tune into it because they're so controlled, they're possessed by their emotions.
So I'm not saying that like her holistic health stuff and stuff is wrong here, but you can tell she's getting deeper and more dedicated to whatever this new thing is that she's following. We can skip ahead some.
Uncover that aren't really aligning with the things that you want to do, and that's okay. I mean, if they're true friends and you love them unconditionally, they love you unconditionally, then you know that'll be okay. And you know, if you need to do that, I'm not saying everyone needs to like break away, because you can also.
So just the fact that you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time works with a round model, but does not work with a flat Earth model, because they would always have to be opposite sides of each other.
Set boundaries, but I understand, you know, sometimes it's like you're overwhelmed by certain things and it's harder to set boundaries in the moment, and therefore you need to take time to yourself just to regain your energy and regain your power. Heal yourself before you can put yourself back into certain situations, social circles, etc., etc. So I hope that makes sense. Start aligning yourself with the things you want to manifest. If you want to take a trip, start researching it. If you want to stop drinking, maybe take baby steps. Maybe take one night a week off of drinking. You know, don't be so hard on yourself. But that's it. Start aligning. If you want to save money, maybe start driving for Uber or Lyft. Maybe start dog sitting, babysitting. Maybe pick up another job. I found recently that because of the times that we're in, the power of manifestation is so strong and the response is so fast and so abundant that if you put in 1 inch, you get back to, you know, a foot. It's really, really great. It's like when you're like, I really want to save money, maybe that one day you don't go out to dinner, or maybe when you do go out to dinner, you don't order 2 cocktails, you save $30. I've noticed that in return, somehow abundance gets brought into our lives really quick, really fast. And sometimes abundance comes in different forms. So you got to look at that too. It's not always just money, but abundance in many forms. But that's just what I mean. When you align yourself with the things you want to manifest, the powers that be now are super supportive in helping you manifest the things that you want. And don't be hard on yourself. You can only do one thing at a time, so just do that. And then I would also like to say this kind of goes with like manifesting and then also like detoxing from all the environmental impacts on us. Move that energy around. A lot of the things, I mean, also if you're not sure what you should be manifesting, then you can just say out loud, like, what the hell am I doing? What am I supposed to be doing? What should I be manifesting? Where am I going? Why doesn't this make sense? And instead of searching for the answer, I think so often we search for answers, but we don't let answers come to us. Let the answer just come to you. Maybe you'll wake up the next day and you'll just sort of have better clarity on what that is. And we just had a new moon in Gemini, so this is really good new energies. So I think this is a really good video to be putting out right now.
So you don't have to understand what she's talking about now. Just notice she went from not really understanding it, barely understanding it. We're a year later and we've progressed much deeper down whatever this new theory is. She's clearly... it's a point of indoctrination. She's moving further and further and further and further back down through here.
Because we just had a new moon, good things to start new projects, and there's not a lot of other like bombarding astrology going on right now. So this is
we're on the main channel, Cold Beer Confessional, or you can go to, if you're on your computer, you can just type in coldbeer.live or on your phone too, and it'll take you to the main channel. I already went ahead and switched them this morning.
A really great time, especially to start manifesting a brighter future. So move that energy around. That is...
Your comments are not going through. They're not popping up. I haven't seen you comment in a while. I asked you... Oh, wait. Am I on timeout? Laugh out loud. I see that one. You're on live chat, not top chat, right? It doesn't matter. I should be able to see them either way, but that's weird, for sure.
The things that you want, like the things that you want to manifest, the things that are in your soul purpose, are embedded in your chakra energies. And if you're not familiar with what they are, it's like the energy centers that control the different organs in your body, different parts of your body. So it's like the electricity that pumps the heart, all of your emotional heart energies. It's in the third eye, it's in the crown that connects you higher. Those are your chakra energies. And these
chakra energies, your third eye,
clarity as
higher energy.
What you should be manifesting. So if you do something like yoga, or if you just look them up and think about them, because I mean, if you think about your heart chakra activates. That's how we heal the body through the mind. And
so you heal your body through your mind. There's no need for modern medicine or whatever. You have everything. This is the same thing that Scott's saying now. So at first, when he first started down this path, when he was more normal, just really vehemently right-wing, he was saying his perseverance and his determination and that stuff pushed him through his recovery. Now he's saying he unlocked this healing. We even heard him tell the story that he healed a ballerina dancer just by thinking about her and teaching her to think about herself. He healed her. She was told she would never dance again, and now she's a ballerina again.
Vice versa. Because it's all connected to your light body. It's all connected to your mind. So look at, ways that you can clear these things out. Seek certain things out of your chakra energies. Like seek out what it is you want. Seek out where you're blocked in life, where things keep blocking you. Because they're all...
I don't know, Em. I don't have anything blocked, man. YouTube fucks with my comments, but I personally don't have any words blocked or any... Well, actually, the only thing that's blocked is the thumbs up emoji and the fire emoji, because that keeps the casino site from harassing my channel.
Embedded, they're all inside of you and your light body, your energies. And that's why yoga and exercise, moving these things around, helps to get some more clarity to the brain, to the forefront of your mind. All right, and so if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. You can email me, laurenpritchardascension@gmail.com. I also have a blog. It's what I'm kind of reading this off of. It's newearthconsulting.squarespace.com. Check it out. And thanks so much for tuning in, and I'll keep you posted.
All right, so she's becoming more indoctrinated. She's moving further and further down this rabbit hole. All right, Data Added Oldest. We just watched, where's the one we just watched? It was on this side right there. Okay, let's move further on. That was a year later. We'll go up another year and see what she's focusing on here. My Story of Awakening in 2 minutes. Let's Get Real, Modern Day Demonic Possessions. Does gold have something to do with energy? Damage Report, Lionsgate, Damage Control. Live from Dimensions of Disclosure. Matrix Grid is gone. Update on Financial Reset. Oh, here's one. A Financial Reset. Let's see what she's talking about in the Financial Reset. That's something we talk about quite often.
What's up, YouTube Live, YouTube world? I'm going to stream live from YouTube and on Facebook. Getting live on Facebook now. Talking about Financial Reset. All right, we're live.
She did a follow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess YouTube is blocking those words because it came through. She did a video with Charlie Ward about sex and orgasms. She is now a lesbian, which is probably how she's getting so many. I got you. I will look for her Charlie Ward video. Thank you, Em.
Facebook and YouTube, talking about the Financial Reset, an update from my perspective. So I guess we started hearing about the Financial Reset because it's heavily prophesized.
Mariah's got a third eye. The one that not the one that winks, the one that stinks. But yeah, she's got a third eye.
And a lot of things have come to fruition that have been prophesized. So good reason to believe that the Financial Reset is coming also. And what this is not is a rug pulled out from underneath your feet. What this is not is us foraging and scrambling in a dying economy. That's what this is not. What it is abundance for all. This is an increase in abundance for those who activate the ability to observe abundance and manifesting abundance. So it's happening in many different ways, and there's a lot of awesome information out there about it now being streamed and being shared.
Oh, that's weird. Proactive Kimmy. Thanks for joining us, Kim. We got both channels are going right now. I'm on the main channel and the backup channel. I just got the main channel back today, so I didn't want people to miss, so I got both of them going on.
And like Chad Ryan, Tim Emsley, Nova Gaia, some links I'll post below are some awesome resources to kind of stay up to date on what's going on with the financial reset. And
that's a good example, Dwayne. So Dwayne said, my uncle listens to these people so much, he never paid his taxes in 2 years. I told him he better pay. Guess what? Now they want half of what he owes. So yeah, the IRS will turn into really big dicks. So there's a difference between when they think you've messed up your taxes and when they think that you've intentionally not done or tried to cheat your taxes. So if you've messed up your taxes and they believe you that you didn't do it purposefully, they're a lot more lenient. When they think that you did this on purpose, you didn't pay your taxes, you tried to make your taxes fraudulent or whatever, they can be real big dicks about it. Up to and including jail time. Like, people go to jail for tax evasion. Trust me.
so from my perspective, so, I have like a divine feminine perspective, that's where my intuition comes from. Hi, Calvin. That's where my intuition comes from. So what I am good at is I'm good at pinpointing these things. What I'm not good at is offering you, the exact logistics of the.
This is Lauren Pritchard. She started with an ascension type thing, and she's moved further and further towards Q and down the rabbit hole. And we're building up to her latest, well, not her latest, but a recent video she did that I'm really excited to show you guys.
Centralized banks and the Zimbabwe currency and the actual law and the actual things that are but they're happening. I mean, there are other people out there that are really good at this kind of stuff, and so that's why it's important to not only hear it from me, hey Brittany, not only hear it from me, but to kind of reach out and observe a few different sources, maybe from the masculine consciousness.
So the reason that that I haven't had on I think that's the same guy. Is that the guy they call Flat Earth Dave? David Weiss. His publicist or agent or whatever reached out to me and wanted to appear on my show and blah, blah, blah. The reason I haven't done it is because there is a guy whose name is Professor Dave. That's his YouTube channel. And he is an astronomer. He is a chemist. He is well versed. I mean, he's for his profession, he's a scientist that studies a lot of the things that they try to pull into their flat Earth movement. Literally, you can watch his video, and they disproved. He disproved everything they said. Simply, in simple terms that anybody, layman's terms that anybody could understand. He didn't have to go super complex. He didn't have to do anything crazy. And then they pulled up and he disproved them, and they pulled up his video, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I bet you believe in NASA too." Like you can't. There is no debate. There is no arguing with these people. It's the same way when you argue with someone who does the QAnon narrative. You cannot. They're trying to prove a negative, and you're trying to disprove a negative. Until they have a working model, they have a working model that covers gravity, seasons, why half of the earth is always light and half of the earth is always dark. It covers eclipses and why you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time sometimes of the year and sometimes you can't. Until one model of theirs covers everything, they have no model at all because they'll show a different model for everything they do. Now they used to claim that there were no flights in the southern hemisphere. There is a direct flight in the southern hemisphere from Australia to Buenos Aires or some shit. It's in the southern hemisphere. It's a direct flight, and to them, according to their model, it should take like 4 fucking days to make the flight. It doesn't. It takes 12 hours, which is consistent with the globe model. So now they're claiming that there's 300-mile-an-hour winds in the southern hemisphere that speed up airplanes. Like they just keep claiming more fucking lies. They claim that there's 300-mile-an-hour winds at the edge of the earth that speed up airplanes if they fly in the southern hemisphere. Like, I don't... Whew.
So we'll just get right to it. So financial reset is, and what I'm experiencing, what I'm getting is...
When we get done with this, I'll show you his video.
In money. It's a transfer in wealth.
There are people that are better at it than me. There are professional scientists that study this, that can explain it, that can break it down, that do this for a living on YouTube, that are really good at this, and they make solid cases, and they pull them up on their Flat Earth podcast, and they're like, oh yeah, you probably believe this too, huh? Oh, and you believe the government is the good guys, and you believe the Nazis lost the World War, and you can't make the argument. It's impossible.
From the old matrix, the old dogmatic matrix, the patriarchy, the Luciferian rule, into the new Christ consciousness.
Christ consciousness, old Luciferian rule is out the window. We're moving on to the Christ consciousness. We're moving on past this. We're getting past it.
Using your power of intuition.
The Bible is not a scientific source.
Tapping in higher to
read the Bible, love the Bible, do everything in the Bible. The Bible cannot be your source for your flat earth model.
Abundance by bringing forth your highest and best potential. So these are the things that are being supported now. You're noticing a divide in everything right now. You're noticing a divide in the way we care for our health, our school systems. Hollywood is divided. Our food supply is certainly divided. Everything is sort of being divided between the new paradigm and the old paradigm. So this is very characteristic of, eating organic, non-GMO, or consuming all the commercial grade food. This is a divide, an economic divide. We won't be tapping into the same resources we used to tap into. We will be, hi Holly Raja. We'll be choosing.
So if you don't know, there's this thing called I think it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think I'm saying it right. I might have to Google it. The Dunning-Kruger effect, and basically what it is you have. Let me get a pencil. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let me select the whole box again. Now let me get a pencil. You have actually. Let me get a paintbrush. That way I can make it wider. All right, you have expertise on one side, and you have knowledge on the other side. This is a line graph, okay? So you have knowledge, and then you have believed expertise. So how well you believe you're an expert in a field. The way this works is as you learn about things, you're a novice. You have little knowledge and you have little expertise. Now, depending on how you follow whatever you're studying, this could work for any topic, right? This is all on the positive scale. There is no negative knowledge and negative expertise. The way it works, depending on how you study your expertise, as you gain knowledge, you very quickly believe that you're some type of expert, right? And you'll peak out here somewhere. The problem is you don't have enough knowledge yet to know that you're not an expert. So these are the people who watch 10 YouTube videos. These are the people who saw a podcast and suddenly it made sense. These are the people who are like, oh, I believed this for years and years and years, and then one guy explained it and changed my mind, or 5 guys explained it, or I've watched 3 hours of YouTube videos, but you've never studied it from any type of formal setting by someone who actually, these are the YouTube experts right here. So we can just put a YT. Now what's supposed to happen is you move a little bit further in your knowledge and you figure out that you know very little about this topic, and the rest of the graph goes like this. It drops straight down, and then you start building your knowledge out until you're an actual expert in a field. This happens to almost everybody. When you first start studying something and you're excited to tell people about it, and you're excited to go on and be like, oh, I learned this and I learned this and you didn't know that, and people start asking you questions, and either you realize you don't know or you make up answers, right? Everybody does this. Almost everybody does this. You go through a point where you just found out enough to feel like you're an expert, and everybody around you is a novice. So you want to tell everybody, you want to answer their questions. If you don't have an answer, you'll make it up, or you'll realize that you're falling off this slope. It happens to almost everybody. When you get over here, this is actual expertise. The problem with the YouTube podcasters, the problem with the followers of the podcasters, the problem with all those people is they are stuck right here. They do not want to listen to any other examples, excuses. They don't want to talk about anybody else that has knowledge on this. They don't want to hear from scientists. They don't want to look at pictures. They don't want to see evidence. So they never gain more knowledge to move any further. They're stuck right here at this peak. When in actuality, if they would further their knowledge, yes, they would realize they're not an expert, but they could become an expert. I think it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's well documented, very, 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 very well documented effect within people that are learning a brand new subject. Sorry for my shitty graph.
Our fate, choosing our highest timelines. The highest timeline is the things that are good for us, the things that are going to get us to the fifth dimensional consciousness. And speaking of divides,
I'll show you the video when we're done with this, where he responds to the podcasters that called out everything he brought up.
Divide in consciousness, where people will be experiencing the third dimensional consciousness, and some will already be in the fourth and fifth. So we're experiencing things at different perspectives. We can hear the same thing, and we can listen to the same thing and hear something completely different. So it's no different in the realm of money. You're noticing the banks being decentralized. Thanks, Michael. The banks being decentralized, and this is a huge thing, because we've been in an economic system in which they were trying to, the New World Order, they were trying to create like a global currency, and they were doing this by manipulating wars, by manipulating policy, and
trying to create a new world currency. But instead, we're going to get a reevaluation.
Information. They're trying to manipulate it from a one world perspective, and that agenda is collapsing. And those who stay on that timeline, which is very...
Hey, Em, do you know how old that video would be, or anything like that?
Very low timeline. Yay, glad you're here, Natalie. It's a very low timeline, and it will be there for those who go down it, and will eventually be shifting into a more dense existence. So it's like an ascension or a descension. And that's how you can characterize the financial reset. It's financial reset of ascension or financial reset of descension. So let me see what you can do now. So manifesting abundance. This is letting go of money pain. It's the pain that you've attached to money and debt in your life. You know, one of my favorite movies as a teen was that movie Blow, Johnny Depp, Penelope Cruz. And there was a quote from that movie, you know, where the dad says, money isn't real, it doesn't matter. And I held on to this, and I festered about this. I pondered about this since seeing this movie. I'm like, what is this guy even talking about? Money isn't real, it doesn't matter. And I've really understood it now. You know, there's a lot of things that money has manipulated.
Hey, Beer Man. Get the grifters, 5D assholes. Bought you 3 6-packs from 11 Bravo Dreamweaver. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Things are immoral. They are manipulative. They're immoral, and they create negativity and money pain. They're illegal. And, you know, when the currency and the wealth is being
Thank you.
centralized around one world power, well,
Thank you, Em.
that's just a recipe for failure. So that's why it's failing, because we're shifting now. We're moving into a higher potential. We're moving into a higher consciousness where we don't participate in these things anymore. So letting go of money pain. What does this look like? The stress that you have attached emotion to around money, like my dad and my parents always taught us, don't ever tie your emotions to money. It's not a good thing. And it results in more money pain. That's the funny thing. Money pain creates more money pain because you're so disillusioned from the debt and the overwhelming situation that you are halted in your ability to manifest abundance. So you gotta let go of money pain. It's pretty safe to say that we will be seeing debt forgiveness. That is a part of the prophecy too, debt forgiveness. So and I'm just using my common sense, what that looks like for me is debt forgiveness in things like student loans, our college student loans. In the United States, our college is astronomical and it's insane. And we can't participate in the economy the way our parents could because we're so tied down with student loans. And so paying the minimum on that probably be a good idea. Paying the minimum on, so debts and credit cards, probably a huge thing that a lot of people have issues with.
If chat looks weird because the bot's in there, you're on the backup channel. They're both live because I didn't want anybody to miss the show, but we're on the main channel, Cold Beer Confessional on YouTube. Cold Beer Confessional. It's got, I don't know, almost 6,000 subs.
And what you don't want to do is add to the debt. You don't want to create more debt because of this sort of financial reset, waiting for this big drop of debt forgiveness, because it's not going to happen like that. And that actually creates karma, creates bad money karma. If you're just...
So she's in completely for the full reset. She's at least saying keep paying your bills, but she's in on the reset. And that debt's going to be forgiveness, reevaluation of funds. I like her channel because it is a slow transformation from, hey, I just found out kind of what ascension is and how I feel about it, all the way until her one of her latest videos, which is wild. We're getting there. You just got to build it up.
So yeah, I think I covered it. This is just a little update on the financial reset. Hope you got something out of it. Hope it makes sense. These things shouldn't offend anybody. I mean, I think it's probably maybe offensive at first, and it's like shocking, and you're like, "What? No!" And then you go and find the information, and you're like, "Oh, okay, it's all good. It's a really good thing." But yeah, so in short, service to others is being supported. Service to self is not being supported. Money pain is creating more money pain. Doing small things like consolidating and really looking at where you are extending your resources and reducing waste, where you see your society. I embodied it and I believed all these illusions also, but I think it was purposeful because, the whole point is to transcend these beliefs. Like Thomas Cox was saying, transcending is different from ascension. You are ascending, but you're not ascending if you're not transcending.
You actually won 5,000 gallons of Thompson's Water Seal. You have to pay for truck transport, a forklift driver to show up at your house to offload it, and then some lumpers that are going to load the truck and unload the truck. There's a lumper fee. That's it's 3 guys, about $100 an hour. You won 5,000 gallons of Thompson Water Seal, but I'm going to need a payment of $800 for delivery, and then whatever fuel the truck burns. And the truck costs about $65 a mile, and I'm delivering it from Venezuela. So whenever you're ready, BT, hit me up with the address. We'll send it your way. They'll have the bill on them. Thank you.
The illusion.
Cash on delivery.
And so, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help people transcend the illusion. A lot of great people.
I think that's the point, Super Chick Prepper. I think the point is to bring the far right to where the far left is on universal health care and universal basic income and socialism.
People working with also that are doing the same thing, and I feel so blessed and so lucky to be in communication with them and share that with you also. So thanks so much for tuning in. I'll post this so you can rewatch it. Please share your thoughts. Share maybe your experience.
She's still kind of, I mean, she's kind of out there in financial reset and probably giving a lot of bad advice, but she's still doing decent, right?
Our
This is from 3 years. Well, it's calling it 2 years ago, but
a lot of people are shifting also.
September 18.
In service to others ahead of being in service to self. It's really unfulfilling in a world that is shifting their consciousness, shifting higher into the fifth dimension. It's really hard to live in a world where you are not moving along also. And this is coming up in being painful if you're spending most of your time in the old matrix grid. The matrix grid is the thought grid that we've been attached.
We're moving to our pregnancy. That's the video that I'm trying to build up to.
This world, this planet was Luciferian. Now it's shifting back into Christ consciousness. These are cycles of time. This is a large cycle of time. There are smaller cycles of time within larger cycles of time. This is a very, 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 very big cycle of time in which we shift higher. We merge our fifth dimensional selves with our third dimensional selves, and we have full disclosure and absolute transparency in the world. And that's an amazing thing. So thanks so much for tuning in. I love you guys so much. You're so awesome. You are the right kind of people. And I'll talk to you soon.
There you go. She's making friends. She's streaming this. And here we go. She's doing her... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. She's doing her thing. She's still following deeper. We're going further and further down the rabbit hole. But, I mean, she's doing all right. Manifestation, we did that one. And then we did Nasara Gasara at the 2-year mark. Where is a video from about a year ago? That's what we need to look for. So 1 year ago, meeting James Rink and Mill Lab Super Soldier. We kind of got to cover this because she's kind of obsessed with a super soldier. So let me go ahead and grab this, even though this one's 3 years ago as well. This is Captain America.
Hey guys, live on Facebook, and yep, we're live on YouTube. So reporting from Stargate to the Cosmos in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Awesome conference, learning so much, making such great connections. This is James Rink. He was part of the he was part of the MyLab programs. Can you explain what a MyLab program is?
Yeah, well, it's abbreviation for Mill Lab, actually. But some people call it it's
Mill Lab, my lab, I guess, but it's only got one L in it, but it's for military laboratories.
Tomato.
Military abductions. The term was basically
abductions, I guess. But he was placed in a military laboratory to make a super soldier.
People that have been involved with alien abduction typically will be picked up by certain secretive groups that want to interrogate the contactee to get information. That sometimes
are they filming in the men's restroom?
Contactee may not even be aware of consciously. A lot of times the contactee gets their memories wiped, and then so even after they get picked up in the Mill Lab, they won't even be able to release that information. But it can get a lot even more deeper than that, because that is starting one level. Then you have other levels where some of these MyLabs they're extracting their DNA to create hybrid clones, or like you may see, you may have heard stories about the Greys. They have these receptacles. Some of them have receptacles where they...
That looks like stalls behind them, and I've only seen guys come out, and they're wiping their hands on their pants like they just washed their hands.
They extract semen, or they extract eggs. And
What? Are you telling me I can just go to the military to get a semen extraction? I've been trying to get Mariah to give me one for weeks.
Different women or men all across the world and create these hybrids, so a lot of children may not actually be your own.
Yeah.
And there's others. It could also include people that have been involved as a super soldier, which is the part of the story where I come from, under Project Surrogate, where I actually, my files, I say this based on information I get from the ACIO, but DOD, because I don't actually remember this.
What's ACIO?
Good question. The Alien Contact Intelligence Organization, and for people who don't know, DOD is Department of Defense. So at the DoD level, they don't have the same level of access. That was only Umbra 8, which is 8 levels above top secret, and I was only able to get at that level. I learned I was part of 3 different projects: Project Bleak, Project Abandon, I think Equalize. But one of them has to do with star seeds that have alien genetics.
No, Carolyn.
What makes me alien, but
Don't ruin your shirts. That's not covered under a warranty.
apparently I'm not human.
I resonate with a starseed, Arcturian starseed, but I
Okay.
feel like an organic
They went in the wrong restroom. It looks like.
human at the
Okay.
same time. Like, I don't think my mom had
Okay.
any kind of.
Mhm.
I don't know, Mom, if you're watching and you have some.
Oh, don't worry. I check all the boxes. It's just Mariah's box hasn't been checked in a while.
Secrets to share with me, now would be the time. But I feel like an organic incarnate.
Yeah. So another project would be like an MK Seed project where they try to trigger people remotely, perhaps through satellites or some kind of signals, just to see if they can get them to do what they want them to do. So those are some of the early projects that took place, but the more advanced ones would have to do like Project Mayhem, where they try to convert you into a super soldier to be used for activation during like a New World Order scenario where the power grid goes out in EMP, and they want to have their own army of super soldiers come out to create chaos or mayhem. So there was a time when I was involved with that, but
Don't worry. He's a super soldier. His sperm's probably dead.
I got switched out away from Monarch and Darkfleet and brought into other groups like through Kruger, where they're a little bit more positive groups. And Kruger is a Nazi military contractor from a parallel reality in which the Nazis.
Okay. Kruger is a Nazi military contractor from a parallel universe in which the Nazis won World War II, and that's why they contract for the Nazis, and they're a contractor that traveled to our universe, parallel to theirs, to contract super soldiers that were artificially bred by our military.
Nazis won World War II. It was started by Gabriel Kruger, and
Not Freddy Krueger, Gabriel.
The Nazis embraced the Hebrews. They also gave Nikola Tesla an unlimited budget, and they released all the suppressed technologies. And then they decided to come over here to help clean up some of the mess from Darkfleet, because that's okay. Do you know the story? I don't even know which direction I'm supposed to be taking this.
No, that's awesome. It's like such fruitful information. I so look forward to learning more. But to reach, the audience that's watching here now, I'm learning that I'm meeting people that are feeling like they're.
Joel, hi. Weird. My ears just started ringing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear that?
Oh, not me. Your ears started ringing?
Yeah, my right ear. What does that mean?
Oh.
Griffin and Kruger is a military contractor. I'm assuming that at one time they were Griffin and Kruger and they combined. They are a military contractor. I've heard their name before being passed around, but I don't know much about them. I definitely know they're not from a parallel universe, though.
I don't know. My ears ring sometimes, and maybe it's a significant moment.
Okay.
Like high energy, significant work being done, right? Things coming through.
I think there's probably a spaceship above us.
Hopefully a good one. It's all good though, right? So I'm meeting people that are feeling like they might have been part of my lab program. And what I thought was super interesting, you said that there's potentially 4 million people that were part of a my lab scenario.
Yeah, there are a
and
lot
people
of
are
supers.
waking up now to finding out. They're like, I've had these weird dreams and I have these weird abilities. I don't know where they come from.
Right. Okay, so as far as like sleepers are concerned, we were talking before we actually got on air or live. I was talking a little bit about Nicholas Cruz, and going back to March or even maybe February on Super Soldier Talk. I talked.
And anyone who knows me knows that I've been saying there's more to the story.
Okay, so
This poor guy.
Hopefully I'm not going to get her banned, because I did get banned off Facebook, but not because I was talking about false flags and school shootings, but apparently you're not allowed to do that on YouTube anymore. But with Nicholas Cruz, apparently they were shooting him up with Cortexiphan, which is a drug created by Monarch Solutions. Well, I don't know if it's created by, but it was used heavily by Monarch to enhance psychic ability and turn off all your fear. So one of the doctors at his
They turn off your fear. That makes sense.
with an extremely high dose of Cortexiphan just to see what he would do. And he shapeshifted into one of his altars, which, according to Peter, and I'm going to just repeat what Peter says. I'm not necessarily saying I believe it. I wasn't there. I can't confirm it. But he claims that the guy shapeshifted into a super soldier form, which had a tiger, a Siberian tiger type face, and he wore a helmet. And he also has
So when he injected himself with a large amount of this fear turnoff drug, he turned into a member of the Thundercats. He shouted, "Eye of Thundera, give me sight. Sword of Thundera, give me sight beyond sight." The last time we saw him, he screamed "Thundercats ho!" and went into battle. We haven't seen him since or been able to recover him.
weapons that could pop out of his skin. And a lot of super soldiers actually apparently have that ability. And he went around school shooting everybody up, and then started throwing some cars around. And afterward,
He what? He what? He threw after he messed around at the school. He threw some cars around by the power of Grayskull.
out of his skin, and a lot of super, and he wore a helmet. The super soldier form, which had a tiger, a Siberian tiger type, shifted into a there. I can't confirm it, but he claims that the guy shapeshifted into the super soldier form, which had a tiger, a Siberian tiger type face, and he wore a helmet. And he also has weapons that could pop out of his skin. And a lot of super soldiers actually apparently have that ability. And he went around school shooting everybody up, and then started throwing some cars around. And afterward, they had to send the MIB in there to erase the memories of the kids and also delete all the photos.
Oh, okay.
But I do want to mention also,
MIP is like the MIB, the Men in Black, but they are the men in panties. They do wear a black suit, but they also wear feminine style lacy panties. And that's where they derive their power from, is all that cake. This is all unconfirmed. This is the bleeding edge of brand new QAnon theory. But I believe it.
that the police chief from that district, there's a photo of him with Hillary Clinton. And apparently the two are very close together. And Hillary Clinton is high up operative in Monarch as well. That's why Monarch wanted to get her in.
Mm-hmm.
Is she trying not to laugh?
This is the world we live in.
Okay, so somebody was asking.
Oh my God, look at that face.
Mm-hmm. This is the world we live in.
Okay, so somebody was asking about whether or not the Nazis should have. How long did you want to do this? Just keep going?
Yeah, we can keep going.
I can't.
Well, the problem with the Nazis in this reality is that they embrace the North.
There's a man on Cold Beer that needs a little help. I said a man been in war for us to protect people he will never know. I said the man come back from war with a couple of problems, a little help, blah, blah, blah. It could help him do it. Then you got these people out here talking shit, raking in money. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Talk shit that's not true, that hasn't happened, not going to, because it's a way for us. My man Will went to war, came back to struggle with different things. Like I said, me personally, I can't imagine that he went through. I'm going name some people. I'm not scared of these people. MLK, Scott McKay. Sorry, it skipped on me. Charlie Ward, Nicholas Viemenin, dude, whatever his name is. David Nino Rodriguez, I'm on the fence. I'm not sure about him. There are more leeches out there. These people have got money. The website's them. $300,000 new motorcycles, $30,000 new motorcycles, cars, tour buses, kind of shit for them. Hey man, we'll tell the truth, powerful truth. Show because He will destroy their lying asses so everyone keep believing their bullshit and come to true of what they're saying. Gave money away to people who are full of crap and don't give a shit about none of the people that's gave them money. You will see soon what's really going on, and soon. And it will come back to bite people in the ass. All this I said isn't really about money. I'm trying to get the point across to brainwash people because y'all are being played for a fool. You can talk about me whatever because I don't care. I got fun of the time because of the way I text and people make fun. People want to know about me. I tell you I don't have to answer to no one what I've done in my life. No one person on earth. I have a hard time. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. If you need me or see someone who needs my help, even if it's a stranger, it's a lot of time. Stand up and help people until you get the ass handed to them. I just don't understand hope for living in hope and listen to bullshit from people, money liars. Will's here just trying to get the truth out to help people on his channel don't get shut down because, yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate you speaking out, John. It's no big deal. I was trying to read it quickly, but thank you. I appreciate that. It is weird that people pay money for what they want to hear is basically it. So if I was telling you things that you believed and you wanted to hear, that's what you pay for, right? No one pays for stuff that they don't want to hear. No one pays for stuff that makes them doubt their belief system. Everybody wants to be happy and rich and free money and free stuff. And I mean, hell, if tomorrow they said, okay, Nassar is here, your house is free, don't move, and here's $1 million and this and that, cool. We'll see how it works. I'm planning for mega hyperinflation, but cool, my house was free.
The Nordics were extremely racist. They believed that the white race is superior. And so what they would do.
That's why World War II is a galactic war, just like every war is a galactic war.
Every war is a galactic war.
So what they would do.
That's crazy bad, discernment files.
Send some of the most beautiful women, Nordic women, to have.
No, you're good, John. It made sense.
And
we're going there.
They were totally entrenched at that point, and
so the aliens are racist. No, not Nordics like Vikings. They believe Nordics are an alien race, and they are racist.
And Himmler went along with whatever the Nordics wanted, which was the final solution. So in that other reality, the Nordics weren't as negative, and they were a little bit more tolerant of other racial profiles. So the Nazis never embraced that, and they also didn't invade the Soviet Union, and that was one of the things that did them in. But
amazing stuff. So what's your mission overall, like with coming to these conferences and speaking?
Well, I came here because I wanted to interview a few other My Labs myself.
That's right, Viking.
I love Penny. I just met her.
Yeah,
she's awesome.
And there's a few other, Randy Kramer, because I've actually had some experiences on Mars, but I worked with Kruger at that point.
He's the guy that went to Venus? Randy Kramer? Oh, no, I'm thinking of someone else. Wrong person.
Valiant Thor, but apparently now that Valiant Thor apparently is a fake. The whole thing, but I can't really comment about Venus. There's not much information from my
perspective. Wrong person.
Yeah, but there's a lot of activity going on Mars, but I wish I could have more of my.
That's right.
I was told, at least if I did, because I've had, according to my profile, I've had over 1,000 years worth of 20 years of back.
His muscles twitch so much at such a high vibration level that he can't stand still. He's actually sprinting out of that room and back. You just can't capture it on camera.
Service in the secret space.
That's him returning. The only time you can see him is when he stops. That's what you're seeing there.
1,000 years old.
Been surrogated over and over. Probably older than that. The point is that
it's complicated. Okay, he's not 1,000 years old. It's a complicated thing.
Well, they re-age you over and over again, and then they surrogate you. Where if you die, they can take your soul and put it into another clone body. Which is what apparently I can't say that's what happened in '79 when the last time that I was surrogated when I was James Martin Reelsberg in the U.S. Army Delta One.
U.S. Army Delta One, James Reelsberg was my former name, 1979.
Shows that I died in Persia.
I died in Persia.
Actually, in the U.S. Army.
So he's saying he doesn't know that he's 1,000 years old, but he's getting close.
So I can't prove any of it because I'm not.
No, that's nowhere close to 2 times speed. It's 1.2 speed.
Do you think Eminem is a clone?
Here's 2 times speed.
In my opinion.
But Christina Aguilera, she's a clone.
I would probably say so.
Yeah.
I'd probably say so.
I'm hot on these people like white on rice. I'm like, that's not the same Eminem. That's not the
They're
same
a
Christina.
bunch of jerks and assholes, and they probably are.
Well, my theory is that, you know, they like sell their soul to the devil to be in Hollywood, but then I think what's happening now is they're getting these like counter offers. They're like, well, we'll let you out of this contract, but we're going to clone your ass first.
I think Jaco just heard someone else was grifting by saying, there's no way they keep thinking that shit. They get that shit hits the fan. Hell, E.T. will go home. I think Jaco just realized someone else was making money by saying they've been to Venus, so he's like, me too. There's another guy who claims that he lived on Mars for like 5 years.
And so if you read, I've been feeling like Christina Aguilera, this Christina is actually a clone. And then
That's true.
Cosmopolitan comes out with an article. And if you read that article, the whole thing reads as if she's a clone. Like, I'm a clone. Like, here she is. Creepy
So
stuff.
this is the super soldier she's obsessed with. This isn't the one, but she's obsessed with a super soldier.
Confronted Soros.
His name's something else, but
Had her fired.
Johnny knows what it is.
What's going on, but your job is to do this other thing. You did a great job except for that, so I'm letting you go. And soon after that, she started getting all these alien love bites with these reptilians. Investment bankers were trying to mate with her. So at the point,
She kept getting alien love bites. Reptilian investment bankers were trying to mate with her.
So gross.
and I do want to mention that we did have a heckler today. In Joanne's. Did you hear about this?
Joanne Richards?
Hmm?
What?
Yeah, a heckler showed up. He was accusing her of being a fraud.
Good thing I wasn't there.
Because if you know,
Although
Or what? What were you going to do?
should have been
if you
there.
don't know the story, she's married to a guy in prison who has been involved in the secret space program. And it is my belief, and
Hey, Lindsay.
many others, that Mark Richards was framed for murder.
Mark Richards had a man killed. Okay? I don't care what you think about it. If you read and talk to the person that basically he influenced and brought a young boy into a teenage boy into his cult and then convinced him to kill another man who was supposedly Mark's friend, was there telling him what to do while he was killing this man. And then Mark Richards stripped his wallet and some of his belongings from the body and started spending the man's money. But then claims that he had nothing to do with it, that the boy just went crazy and killed the guy.
Because he successfully went down into Dulce Base and rescued a lot of people, and that pissed a lot of the elites off. The timeline, it was around 82 when he was incarcerated in the Dulce Base. That took place in 79. So in my opinion, it's not a coincidence. But so this guy has apparently been hired, but she doesn't know who to harass her, and he's been harassing her at multiple venues.
This one dude.
Yeah.
You guys know the woman from the Camelot videos. What's it called? Camelot. The blonde-haired woman. Intel Lady does an impression of her. She's married to Mark Richards.
Yeah, so
Where is he? Where is he?
They had the
We
police
meet him.
come out and of all things. But
Oh, okay, yeah. When I got here this afternoon, that was going down.
did you see the police here?
I didn't. I just missed them, but I heard people talking about
Yeah,
it. Oh
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you for the support, John.
Awesome.
It's
Thank you so
true.
much. This was fun.
Project Camelot, you're right.
Doing it this long, but you know,
Okay.
what is it? Where energy flows, where something goes, energy flows.
That sounds good to me.
I think it's her that's married to him.
Super soldier.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a different. I think
No,
I'm a,
you don't want to be a super soldier.
I'm a different kind of soldier.
I haven't even talked about what they do to us to make super soldiers. If I did, you wouldn't want to be one.
Yeah. Well, I want to.
Oh, wait. Super Chick Prepper, you got to see her most recent video. We're building up to it.
Yeah. And that's like one thing that.
If you guys leave before we get to her most recent video, I'm telling you, you're missing the greatest piece of crazy that our new world has seen.
Add. You know, there's a lot of trauma in this industry, and I love to bring this sense of unity and friendship into it to kind of heal some of these just traumatic events. Taking this thing and making it.
That's the super soldiers that she's obsessed with. That was James Rink, who speaks at these events and claims to be a super soldier of this new ageism or whatever it is. Let's see. These are from 2 years ago. Energy update, disclosure fest, energy update. Let me rip this narrative to shreds about AI, artificial intelligence. Let's talk money. Live with Captain Randy Kramer of United States Marine Corps Secret Space Program, Public Relations Officer, SSP Mars 1, the Secret Space Program Mars 1. Whew. Sorry. Some of this is so crazy. Let's get to 1 year. She did a lot of it. She's her frequency of videos is really picking up. Really picking up. Portal to Ascension, Netflix of Ancient Aliens content, PTA conference, Brooks Agnew. We're trying to get to 1 year old, and then we'll hop to the new video. Why I love Q and why I don't love Q. So she's fallen into this rabbit hole. She's got Patreons. She is now claiming that she's helping to rescue underground children. That's what her Patreon says, that she's rescuing children. We'll click on her Patreon in just a second. Actually, let's do this. Lauren Pritchard is creating child rescue. Select a membership level. 3 different membership levels for her rescuing children. I didn't just buy the t-shirt. I'm doing it. The rescue of children, seen and unseen, young and grown, and inner child. It's a culture of life. Thank you for your support. So she's rescuing children. The only turtles that get to tell me what to do are actual turtles. Jesus Christ. You guys are making this mission possible. So for those of you guys that were worried she wasn't grifting, she's absolutely grifting. Out here rescuing children. Let's see what else she's got from a year. We're looking for a year ago. Here we're in 1 year. Patagonia, Lionsgate trips, car talk, clearing the air, disarming bad behavior. He has a bunch of coffee talk news, what makes a royal family, balancing feminine and masculine, the Romanovs, damn it, where's a good one? Greek mythology, quick daily coaching, birthday, New Earth talk from New York, energy update, reverse vortices, she says vortexes, but I think that's how you do the plural of vortex. Michael Prince oh no. Wait, let's see what this is. Michael Prince claims he's a super soldier and also the archangel of God. My dog dropped a Q code. Peacemaking doesn't mean passivity. It is the act of interrupting injustice without mirroring injustice. The act of disarming evil without destroying the evildoer. The act of finding a third way that is neither fight nor flight, but the central arduous pursuit of reconciliation and justice.
Counterintelligence, perhaps insider. And these people bait me with James Caswell, Michael Prince, because I don't know if they want to see if I'm for real or, they want to bait me. So what happens is usually they'll contact me with some sort of, because I tend to have like an insider at a time. It's probably over now, but I'm picking up on these patterns. They'll get like an insider at a time and they'll start by helping me out. But then what it turns into is me just giving them information. Then I'm just feeding them information through conversation. And, I'm not here to start trouble or anything. It's not a big deal, but there is a massive deception going on here. And there's a massive revealing. Apocalypse means to reveal. Doesn't mean the destruction of the world. Though if you Google it, it will say the destruction of the world. Perhaps it's because it's the destruction of their world, but if you open it up further, the Greek meaning is to reveal. So please allow me to reveal. I don't work for these insiders. I don't answer to anybody. I'm not groomed for this, I'm not groomed to be subservient to anybody. So I'm going to share. I'm not going to keep secrets. I'm going to share something that I find to be valuable because this is a great example of the grand deception of the things. This is why you got to have your discernment on lock, and also why things in the truther consciousness. It's a lot of
YouTube decided that I showed a pattern of harassment of defenseless human beings and that I wasn't eligible for super chats or stickers.
Too much information. I would highly recommend that you just stop absorbing information and start living your life. Like moving into the heart, attracting positive things. This is the harvest. So we want to harvest our future. And you're allowed to do that because we're not going to pay exorbitant amounts of debt at the expense of our soul. So start working for yourself spiritually, for your heart, for your soul, because this is the harvest. This is the harvest time. Do not waste it by sitting on the internet reading a bunch of stuff. And then we come into a false resonance. We get these false idols rising to power, if that even happens. And all the while, they're not the real deal. It's all fake. You know, I have my own suspicions about like Contact in the Desert, QAnon, Laura Eisenhower, Stuart Swerdlow, and I got nothing against them, but I don't work for them. And I think I honor duality so much, as they should also. If they're not AI driven, they would honor it also in coming into non-duality and revealing.
I forgot to start Odyssey, but I just now started it.
Pushing or bullying anybody to do that, but that's the stage I'm setting. That's where I am interested in operating from a place of that. So here goes. So this is a letter. It's encrypted with a lot of humor and a lot of sarcasm. So, like I said, this insider had baited me with James Caswell, Michael Prince, and then turns out, she's like, they work together, but she told me he had like depression issues, and I was like, okay, oh yeah, like I always go along with it because, I don't need to reveal how, I want to get the information, right? Like I want
of course,
to keep talking. So I don't fight. And also, who am I to say that he doesn't have depression, mental health issues, and is on Lexapro, right? But, I am somebody to say that he's not. So that was very early on. So obviously, James Caswell, Michael Prince does not like this woman. Obviously, they are not partners on the same side. They might be partners as in intelligence and counterintelligence, but they're not partners on the same side. And this letter that's encrypted with humor and with sarcasm, because AI does not understand humor and sarcasm. That's a very human thing. It's something that's encrypted with the feelings of something else. That's a human thing, emotional intelligence. And so, she had sent it to me. She thought it would excite me. Certainly it did, but for different reasons, because I'm human, because I am not. Anyways, so it says, Dear So-and-so, thank you for your recent letter. I very much liked the barn swallow envelope. I like nature, barns, woods, and fields, cows in the spring, and udders full of milk. What do you like? Ultraman is a farmer from the southwest of England. I think my favorite picture of you is the one of you sitting in the big blue chair. It looks so big for a small, strong woman. So this woman claims to be Isis and a cyborg battle angel. My favorite software in IT prison courses is Microsoft Publisher. If I had permission, I would put that/you in Publisher and have you sitting on a barrel of hay, and a field around you would be cows, maybe Frisians, and on your feet would be Wellington boots. Yours sincerely, James.
What?
So, because it's encrypted with so much humor, and to me, I'm reading this as he did it on purpose because she can't understand humor, she can't understand the sarcasm, and she actually thought that the thing about the Wellington boots was so significant because she has a pair of Wellington boots. That was what she found to be so profound about the letter, because she doesn't understand the humor. And this person is going to potentially, so she says, be revealed as a motherly figure, the Isis, the Trinity, and she's not. And
that's right. Here's the like button.
So that's that. Just a little James Caswell.
Especially if you're on the right channel.
I'm not against anybody. It's just, I'm all about, I'm not keeping your secrets. I don't work for you. I don't work for them. I work for you. I work for your good everyday people.
You're not lost. She's lost. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
No problem putting information.
So that's when she starts talking about, well, I guess we can flip it now. Here, let's go to newest added. So that's when she starts talking about her super soldier infatuation, her new super soldier. So the new super soldier is the one she's infatuated with, like obsessed with, is supposedly the Archangel Michael, and he's coming to do the work of God. But I want you to notice something here. When we get to the 1 year mark, she starts making videos out the ass. And I make videos. I make a shit ton of videos, right? We go live every day, 7 days a week, a lot of the time. She does the same thing. Look at how many of these videos are from 9 months ago. There's pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of video of her obsessing over this over and over again, different things. She's very, 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 very deep down the rabbit hole. Different things. Some of them are short. Some of them are over 2 hours long. Right, here's a 2 hour long video. Here's an 8 minute video. It just depends on what's on her mind. But it's like it's almost like she's slowly slipping into the psychosis, I guess. It's not getting better. It's a case study in how you go from, I heard about Ascension, to, I'm full on QAnon obsessed, can't put it down, can't stop. She thinks she's finding these super soldiers, pictures of them back from the 20s, and in their past lives. She thinks she's finding them and seeing them and digging them up. Hold on just a second, guys. We're going to take a break and let Oliver do his thing. You ready, Ollie? You want to do your thing? All right, guys, it's time for 99 News. Give me just a second to turn the filters around. We're doing 99 News and Game Train right quick. I know you guys didn't get to see them this weekend. Stop, Ollie. You're going to fall. Ollie, get down. You're going to fall. So we'll go ahead and knock those out. Here we go.
Oh, seems that we have
Come on, chicken boy.
Ollie, there. Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news.
Down. I'll let you do it by yourself. Hold on. Get out of the way.
Night news with that night news with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news with that night news with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that
On the chair.
news with that night news with that night news.
Hello?
Don't cough in the microphone, buddy. Cough to the side.
They can't see you, Ollie.
It's my camera stand. I have to be easy with it.
Hi. Where that done do?
Hollywood 99. No, don't touch that.
No, don't be what though. Hi.
You're so cute.
Seven Wolf out and wolf out and 1,510.
1,000 chickens.
And another 1,510.
And another 1,000 chickens.
2,000 chickens.
You give me 1,510.
That's 2,000.
Tell him you don't have a cold, but you're very snotty right now, huh?
Yeah.
Say Kim got you a chicken blanket.
Say Kim, yeah.
Can she be better?
Tell her to say thank you, Kim. I don't think she.
Wait, and we pet on ball.
Huh?
And we pet a. You don't pet
Oh, the present?
No pet Pet a ball and we try.
Plankton. And SpongeBob?
Yeah, a ball and we try to see for it. We try you.
Oh, Plankton. SpongeBob is really tiny and evil.
Robot.
No, it's a real one. I know he or mad.
You're silly. All right, I'll tell him.
It had robot friend called
Karen is his robot wife.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have baby.
Oh, they have a baby now? I don't know.
Baby Karen.
Baby Karen?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Go up, Bubba. Yeah, go up.
He grows up.
He grows up into a big Karen?
Yeah. It's a robot cat about a tiny.
Oh, it looks like Karen, but it's tiny.
Yeah.
You're so cute. Tell them what you did today.
I don't know why it had. I don't know why. I don't know.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Okay, we'll talk. Because you guys. Tell them you're going to go swim at Grammy's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Shut up, William. They said they're very proud of you.
Yeah. Somebody will foul a tit.
Horrible chicken hen.
Put wolf out, put wolf out.
What is 1,000 plus 1,000?
It's 2,000.
2,000.
We put 2,000, put 2,000.
What is it?
It's 4,000.
4,000. Good job.
We put 4,000, put 4,000.
What is 4,000 plus 4,000?
Put 8,000.
8,000. You're so smart.
We put 8,000, put 8,000.
What is 8,000 plus 8,000?
60,000.
Good job. You're so smart. Good job.
Alright. You are.
Wait, Dad, do.
Okay, I'm gonna go eat some chips and cheese.
Say love you.
Wait, look. What you had that?
Daddy just had to fix it so you could hear us. Step over it.
Say love you. Give me the headphones.
Why had that? Have fit.
Oh God, we're tangled.
Get out of the way.
Why had that pony? What?
Now it's Bubba's turn.
Let me get the other one set up. Go sit down, Liam.
Hi guys. Hi. So guess what? I have a new video game release to talk about. And it's called Splitgate. So Splitgate is basically Halo mixed with old Call of Duty Golden skins mixed with Portal. So that's really cool. Because you can shoot portals all around the map. Well, not really all around the map. Only on these specific, like, blue places that look like a blue checkered pattern. So it isn't as sane as it sounds, but it is really, really cool. And I haven't played the game yet. You might ask, Liam, why are you talking about a game you haven't played it? Yeah. First of all, that's kind of what we do on this channel when there's a new game release. Well, it's not new, it's been updated, but yeah, so and also the second reason is because it comes out tomorrow on all consoles. It was originally just out on PC, but now you can play it on all consoles. You have an octopus on your head, Liam. Yes, absolutely. This is my best friend. His name is Purple Nurple. But yeah, so anyways, I'm trying to think. Yeah, so let's discuss each section of like what makes this a game like a combination of all those games. So first of all, the biggest part, the Halo. So the Halo part of this game, it's obviously based on Halo. Like they have like a bunch of different weapons that like act like Halo guns. For example, the bat, which it's like an insta-kill, like melee weapon. You like feel so swag when you use it. You just, especially because you have jetpacks, so you can fly behind someone and hit them with the bat. Oh my gosh. Oh, when are you getting it? Tomorrow when it comes out on consoles. I hope it comes out on Switch. But yeah. So anyways, continuing on. Yeah, there's a bunch of different weapons. The bat, the classic, like Halo-style assault rifle, and there's rocket launchers, there's snipers, there's shotguns, and that's a lot. And also, they have, like, they're trying to imitate the old Halo voice actor, like the Betrayal guy, and they do it fine. It doesn't it sounds kind of like the Halo guy, but I still like how it turned out. What is your current favorite game, Liam? The one I'm playing right now is about Minecraft, so I'd say that right now, I guess. But yeah, so continuing on, yeah, the weapons are really good. The voice actor is good. Now continuing on to the Call of Duty part. So, in here, in Call of Duty, so the Call of Duty, like, golden skins. So they have these creative skins, like, you know how in Call of Duty, when you got like 1,000 headshots with your sniper, you would get a golden sniper skin. Liam, did your purple octopus replace purple Barney? No. I mean, wait, I never had a purple Barney. Wait, does purple Barney no longer exist? Is he now blue? Oh no. But yeah. So anyways, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. So yeah, you can get like 1,000 kills with your shotgun and with golden shotguns, and that's really cool. And you might be asking, this game is free and it sounds so good, but how do they make their money? Well, obviously cosmetics, which a complaint, like a big complaint with the old games, or the before it was updated in 2019, they had like crappy skins, like it was just like bigger legs, different color, but now they have like skeleton skins, and that's really cool. But yeah, so that's pretty cool with all of those skins. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Yeah, so next to the portal element, the portal element is, as I said, you can shoot like the portals on the walls, and you can teleport through them, and it makes insane gameplay. Now onto a little bit of the game modes that I remember. So there's this really good game mode called, I think it's either Knockout or like Arena or something. But yeah, so yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, so in this mode, you have to kill all the enemies at once, but they can respawn at any time. But the good thing is at first it's like 3 seconds to get revived. Then it goes up and up and up until it's like 10 to 20 seconds to revive. And you can't be revived if there's no more teammates. And this just, it's like so simple, but it's so well done. Like how it creates this crazy situations of like teleporting all around the place, trying to sneak up on the entire team to kill them all, and trying to team up to get the entire team. Oh my gosh, it looks so much fun. But yeah, so that's it for today. Yeah, so what I'm working on for the next episode is the tier list of the like video game weapons, like for example like the diamond sword and the master sword from all like Zelda and Minecraft. But yeah, so that sounds like a lot of fun. If you guys are excited for that, don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'll see you next time. Bye.
All right, guys, that was the kids segment. Let me get the noise gates back on. Filter on. Noise gate up to 4. There we go. All right, we're back. Thank you for joining the kids segments. That was 99 News and Liam with Game Train. Thank you for joining that. We appreciate it. Let's hop back into Lauren Pritchard. So you can see how this is sort of spiraling. It's going further and further down the rabbit hole. I'll drop Liam's channel in just a second. As soon as I get it pulled up. As she's going further and further down the rabbit hole, it's getting worse and worse. She becomes more and more extreme over and over again. She's falling down this QAnon rabbit hole again and again. There's Liam's channel in the chat right there if you want to subscribe to it. I just take the clips from here that I record and upload them there. But sometimes he goes over there and reads comments. So I know it kind of, it's a replay, but if you guys want to leave him a comment, he goes over there and reads them sometimes for the show. He just goes through all his comments. Let's see what else we got into. It gets much worse. Oh, I need to be going up. It gets much worse the longer she's involved. And like I was saying before, it is a case study in how people fall down a rabbit hole. She didn't seem that crazy. She never did, but it's not getting better. It's getting worse, clearly. She's not getting any better. She's not listening to anybody else. She's only feeding this desire that she has to believe this. It's getting worse and worse and worse, and it's compounding over top of itself to the point where she's not doing very well. There is one video here I want to show you where she calls out Owen Benjamin, and the guy I was talking about the first of the show, Mersh. He's the guy who covers her much more regularly than I will. This is the only show we're going to have on her, but every time there's an update with her, he covers it. If you want to check that out on Nightwave, is the name of his show, Nightwave Radio. You can check that out on YouTube. This is from a month ago, where she calls out Owen Benjamin, who is another creator who's banned from YouTube, and Nightwave Radio. So let's back this up and check this out, and then we'll move on to her most current video that I've been trying to show you guys. Here we go.
What's up, guys? Lauren Pritchard, Spirit Advisor, Satanic Cult Ruiner, Transparency Specialist. Guys, the satanic cults that actually do ritual murder of children, they do ritual murder for the division between brothers.
That escalated quickly. No.
So on this earth, it seems like there's all these people that are just all these, people just like us. But there are specific tribes of people that they purposefully try to keep divided. And those are the Cains and the Abels, the Cains and, Odin's boys. It's like a little bit older. It's a little bit more of like giant DNA.
Right there, man.
And so...
Super Chick Prepper brought you a 6-pack. Take down one Kool-Aid stand at a time. That's it.
Well, the Cains especially, right? Because they don't fucking get it, right? Because they're the ones that are disconnected. It's that like Luciferian disconnection. Mersh is totally a Cain, right? And we love the Cains. They're so lovable, but they're so loveless sometimes. In fact, most of the times, those are the ones that are the easiest to target by the satanic cults, right? He's like, oh, I'm not targeted by satanic cult. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Exactly. Now, Owen might hear this message.
So if you believe you're not being targeted by a satanic cult, that's the problem, because you are.
Actually be like, there's some truth to that, but the Cains want to hear it and they just don't want to fucking hear it, and we can't have this. Whatever, you know what, you guys do what you want to do. I'm going to do what I can just to put some more transparency to this issue, right? And this actually does piss me off. While I'm not pissed off like at Mersh, I don't know Mersh. Like, I just came across his channel a few months ago from Hamish Patterson, brought him up, and then I was like, this seems cool, subscribed. I'd pop in from time to time. I was really enjoying the show last night, so I go into the show today, and it's all about how he's starting like a Mersh's stand because Owen has Beartaria, and he's making fun of Owen, but there's all these holes in the story, and it's like, you know, it seems like it's just petty and it's stupid and it's dumb and like, oh, it's not that serious. And like people love this kind of energy. They love this kind of negative energy. They love to like paint each other against each other. How about all the humans, all the brothers paint themselves against fucking child predators, satanic cults, and all this stuff that is now coming to the surface? Like lean into the truth. Like get away from the government, get away from politics, get away from all this shit. And you know, lean into God, your father. Cains are like really separated from the father, although they're super smart. Like they're such good dudes and they're super smart, but they just have like this, they're so easy to fall for the traps of the satanic cult, of the Luciferian cults. And, you know, it actually really does piss me off because children are literally ritually murdered to keep this energy, to keep this negative energy, to keep this brotherly divide. This is the gate. When you look at the map that I show you all the time, this is the gate in between Raphael and Uriel. This is the gate. Somebody in there is a group of people in there whose job it is to keep this gate intact. And so when I see stuff like this, I can see, oh, somebody's kids are being murdered. Shit is going down to keep this gate intact. So I'll do what I can do to bring more transparency to it, to put it out into the airwaves.
Makes sense.
To undo that gate, right? I'm a gate breaker. All these people are gatekeepers. I'm a gate breaker. I wish I could do a lot more. Hopefully this is plenty. Hopefully this is enough.
The breaker of the gates.
You guys tune in and you actually listen to these things and you pray for these things because it actually works. So thank you so much. And I think I made my point. I don't want to make this too long. Heavenly Father, we pray that this division between the Cains and the Abels, the Uriels and the Raphaels, that the Uriels cut it out, the Lucifers cut it out, the cult of Cain cut it out, all the descendants of Cain cut the shit out, because they're the ones that are lacking the wisdom. They're the biggest targets of all. So we pray for them to stop.
She's definitely changed quite a bit. I mean, you can see it in her actions, how she talks about this, even her mannerisms. She has fallen much, much deeper the closer that we are getting towards current time.
Participating in this kind of energy. And as always, thank you for your love, your support, and your guidance. Let's see. Somebody is like blowing me the fuck up, dude. I'm going to put this shit on silent. Fuck off. Brotherly divide, the Cains. There was one more thing I wanted to say before I was so annoying.
Not to mention she's sitting in the fucking dark recording this. She's sitting in the dark all methed out recording this shit.
Interrupted by somebody that's blowing my phone the fuck up. I don't know who it is. Like, send one text message. Don't send, like, a bunch.
I'm telling you, that's the whole reason we started and checked year to year to year. This last year, I don't know if it was a lockdown. I don't know if it's more aggressive video watching. Maybe she didn't have anything to do but watch the video. Lauren Pritchard Forever Romanoff Child Rescue ATX is the name of her channel. Here, let's just copy link address. Here you go, Em. So she has definitely changed quickly in the last year.
In a row, and don't keep calling me. Good God. Well, you know what? I guess I'm doing something right, so I'll just keep on
Somebody's trying to sell her an auto warranty, and she's flipping the fuck out.
talking about it. This is it, dude. These are the final dominoes, dude. Child rescue summer, bitch. It's not white boy summer. It's not hot girl summer. It's child rescue summer.
It is most definitely white boy summer. I can declare it is most definitely white boy summer, and the theme song for white boy summer is Shooter Jennings, 4th of July.
This is exactly.
Oh, and the Froggy Fresh remix of Ain't Seen Nothing Yet.
Exactly it. There's somebody that is like out there. These people are out there trying to keep this one gate closed. And then when I see this kind of behavior coming from people like Mersh, knowing that he's a descendant of Cain, they all look the same, they all act the same, they all say the same shit. He was just saying last night, he's got a fear of death.
It is not her original channel. She's been banned a couple times.
He says there has to be an anti, which is true because people get too crazy, which is true. They're good dudes. And I think I made my point. There was one more thing that I wanted to say, but I was so annoyingly interrupted by this fucking black mirror. This black mirror that is just a total hijacking of reality. We sit here in our apartments alone because of this fucking thing. Because people think that, oh, there's people in there. There's people in the phone. There's nobody.
Yes, she has an ongoing relationship. That's how I found her, and I want to give credit to that. I'm only covering her this one time. If you want more updates, you're going to have to go to Not Wave Radio and listen to Mersh. But she has an ongoing in and out, back and forth with Mersh. That's how I found her. I've seen her covered on her show, and he covered one of her recent videos in a Twitter post he did, and that's why we're covering it.
The fucking phone, dude. You can jerk off all you want to me. It doesn't make me there.
Excuse me? How, what?
Phone, dude. You can jerk off all you want to me. It doesn't make me there. I told Christopher he had to stop jerking off to me because I can tell. Because of the phone, because you can just jerk off, that's a gatekeeping. That's a gatekeeping thing. That's not true.
Mariah, why are you keeping my gate? I wish you'd open my gate.
Translating in reality. People's actual desires are not translating into reality because they're too scared because of the Matrix system. Because people can't get their mind, well, they're getting their mind out of the Matrix system.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin's batshit crazy. He went full on Luciferian and Jews rule the world, moved off grid, on grid, but claims it's off grid. He went really crazy. I used to like him as a comedian.
Why won't these dudes talk to me? Because everything I say fucking scares them, because everything I say threatens their entire existence.
I'm sure it's not your personality. It seems excellent to me.
Scares them because everything I say threatens their entire existence. They love me more than anyone in the world, but they won't speak to me because everything about me threatens everything about their little world. This world.
They love me more than anything in the world, but they won't speak about me because they... What?
The world is fucked up. It needs to calm down.
They've never spoke to you, but they love you?
Completely disintegrate. And it is happening.
Yeah, he probably is. He tweeted about her today. He's got a good show. If you guys want to go watch Not Wave Radio sometime, he's going to cover... I'm only covering her this one time just because it ties into QAnon and child, blah, blah, blah. But it's his person to cover. I'm not going to take it from him.
Happening. So prepare for that. I'm not yelling because I'm like angry it's not happening. I'm passionate and I'm glad it's happening. And I'm just telling you about...
I'm not yelling. You're just listening too closely. You piece of shit.
About it. I don't need to be angry because God is all powerful. So glory to God, dude. That's our dude. Glory to God. This is why I have such good inner peace. I express these things. I have such inner peace. Alrighty, that's that. You're the right kind of people. Love y'all so much. Please pray for this.
Wow, the mood change, the shift.
I appreciate you for like joining me in this fight. I mean, this is my frustration today. I'm like, what is bothering me so much? And I think it's just, you know what? I can't be the only one doing this. I can't be the only one doing this. So I appreciate you very much, very, very much for being in this fight with me. This is just like information. It's really creating so much transparency. It's like a ripple in the cosmos and it's ripping down fast. So the things that I do and say are not going in vain right now. It's really, really picked up.
I would call this vain. You got 2,000 subscribers, 900 views. It's basically in vain.
So thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Oh, wow. Way to turn it off.
You're the right kind of people.
No one likes to go to bed angry.
And I love y'all so much. I will talk to you later.
Those big eyes aren't scary as fuck, especially those rings around them. You're completely stable. I don't know why you don't have men beating down your door to masturbate in front of you rather than doing it, remotely. It's crazy. You guys will be happy to know in the current state that she's in, she is now pregnant. Want to know who the father is? Do you want to know who the father is? She is now pregnant. Do you want to know who the father is? This is her pregnancy announcement video. It is called "This Pregnancy Isn't Weird. A Society That Lives on the Internet Is. Human Trafficking is Weird." I'm assuming she would like to know who the father is too. Watch the video. She very well may still be a lesbian. Okay.
You know, people who think are historic figures from thousands of years ago walking the earth now. But they do a Bohemian Grove, they crucify you upside down. It's a reverse or satanic.
Yeah, he's wondering if all wars are
All those teeth and just that one mouth.
actually a cover for ET and human conflict.
Yes.
Would you say so?
Yeah, all wars, yeah.
And in terms of weaponry, would you say the atom bomb was developed in an attempt to fight ET?
Yeah, yeah. Because there's a lot of suicide conflict going on in this. You know, the Greys will come down in their light craft and suicide themselves. They got no problem.
You will never, ever, ever, I don't care if I gave you eternity, you will never, ever, ever guess who the father is.
The Greys have a lot of suicide soldiers. And oftentimes the human governments will nuke an area or blow an area up.
She's playing a video of Michael Casbolt, I think's his name.
So, I mean, it's
Mr. Medicare.
trying to do
Jim.
the terror of alien ship land.
No, this is not the baby daddy. I don't know why she's playing this video. She just is.
Is too much. So they'll often nuke the population so they don't have to go through that. Kind of doing them a favour. Because it's just a quick death.
And to contain the situation.
And to contain it, yeah.
And so if we have populations...
Here we go.
What's up, guys? Welcome. Lauren Pritchard, Spirit Advisor, Child Rescue, ATX Worldwide. ATX Worldwide. Doing energy update, coffee talk for this Sunday, June 25th. This one is called This Pregnancy Isn't Weird. You know what's weird? A society that lives on the internet. People who work for human traffickers and are mind controlled and silenced. What else is weird? No communication between people is weird. Droning technology is weird. AI mind control is weird.
Somebody guessed it. Shane.
That's what's weird. This isn't weird. That's weird. This is like normal, I guess. Compared to that, this is normal. What's up, David?
She's going to tell you.
This will be a real test of the believers. Real test of the believers. Probably block.
This is going to be a real test of the believers. You really have to be a believer to believe what I'm fixing to tell you, okay? This is such strange information. You really, really have to be a believer to believe what I'm about to tell you.
A lot of, it's people that like listen to this. Why? Because you like the sound of my voice? Because you want to be me? Because you want to learn from me and mimic me? Or
I've just been masturbating to you.
Are you a believer?
A believer? Like a fan of Justin Bieber?
Are you a true follower?
No.
Of the Father? So, no, this pregnancy isn't weird. Everything else is weird. This entire world is weird.
Everything else. Let me keep reassuring myself and you that this is not weird. Everything else is weird. What I'm fixing to tell you is not weird at all. Everything else is weird. Trust me, I know weird. This is normal. Everything else is weird.
Not a social experiment, not a hoax. It's real. It's true. So I've been celibate for a year, and I had a period July 6th. And then July 19th, I noticed that something was abnormal. That was on Monday. And by Wednesday, I was like, I gotta stop smoking and drinking. And by Friday, I couldn't even run without holding.
You heard that right. She has been celibate without sex for a year. Over the weekend, she found out she was pregnant.
Holding myself. Yesterday, I was doing hair. So I was with my client for 5 hours, and I'm like wearing a dress to like cover my, try to like mask what's going on. And it was like by the end of the 5 hours, I'm like, I can barely hide this. Because the belly is up high. I always thought it would be like down low. It's like up high, so you can't really like hide that there's something going on around here. No, it's not fake. It's not. I'm telling you the truth. And I never. It's funny because
she doesn't even claim it's God. She just claims that she's not had sex in a year. Now she's pregnant.
Since I met Christopher, this has been a theme. This has been a theme in my life, in our lives. And that was about 2 years ago. And I never believed in, I guess I don't particularly like put labels and boxes around things, but I don't believe in things that I don't have any personal experience with. Right? Like it never crossed my mind. Even though I was aware of what I do here. I'm aware of the information that I'm aware of the source that my information was coming from, but I never considered that as a possibility. Just because it just didn't cross my mind. And it's interesting because it answered some of my questions. It solved some of my problems. Because who is the spirit? Who is it? It's both the brothers. The father splits into two. Both the brothers.
Who is the spirit within her? It's both the brothers, because the father splits into two. That would seem to insinuate that the father of her child, the spirit that impregnated her, is both Cain and Abel.
So while I wasn't living my life thinking that I had everything figured out, I don't. You can't do that because nothing works. You got to serve God's will. I kind of wondered because of, who I was just like, who is it? Which brother is it? It's because it's both. That's the brotherly divide coming to a close. The Father becomes the Son. The Father splits into two. The two are human embodiment. They war back and forth. End times. They stop warring. Brotherly love returns. The Father returns. Who's the dad? Both brothers. Himself. Immaculate Conception or whatever. So this is a real test of the believers. I mean, whatever. I can't believe how mean people are. It's so funny. People's reactions are funny. It's real funny. So, but this isn't weird. You know what's weird? Everything else. Everything else is fucking weird. You know what's weird? Everything I see on Instagram. You know what's weird? Having to sit on Instagram because there's nothing else to do. That's what's weird. This isn't weird. This isn't weird. This is weird. Everything else is fucking weird. So I feel great because no, this isn't weird. Everything else is weird. It's just like scrolling through Instagram. It's like just people have nothing to do because they're living on the internet. There's all this separation. There's all this mind control. There's this like AI sentience. And, that's what's weird. People working for human traffickers, they can't see it. People whose hearts are feared. They're in fear. Their hearts are in fear, so they can't even think right. So my frustration has been, this thing is happening, and there's only two people in the world that I want to tell that I want near me. It's like I don't even want anyone else near me. I'm like, everyone else get the fuck away from me. And I can't just say anything. So that's my frustration I was expressing yesterday. Why do things have to get so bad before they get better? Because as women, we got to stop acting like we can do everything. We got to stop acting like, it's just, the truth is the truth, and your destiny is your destiny.
By the way, who is that Jandra person? And what the fuck is their deal? Like, they are fixated. In the comment section over a music video, they flipped the fuck out. And they're still commenting. Their most recent comment was, she said that she wasn't going to bring herself down to my miserable level, along with Miss Mo and Azrael Griffkiller. Uh-oh, hey Beer Man. 55 Patsy bought you 3 6-pack. 12 years of Catholic school obviously taught me nothing. So glad I stayed awake for this Immaculate Conception report. That's right. It's coming in strong, Patsy. You got to keep up with it. But she called me out and called me miserable, said she couldn't lower herself to my miserable level, along with Miss Mo and Azrael Griffkiller. And I said, right, everyone's miserable, but you got it. And she said, mine is just a little less miserable because I don't have to continually bring someone down to build myself up or create a defamatory platform to do so. Oh, and I do pay my own bills. Like I owe you money, bitch.
Why do men lack the courage to do it? Because of mind control, right? It's the AI mind control.
She said it was you, Mark, by name, I'm pretty sure.
You can't even say anything. You have to let nature run its course. You just have to let people figure it out. So,
It's on the music video.
It has been very strange because this thing has happened, and it's like
there's only 2 people in the world I want to tell, and I can't because of the mind control, because there's a barrier to communication. And I can't reach out. That's not something I can do. And you know what's also weird is because everyone in my life is mind controlled to have no communication. I'm estranged from my family, you know, which I don't want.
I hate that for your friend, John, but that is true. I mean, there are women out here that are a next level crazy.
But that's the thing is, I don't want anyone around me.
Mark, she said it was you from an alternate dimension, but that Mark went back to the alternate dimension, parallel universe. So you're still going to be on the hook for child support.
That isn't in full resonance with what's going on here from firsthand experience. So, you know, the only reason why, well, not the only reason, but one of the huge reasons why I would want to speak to Christopher is because of all people, he knows firsthand. Of all people in the world, he actually knows this is true, this is real. He gets it because he is also, you know, has his own path that he's been walking. So, but you know, it's not an option for me because it has to come from the courage of men. It's not for me to insert myself anymore. You know, it's like women got to stop nagging men.
The weird pauses make her seem more stable. Much more stable.
Stop trying to control everything. You know, let God's will work. Let the faith work. Let the spirit work now. You don't really have a choice, right? Because it's like nothing else makes sense, you know? So for once, things begin to make sense in the spirit with God, serving God's will. You know, we come to this place to conquer the ego. And when you conquer the ego, you see that God is the Father. That is your Father. It's His breath in your lungs. And it's for us to praise the Father only. None of these false idols, none of these alien weirdos, none of these statues. To conquer the ego, to praise the Father only. It's His breath in your lungs.
Oh, by the way, while she's taking her weird crazy pause, I did get some cards and some stuff that came in the mail. So Oliver got his chicken blanket from Kim. Thank you for that. As well as Miss Thurman and a couple of anonymous people sent donations. I appreciate that. Thank you for sending them in. I got all the envelopes here. I meant to thank them at the start of it. There was one from Texas. Miss Gates was one from Texas Anonymous, and one that didn't even have a return address Anonymous. So thank you for those. I think most of these were from Liberty Warriors channel, but still, if you happen to see this video, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I pressed play like 2 minutes ago. She still paused.
And it's like in this very materialistic world, you come into this world and the system, you know, the material world puts people on a pedestal. Oh, you're a big special boy now. You went to college, you got...
Oh, you're a big special boy now.
The degree, which is good.
Want to be my baby daddy?
But this whole world, this physical world, will put people on a pedestal. Give them all this pride, cater to the ego, and then people are up here when really the whole point of coming here is to conquer the ego.
Well, is he awake, Patsy? If he's not awake, he probably won't believe it. You need to find an awake priest.
is when you serve in God's will only, when you're walking with the Father, and with nature and the intelligent design. That's when you live fully alive. So in this world, it's put people up on a pedestal, and it's for people to realize that the only way to live fully alive is to live for the Spirit, because God has a plan, has a plan for your life. But our life in this world has taken us down these paths where we got further into the material,
different dad, Shady.
Ego, further, hopefully not into the pride, hopefully not. That's hard to come down from. Pride is really hard to come down from. Don't try to reason or rationalize with people with pride. It's really hard to crack. It's got to happen through a conscious evolution of everyone else around us. That's when the pride people finally come down from that sky-high pedestal they've got put up on.
You guys remember how normal she seemed in the first video, and everybody's like, oh, she doesn't sound crazy. Oh, yeah, talking about natural health remedies. I think you got the wrong one, bud. You shouldn't even be covering this. Why are you covering this? She seems so normal. What's going on? Why would you ever cover this?
And then now there's so much misery. There's so much discontent. There's so much drinking and debauchery and over-sexualization, and people are just living on the screens, living on the internet, not in real life. Because they're not living fully alive. Because we come into this world with this ego. The whole purpose is to defeat the ego, to come down off that pedestal, to serve God's will only, to live fully alive in the Spirit of the Father. That's when you begin to find happiness.
Got a little something.
To feel love.
Come on down and come on down. Come on, y'all. Get a little something. Big Dick Will signing off.
Your desire and God's will is the same thing, but this world has fed people these desires that are not fulfilling at all. They're making people sick, and they're going to cause them to, eventually die.
She's celibate. Come on, guys.
People want that death. David says, in search of those on the same path that sees the same way. Yeah, frustration can come from those whose path is different from our own, especially if we focus hard on it.
But babies come from those with a penis inside you.
I mean, there really is people taking the path, serving God's will, just being full faith in the Spirit. And then it's the people going the other direction. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you say. It's these people got to stay in their lane. You need to I don't know. It's like a psychological.
Yeah, we already covered that, man.
And then to also have them stay in their lane, but to not create friction, because they want the friction, right?
What the fuck is the difference, Mariah? I decided I too shall be celibate from now on. Now on, hell, from fucking 9 years ago to now.
Force against force, more friction, because if you put force up.
Let me tell you and confess to the world, this bitch ain't nary warning. Do not do the 39 patches. Oh, the X39 patches. Please step up to the 40s. You can only buy them on the Meat Hammer special. That's right.
Against me, then that makes me more real. I'm real boy. I'm like Pinocchio. I'm a real boy now when you fight with me. Stop fighting with these people, because you make them real when you fight with them. It's just, are you a believer? Are you living in the faith or not? Do you experience the...
Yeah, we're on the main channel tonight, Cold Beer Confessional. If you're watching on CBC Media and you just keep seeing the bot over and over and over and over again on the chat, that's because you're not in the main channel. Cold Beer Confessional is the main channel. I think there's probably somebody with the link. Is that no? That's the link to her channel. Damn it. I'll grab the link in just a second.
Magic of the Holy Spirit or not? Are you trying to hold on to a pagan nation that is being destroyed, or are you open to the internet collapsing?
Click this link. If it doesn't do anything, then you're on the right channel. If it sends you somewhere else, then you're not on the right channel.
Open to that. And you don't have to tell me how you're open to it. Word salad. I don't want to.
Numbers are awesome, and there's 50 people on the backup channel. We're sitting at 250 people currently watching.
Hear your word salad. I don't want to hear your opinions and your words.
Instagram is Laura Pritchard Child Rescue ATX.
Salad.
I'm telling you, she's claiming she's child rescue and oh God, she's yelling. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over. She's yelling. Sorry, let's back up.
You don't have to tell me how you're open to it. Word salad. I don't want to hear your word salad. I don't want to hear your opinions and your word salad.
I haven't put my tongs in Mariah's salad in years.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear your fucking and your word salad. Yeah, but I don't want to hear your fucking yeah, but shut the fuck up. Word salad. Opinions, projection. Project into reality if like you're funny. Project into the reality if you know, can relate or have good things to say. People projecting into reality, yeah, but, and listen to my asshole opinion, because everyone's got one. They want to project, it's like, I haven't encountered that in like a week. I feel like I have this like natural, like, get the fuck away from me vibe, you know? And now it's like extra scary, because it's like mama bear scary, get the fuck. But it's not even like angry. It's like just this force field around me. Just as soon as someone looks in the direction, it's like, fuck off. And they're, fuck off. Get the fuck away from me. Don't fucking look at me. What's up, Vanessa? I'm going to get more coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Are we just going to wait or... I can hear you making coffee. Did your grandma die and the only thing she left you was this couch? Where did you get this floral pattern couch? The only place I've ever seen a floral pattern couch is in my baby pictures and at a grandparent's house. I didn't think they allowed you to have that couch unless you could prove you had grandkids.
Some random whiz bang came in here and was like, I was...
Oh, she's still pregnant. All of her videos here are Disclosure Valley, 1 week pregnant in response to the fruit flies. I don't know what that is. Hold on.
Comments. I'm getting a lot of trolly comments from people. So they're like, oh, it's like alien. It's your mind. Your mind is just like making this up. To all the fruit flies out there, nope. My mind is not making this up. I shouldn't even have to like say that to people. This thing is growing fast.
Why do you have a heroin addict's tourniquet wrapped around your neck? Little autoerotic asphyxiation, or...
I'm like, is he gonna come out like a grown-ass man? Is he coming tonight? Is it gonna be a grown-ass man? This is 1 week?
1 week pregnant and she's showing. Put on 30 pounds overnight. No one knows what's fixing to happen. But it's going to be bad.
No, the father is the father and the two brothers.
The father is the father and the two brothers.
That war and duality for the cycle of time in which it comes to an end and the father returns, the father becomes the son. So I was thinking of just like deleting all the crazy comments, and I'm like, well, but people, because I remember Mark saying, no, people need to see the crazy. People need to see the mean and the crazy. So
They grow so fast. That's right.
I'm not gonna delete all the mean and crazy comments from all the fruit flies. I just wanted to make this, I don't know, for because I'm not gonna respond. No more digital in general, and no more digital commenting. Cold silence has an ability to atrophy compassion. And so I don't even want to go into those
I am America.
murderous vibes towards these people. They don't deserve it. If I stop acknowledging your existence, will you no longer exist? Probably. Do I make you real boy? No. I'm not gonna make your trolley comments real boy. I'm not gonna make you a real boy anymore.
You cannot be a real boy.
I'm gonna leave the crazy, mean comments from
You are fake boy.
all the fruit flies so that people can see the level of mean, the level of crazy. All right. Check it later.
Back to the more important video.
Born of Immaculate Conception, and I just blocked him. So here comes the disinformation campaign. Here comes the
Sorry, I need to see who she's talking about.
random whiz bang came in here and was like, I was born of Immaculate Conception, and I just blocked him. So here comes the disinformation campaign. Here comes.
So someone come in there and claimed that they were a child born to a celibate mother, and you had to block them. But you're claiming to be a celibate mother, and we just cool with that. I got you.
Comes the propaganda. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Immaculate Conception. No, your mother was probably abducted by aliens. Immaculate Conception. Again, word salad projecting into reality.
Does she not know what Immaculate Conception means? Because that's what she's claiming.
Oh, this is normal. Oh, this happens all the time. Okay. All right. What's up, bro? He says, I like you, Lauren Mersh is dumb for disrespecting you. That guy will be forever alone. Yeah, let's not make fun of Mersh. That's a person with emotion, a lot of emotion that is putting on a try-hard bad guy facade.
Oh, no.
Couldn't
Now
be
she's talking about Mersh.
the reality of who he really is. So let's not make fun of Mersh. No. Some people are extra because they're trying to cover up for how, it's a hard world. You had to put on a thick skin, didn't you? Plus people have demons.
No, she's mad because she's claiming Immaculate Conception, and then she's mad that people are trying to insinuate that it happens often. Because she said, oh, yeah, like this just happens all the time. That's what she's mad about.
They've got walk-ins. And that's not to demonize these people. They can be relieved of that. If the internet goes down, then the mind control program will come out of people in hopefully in which they could die. Because if you're more AI than you were in spirit,
I don't think she's married.
people could die. They might lose their minds. This would be like the zombie apocalypse. But, hopefully they pull through in the last minute and the human lives and then the demons go away. that make sense? Yeah, that's why I love James Casboult's Love is so perfect.
James Casboult's Love is so perfect. That's the person she's obsessed with that she's never met. And it really screams sanity when she stares off in the distance, her eyes get much larger, and she refuses to speak. Fuck are you looking at?
Yeah, that's why I love James Casboult's Love is so perfect. He didn't produce content. He made a list of people that were dangerous. It's called The List, James Casboult, The List. He made a list of people that were dangerous before he transitioned. But he didn't ever verbally bash anybody. He didn't put force against force. He had the perfect love. Has the perfect love. And there's really something to adopt there when it comes with dealing with evil. The way he dealt with it. Because he didn't project all these, things. He just treated all people with respect, told the truth, told, his stories. Because it's like you want people to overcome. You want to give people an ability to pull through. I mean, so much has happened with all of the programming, the droning, the vril worms, people hosting these entities. There is a mixed bag of possibilities that make people the way they are. And perhaps deep down, there is a good human soul in there that's trapped. Like Britney Spears. Sloan Bella did a video on Britney Spears and what's really happening there etherically. And it's that her soul is trapped. She can't even pray for herself when she does.
I wouldn't even describe you as a mixed bag. You're absolutely 100% all crazy. Authentic.
She gets burned.
No mix.
I mean, the feeling of being physically burned.
Hell, no bag. Just crazy.
A lot of people like that. The whole the Free Britney campaign, that is so much bigger than just Britney Spears. Because she is George Bush. She is Kanye West. She is my father. She is Christopher. She is everybody that's been under mind control, that has been
I thought I was sticking with it really good.
in prison, that has been inducted into some kind of sold your soul to the devil type scenario, with or without them being.
To be fair, she doesn't have a whole lot of followers, but apparently she has enough to appear on Charlie Ward, and also enough to start a Patreon. I don't even have a Patreon because I didn't figure it'd have enough support, and I didn't want to look like the guy who's like starting a Patreon and has like 2 people on it.
Being consciously aware of what they've done or what purpose they've been serving. So the whole Free Britney movement is really big. There are a lot of people that are all Britney Spears'd out, and you don't even realize it. A lot of them you think are these like very like with it and together people, but you'll find they're not. When the program is challenged, something happened to them. Somebody did something to them. It's like weird Scientology shit. What's up, Rage? We rise, they fall. Fast. Really fast.
What?
Love my bracelet.
Oh, no. I understand a lot of people can be easily distracted. But one sign I've found of people that are like legit crazy online is the coupled with everything else. The staring off in the corner, the crazy mood swings, the looking off on the stuff that's in the distance, the thinking weird things, saying weird things, the ascension, the calling people out, talking about how you love people you've never met, all that combined with the inability to stay on topic. Very, very strange. I've seen people who just are normal and like get distracted by it. They'll just like look down and see a can of Coke and be like, I love Coke. Or squirrel. Yeah, exactly. But coupled with everything else, and then like, and I think that this is immaculate conception, and everybody should say Britney, and it's bigger than Britney. It's everybody that's ever been mind control. I love my bracelet. That tells me that I would not want to be in the same house, room, hospital, mental institution with her.
Love this bracelet.
It's an easy way to get stabbed because one minute they're like, "Oh my God, thank you for sharing this moment with me. I feel like we've connected and we should be best friends." Knife, there's a knife. Stab him, and then you're just done for.
Thank you for this, Rage. Are these for sale on your website? So on the reveal report yesterday, because
So I'm not sure if she has multiple personalities. She told me she didn't, but her other personalities said she did.
Danielle was like, it was good, and I watched it. It was good. So they were talking about the tribulation period, how it's like broken up into like 3 years of 3. And then I was talking about it with my client, and I was telling her about this whole like 3 years of 3. And so we were kind of like, oh shit, is this like in the reveal report?
So that's what it is. 3 years of 3. She's going to be pregnant with triplets for 3 years.
Like, is this the beginning or?
She's going to be on my 800-pound life, except it's going to be 3 full-grown toddlers in her stomach that are fighting each other. Literally in there, like playing Connect 4 and shit, and won't share with the other brother. And it's just, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess.
This is the end. But when I was talking with my client, she was like, but remember how in 2012, people were like, this is it. And I do believe something happened in 2012. 2013 was the darkest year of my life, the darkest year of anybody that's like on this, kind of, I don't know, realm. Darkest year of your life was 2013, wasn't it? Because it was a response to what happened in 2012, set something off. And we were like calculating it, and we're like, holy shit, December 2021 would be the end of the tribulation, the beginning of the 1,000 years of peace. And I didn't tell her I was pregnant because I was not trying to tell anybody, because the only 2 fucking people I want to tell are under severe mind control. Their hearts are in fear. Because the only 2 people I want to tell would know. Oh, that, yep, because they're in.
Yep, soon as you said it, yep. I know, yep. Got it. As soon as I knew it before you said it. I was thinking, man, she either looks fat as hell or she's beautiful, glowing, and pregnant. Yep.
It too. They know because they're it.
What is it?
So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Prayers for that.
We're just going to scroll over the it. What is it? It what? They're also pregnant? They're babies inside the womb? What do you mean they're it? Are you playing an extreme game of tag that they're also playing?
I mean, it's inevitable, but I'm like, it's getting to the point now where I was like, I can't hide it. Like within 5 hours, I'm wearing something I'm trying to cover up, and I'm like, I feel like I'm lying.
Within 5 hours, she had a pain, and then she couldn't hide her baby bump. She went from nothing but a pain in her pubic region to 5 hours later, the baby bump was so large she couldn't hide it. Sounds like internal bleeding.
Because I can't fucking hide it. And it's only been a week. Isn't that interesting? So, you know, now with this whole thing, I'm like, yep.
I don't even know why you're covering her. Oh, you're just, she's not grifting. You're just taking shots at everybody now? Is that what we're doing, Will? Huh? Huh? My channel is a word search, okay? And you're just out here putting people down. I don't even know why you're covering her. Seems legit to me. Maybe you've never experienced stress and trauma, and that's why you think she's crazy. Completely normal. This woman is completely normal. Oh, okay. Got it.
It sounds about right. 1,000 years of peace would be beginning. The end of the tribulation would be the end of 2021. What's up, Justice Servant?
That random stabbing pain in your vagina, we used to call lovemaking. Now it's been absent for years. It's not that you're getting healthier. It's that I'm becoming an incel.
No, I'm not joking.
Random stabbing pain. You used to call it beautiful, and you cried afterwards. Now it's a random stabbing pain.
I am actually pregnant while being celibate. It's been a year since I've been with Christopher. And it's funny because when I figured it out, I was like, because like I said, all acts of God are things you could have never come up with on your own. I've been dealing with the brotherly divide, closing of the brotherly divide, the return of brotherly love. And I'm like, how is this going to work out? You know? Because since I've met Christopher, this has been a theme. The baby has been the theme.
She's never met Christopher.
He's the one that started, introduced it all.
Christopher is the super soldier, Archangel Michael that she's never met, but she's infatuated with.
But then again, it kind of, the seed was planted back in 2016 with
Oh, so she's been pregnant since 2016.
somebody else who I don't talk about.
Oh, that's the someone else she doesn't talk about is the other super soldier that we covered. What was his name? Michael something?
The other brother. And so when I figured this out and I was like, instead of being like, oh, this is weird, I was like, oh, this actually makes perfect sense. And then, the, I guess, strangeness of it all is quickly replaced with the strangeness of how frickin' fast this is happening. I just had a period July.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you anymore, Marha. I could describe our lovemaking as, there used to be times where I would just be enjoying a round of old poke the pork, and then I felt like I was fighting a sprinkler for 20 minutes. But you don't hear me reducing it to something so futile, okay? Random stabbing pain. Is that all I am to you?
July 6th. I just noticed on Monday that something was different. By Friday, I can't even run without holding myself. By Saturday night, I can't even hide my belly. So it's like, the strangeness of this is quickly replaced with the strangeness of that, which is probably going to be quickly replaced with the strangeness of something else
How many fathers are there? Yes.
in the world.
So, good, we're here now. Good. Because this isn't weird. You know what's weird? A society that lives on the internet. People that are so mind controlled that they work for human traffickers. People whose hearts are in so much fear.
Last month.
Can't come together in love and fulfill their true desires. You know what's weird? A society that does not live to serve God's will as their own will. God's plan for you is your own plan for yourself, living fully alive and having a fulfilling life.
I don't know about this lady.
I would be 1 week pregnant.
Like, I was really on board when she started with, Mercia's cane, and the canes are being targeted. And the reason they think they aren't being targeted is because they are being targeted by satanic, ritualistic Luciferians. The Great Reset, Charlie Ward, how orgasms can free your life. I was really on board with all those things. But once we got to, I've been pregnant since 2016, she's starting to seem a little bit unstable. I don't know.
But I look 3 months pregnant, if not more. So, Luna was asking.
Now my penis is reduced to the corner of a table.
What's up, Robert? So, there you have it. Well,
I could say that your vagina and orgasm is reduced to opening a shaken Coca-Cola that's set in the sun all day.
quick
but saltier.
coffee chat for you today. Rage says, all the Hollywood skanks bandwagging off Britney. We don't want you, Katy Perry, Madonna. Go kiss more girls. I can like vibe with you there. It's like, no, it's Britney. I don't get good vibes from Madonna or Katy Perry. No. I'm not going to go to the doctor. There will be no sign.
You guys keep making fun of her bike. At least she already has a car seat on the back of it / baby cage. If you set a thin piece of plywood on top there and a cinder block, she's ready to go. We didn't even have a car seat when we had our first kid. She's already ready and she's only a week pregnant.
Monogram. There will be
a week pregnant or 6 years pregnant, depending on which way you look at it.
There will be none of that shit. Oh, no. No. It's bad enough I had to go to the dentist and they ask if you're pregnant and I had to check yes. And it was a Windsor call at dentist too. So hope you got the message, Queen Elizabeth. Cheers. Justice servant, crack me up. Yeah, and it's like, I know all these like other, because I didn't even see that, but I guess like Rage is saying all these other like Hollywood parasites are like trying to do like a free Britney, like, oh yeah, I'm that too, right? So, and then like, what's gonna happen now? People are like, oh yeah, I'm born of immaculate conception. Oh yeah, oh no, I'm pregnant too without having sex. Well, we're just
see you bitches trying to jump on the bandwagon. My chat's already doing it. They're like, well, I'm celibate. I'm probably pregnant. I see what you're doing. I don't think you can fool me. I'm the master of deceit. Well, maybe that's Satan, but I'm pretty close.
I don't think the Holy Spirit would allow that. I don't know. It would be interesting to see. Because that's how it goes. They dilute the thing. That's what the New Age cult was. I came into the New Age cult and they were like, we are all this thing. We're all these light workers. We're all these twin flames. We're all these
angels. We're all these things. So it's like because they wanted to dilute the real people. We're all it. So that, I don't know, I don't really think anything of it, but in retrospect, it's like they dilute the thing so that when the thing actually happens, they're like, oh no, we're all that too. And that's normal. There's a lot of that. Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes when I get nervous or my PTSD is like really like peaking and I'm uncomfortable, kind of my body like goes into shock, and I won't take a shit for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, and then I'll have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pound turd baby come out. I don't know if that's immaculate. It is quick. I mean, like I can go from no baby to a baby in less than a week. But I've never named them or got a carrier for my bicycle for one.
Rage says, stop sending third world countries phones and vaccines. Send them fucking food and water, safe homes and sanitation. Seriously.
She says she is. I have no idea. I tried to get her to piss on a stick. She wouldn't.
Community Church was saying that these third world countries, they experience acts of God because they need it so bad. And, maybe that is what these...
When I went to boot camp, this is very strange. I guess you guys probably know this, but when your body does legit go into shock, you, like, can't shit. It just does it with me with, like, change. Like, I don't like change, so my body thinks it's in shock, even though it's not. But before my PTSD and all that crazy shit, just going to basic training, I didn't shit for, like, 3 weeks. Like, nobody did. Like, the first couple weeks, nobody shit. And if you're there for a month and don't take a shit, they send you to sick call. I don't know. Interesting topic, I guess.
Like, Apple and Gates of the world do. Maybe what they do is they, like, war with God. They, like, poison a third world country. And they're like, come on, God, do something about it. Do something about it. Do something about it. Maybe it's...
Jesus Christ. You had just been pregnant for 10 months? Wow. You must have had a private delivery room. You just got right back on it. God damn. Take that one out. I'm fixing to put another one in her.
It's a way of warring with God. I'm sure it's a lot of different things. But yeah, this is what we have to look forward to. Like, none of these fucking iPhones and vaccines. Like, clean food and water. Sanitation. Homes. Places to live. I don't believe there's any shortage of food in the world. If there became a shortage of food, then you know what an act of God would be? We're going to create a shortage of people. How fucking morbid and funny and, like, dark does that sound? But it's not dark.
Doc, can you pull the curtain on your way out?
I had a fruit fly infestation in here because I had a few fruit flies and I just coexist with the fruit flies because I don't like to kill things. Next thing I know... There's a huge infestation of fruit flies in here, and
oh no!
Which I have to create a honey trap, and then I gotta trap them all and kill them all. That's the way it goes.
That's also the way she treats her boyfriends.
If people want to go out and create a shortage of food, guess what? God will create a shortage of people then. And trust me, the way some people react to me, hey.
I thought she was talking about fruit flies in her vagina. I don't know why that popped into my head. That's why I was gagging. We've had fruit flies like where I live, they get really bad in the sink, especially if you like peel an apple or potatoes or carrots, because they do vegetables too. If you peel like vegetables or fruit in the sink and like some of the trimmings get down in the sink, you'll see like 5, 10 fruit flies like buzzing around the sink. And for some reason, I thought she was talking about her vagina.
They're no better than the fucking fruit fly in that bag I took out in the trash. And there are so many people in the world that always want to see a Bloody Mary and a crucified Jesus, and those people are as good as dead fruit flies.
What? A Bloody Mary like the drink? Mariah can't use that. Her boobs are always tender because as punishment, when she sleeps, I just slap them around. She sleeps like a fucking rock, so...
There will be no food shortage. We'll create a shortage of peace.
I usually set reverse cowgirl on her face and then slap her tits around for a while.
What's up, Terry? Government is paying some farmers to not grow crops. Well, they should be serving God's will, not the government's will. They'll be part of the fruit fly genocide. It's a virtual Holocaust on the...
Yeah, the first time I touched my butthole to her forehead, she woke up and she's like, oh my God, I got a new birthmark right on her forehead.
internet.
Look how dark it is.
Lost knowledge, we are one. Yeah, under the truth, we're one. Under the true nature of reality, with God the Father, we are one. And you guys are like way more fun and way funnier than everyone else. Okie dokie, that's that. You're the right kind of people. I love y'all so much. I hope you feel inspired. I hope you feel...
Wow.
How good... I hope you feel the goodness I feel. I feel great. Happy, healthy. Everything is funny. Everything is funny right now.
You know what? What we used was, I don't know how good it is for, well, I guess it can't be that bad if you got a pool. I used to work at a water treatment plant, so I would bring home like, it's basically like extra strength, like Pool Shock, like it's hardcore like chlorine that we treated with. When a bucket would get really low and there wasn't hardly anything in it, we replaced the bucket. They would just throw away the extra, like the part that's in the bottom. So I would keep it and carry it home in these sealed buckets. Then you just take a scooper of it and put it like in your drains and stuff, and the shit like foams up. But it's just hardcore like chlorine, like Pool Shock. You could buy Pool Shock and do the same thing, and it cleans out the drains to where they don't stink and kills like fruit flies or anything like that.
Human thing. The glory is ever present. It's all there is now. The glory is all there is. Anybody else that wants to fall into the negativity, fall into the, wearing double mask and double glove and sanitation and buying up all the toilet paper so there's none left for anyone else, those are fruit flies, and their destination is imminent.
Same thing. Chlorine would be or bleach would be the same thing.
Okie doke. All right. That's that. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your love and support. And I'll talk to you again real soon. Have a great Sunday.
Hypochlorite. That's it. So, clearly, we should not be covering her. She's the most normal person there is. James Casbolt on Real Drones.
There's actually been a cure developed to bring the reptile and the human back into symbiosis, back into balance. Like an insect, and they stick it into your eye and they inject themselves into your body. So it's like body snatching, and they die. So it comes out like an insect, and they stick it into your eye and they inject themselves into your body. So it's like body snatching, and they die. Inject them. Right. Everything that the reptile is into you. And they've been droned. And that's why they're involved in ritual murder of children. Okay. And the thing is, there's actually been a cure developed to bring the reptile and the human back into symbiosis, back into balance. They're developing a cure. Look into Donald Marshall's material.
Okay. That makes perfect sense. So, guys, that is Lauren Pritchard. I know it took a little while to develop, but I wanted to show you the full development of her from kind of normal, just a new religion she found 4 years ago, to completely down the rabbit hole. She's pregnant, and at least 3 months pregnant in the last week. probably closer to 4 months. The first trimester is definitely over. She is doing well. The baby's well. I heard she was having sextuplets, all by different fathers. Not sure if that's true. Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only. Also, that reminds me, don't forget that Intel, make sure you go subscribe to Intel Lady. She did a new video today. Let's watch that before we flip over to the, what the hell? Jesus Christ. Never misspell Intel Lady while you're looking for her channel. She did a new video today. I'm going to drop her her channel link. We'll watch part of it, or we'll watch all of it. Fuck it.
MI5 Paid Asset Helpline. How may I help you?
There's her channel. Make sure you go subscribe.
Oh, hello there, Charlie. Thank you so much for returning my call. Now, I have some incredible intel for you. You must pass this up the line via the various YouTube cooking channels. Okay, this comes direct from MI5, MI6, the CIA, the good guys, the higher-ups, and the white hats. Here is the intel. Putin is one of the good guys.
Alright, so what they're doing here is they're playing, you know how you played the game in school where you'd whisper something in someone's ear and it kept changing by the end? So Putin is one of the good guys, is what they start with. That comes from MI5, MI6, the CIA, the good guys, the higher-ups, and the white hats.
Pass that up the line, Charlie. Okay, great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Telephone, that's it.
Okay, alright. Hello, this is just a quick one for me because I hate using this platform. It's useless, but okay, so I have intel today from my incredibly reliable informant, Captain Mark Richards, currently incarcerated for life for murder, which he was framed for because he was off planet at the time. Okay, so this...
By the way, that is the lady from Project Camelot. That is her excuse. She does not believe that Mark Richards is guilty of murder because he was not on the planet at the time it took place.
May come as news to you. Now it is in the public domain. But I've known about this for a long time, and Captain Mark...
No, she is British.
...for me, but I already know. Okay, so here's the intel.
English.
Putin is one of the wood fries. Okay, wood fries are a species of galactic humanoid, and I've known about this for a long time. I don't know why this is news. I don't know why, people are only just picking up on it. But, people are behind on this kind of thing. So there you have it. Intel that I already know. Putin is one of the wood fries. I'm over it. Hey, truth seekers, it's David Shilcon here. I have some incredible intel to share with you today. One of my extremely reliable insiders contacted me to tell me that Putin has 5 eyes. That's because he's a member of the Galactic Federation of Five-Eyed Ascended Heroes. Find out more about this group by paying $33.33 and buy my new book. Okay, good morning, Patriots. I'm just going to get straight into it because we've had some really incredible intel come through. There's no time to plug the sponsor. Okay, so I have had it confirmed on 4 different Rumble videos and also through my neighbor's cousin's wife's nail technician's Uber driver that Putin is a patriotic spy. Right? I know, it's pretty incredible. And it's not a surprise, I gotta say. You know, he does seem like a decent guy. You can tell the kind of man he is by the way he treats his enemies. You won't mess with him. And, you know, he's got a pretty good track record as well with his own people. So, actually, you know what? I think this is great intel, and I'm really, really happy. I think he's okay. You know what? I would let him squeeze my Patriot honker any day. This one, of course. I'm not a whore. 17% off. You all right, Baloney? Listen, I've got some information for you. Hard to tell over the phone because she's so posh. But here's the intel. Luton is overrun with flies. I don't know, you daft slag. It's probably MI7 slang, innit? But just in case, tell Sash. He'll be devastated. He loves Luton. Yeah, that's where all his USB sticks have been fenced. I mean, tested for quality control purposes. Best get on the blower to him then, eh? What?
Tell Sash.
Okay, welcome, Patriots. Thank you so much for joining me. I've got a little bit of intel just to give you, and then I'm going to jump straight off because the boys are waiting in the trucks to go raid the dumps. Okay, so here is what I have been told this morning from my best informants. Okay, what this guy gives me is just incredible intel. Okay, so here it is. Computing is one of the good lies. Computing is one of the good lies. And I think, you know what? I think that comes from Revelations. I'm not certain about that, but I think it's in there, isn't it? It's one of the drops, is that? But I'm certain it comes from Revelation. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get Glenda to look it up for me, because what she doesn't know about Revelations is not worth knowing. Alright, I've got to crack on now because the boys are waiting for us. So I'll see you soon. Love and light. Keep me in your prayers. Bye. Hello there. This is just very, very brief, very quick from me. I've got some intel for you.
I asked her if the cats were multiplying. There are more cats than there have ever been. There keeps getting more cats. They are growing. There's a mukbang porno here. This is the leather lady, the feline good with the cat queen. That's the cat queen. There's more cats up here. There's cats over there. Charlie Ward is doing something in the closet.
I've just come off the phone from the incredibly reliable Jason Spew, and he's given me this message to pass on to all of you. Here it is. Pooh is one of the mudslides. Again, Pooh is one of the mudslides. Now, with the help of my dear cat, General Flynn, I'm going to interpret that for you right now. So, Pooh, as in Winnie the Pooh, and we all know who we're referring to when we talk about Winnie the Pooh, is one of the mudslides. Now, mudslides represents how deep of the doo-doo he's actually in at the moment, and we all know what that means. He's in this is an MI5 term, doo-doo, which means he's in rather a lot of trouble, actually. So, I'm going to interpret this as it's absolute curtains for the CCP. Hello, Patriots.
This is my favorite.
For joining me today for this emergency broadcast. I've just this second got off the phone from one of my very credible insiders, and they've told me to pass this message on, and it goes like this. Blue tins carry all the pies. Wow, I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? I can't believe that. It's just, wow. I mean, I don't know what any of it means, but...
This is Nicholas V. Eminem.
I'm absolutely sure that that is something.
Don't be hurt. I won't be hurt.
It's all going to unravel and will be revealed very, very soon. So that's exciting, isn't it? Well, thank you.
What the hell are you putting the thumbs down for, Jane?
Thank you so much, Patriots, for joining me for this very
She calls him Nicky Nacky Poo or something like that. Like a pet name.
exciting, interesting time to be alive. And we're all in it together, Patriots. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Gluten is one of the good highs. Remember, gluten is one of the good highs. Check out Intel Lady. I've been dropping her channel there. Make sure you check out her channel and go over there. And she makes a lot of really funny videos. They are very short. I mean, like less than 10 minutes, but she does really good impersonations of completely made up characters that have no association with anyone else in the real world. They are completely made up. There is see, Merce is covering her right now. This is not Wave, by the way. Let me drop his link.
That has a milk crate strapped to it like you're homeless. You have a homeless person bicycle. I know, like, this is the Lauren
That's not Wave there. If you want to learn more about Lauren, he's going to be covering it more. I just did it the once.
This bitch is such a prime example of what's wrong with the Western white woman, right? Western white women who are like 5s and above, no matter how fucked up they are, they could be riding around on a homeless person bicycle.
So you can check out Merce. That's his link right there to his channel. He'll cover it more. I probably won't cover her again unless it's just something crazy over the top because it's kind of his deal. I would have never even found her without her. It's not like something we all everybody knew about. I found her through him. Let's see. What were we going to cover? Flat Earth. Dave, I want to show that video so we can just go ahead and knock this out. Here we go.
Hey,
this video is going to explain. We won't watch it all. This is from Professor Dave Explains. This is his response to the Globebusters podcast, where they took his video and tried to debunk it, and it's his response.
Everyone, this is going to be a pretty different video from what I normally post. If you're from the Flat Earth realm, you know what this is about. If you're one of my regular viewers, I'll fill you in as quickly as possible. Last week, I posted a video about how we know the Earth isn't flat. This was really just to reinforce and contextualize some lessons from earlier in my astronomy playlist. I figured I'd get a few trolls, nothing major, but instead the entirety of the Flat Earth community descended upon it with a vengeance. The YouTube channel Globebusters informed me that they were going to be deconstructing my video in their weekly live stream, and they invited me to check it out. I didn't really know what to expect. I thought there'd be some degree of dialogue or exchange. There definitely wasn't. Everything they were saying I was discrediting in real time, and they were acknowledging none of it. On top of that, they were extremely rude to me, so I had to respond simply as a point of honor, and that's this. So let's begin. I'll start with the only valid criticism you had of me, and that is that I misrepresented your model and didn't research it enough. You're right. I didn't look up almost anything you believe. But now that you've told me so many of the things that you do believe, even better, let's go through how all of them are wrong. Since I botched your model so horribly, let's go straight to yours. This is the one you showed me to explain the seasons.
All right, so this is how they're showing the seasons. So he's going to explain it, but basically, whatever ring the Earth or the sun is over is where summer is. So when it's on this yellow ring, you would get like African, South American, and Australian summer. But when it's on the orange ring, you would get North American, Europe, China, Russia, Northern Africa summer. And then when it's in between is when it's shifting seasons and moving to the other side. That's the flat Earth model for that.
It attempts to account for the temperature differential throughout the year, but I'm sorry, it's not compatible with observation. Here's why. These are the two tropics. I don't know what you think these circumferences are, but it's safe to say that this one is smaller than this one. If that's the case, one of two things must be true. Option 1, this object maneuvers the inner path in a shorter amount of time than it maneuvers the outer path, which would make sense.
So, since this circle is smaller and this circle is bigger, option 1 would be summer is shorter for the North America and China, Russia, Europe, Northern Africa than it is for the, and it's longer in South America, South Africa, and Australia. It's not true. It's the exact same length for all of them. Or the sun would have to slow down when it's on this ring and speed up when it's on this ring to make the summers the same length.
Summer shorter than winter. It's not. Option 2, it moves much slower up here and much faster down here so that all of the circles take the same amount of time. That would mean the sun moves through the sky at different speeds throughout the year. It doesn't. So sorry, this model doesn't work. Now let's go to the one you showed me for night and day. We all know that precisely how
this is how they claim night and day works. And again, we know for a fact that at all times, half the earth is illuminated and half the earth is in darkness. Perfectly.
half the Earth is experiencing day and the other half is experiencing night at any given time. So your model must reflect that, and this one does.
But people do know people have been to space and seen it from space.
But at the cost of being even remotely reasonable. You've got the sun illuminating half this surface with an arbitrary and rigidly straight line down the middle. How does this work? How does light leave this object and travel one distance to stop here and travel some totally different distance to stop over here?
That's the same thing I tried to draw. So if you're saying that light stops here and that's light and dark, then light would stop here. It would be a ring around the sun. It can't be a line because the sun would have to be a line parallel to that line. It can't go this distance and stop and go this much longer distance and stop as well.
You guys love to talk about refraction and such things, so please explain how
Yeah, there's certain times of the year you can see the moon. That's another reason that this wouldn't work.
that works. And that's not the only problem. Here, you've got the sun and moon always opposite each other. Well, sometimes we can see the sun and moon at the same time. How does that work? What is an eclipse? When in this model does the moon get under the sun to block it? How do they get on opposite sides of the Earth for a lunar eclipse? If the sun is very, very close and is also the source of all our heat, why doesn't it get...
Oh, this is another point I didn't bring up. So if the sun was that close as they claim for their model to work, so it doesn't illuminate the entire flat Earth disk, if it's that close and it's a source of heat, then as you rose up in altitude, like when you got on a plane, it would be several thousand million degrees hotter than it would be on the ground because the sun's that close. If the sun's very, 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 very far away, it makes sense that it might only rise 1 or 2 degrees as you get closer to the sun. It doesn't make sense if it's close and you only rise 1 or 2 degrees. I didn't even bring that up.
Hotter when you go up towards it in elevation. None of it works. We've barely even started, but let's review. We are trying to explain just 2 phenomena, seasons and night and day. To do this, you have 2 different models, both of which are incompatible with observation, but furthermore, they are incompatible with each other. Why can't you even attempt to explain both of these phenomena at the same time? Going back to your day and night model, it's weird because you said that the sun moves between the tropics. Why isn't that shown here? Because if you did show that, you'd also have to change something about how far the light reaches, which would make this already absurd graphic even more absurd. Then, if we go back to the one for the seasons, why can't you show the dark half and light half while showing this? It's deliberately not shown because it would be obviously inconsistent.
You can't even overlay the models on top of each other.
Therein lies the problem with the flat Earth model.
The lost telemetry, the lost data is a very, very oversimplified point to make it look like we didn't go to the moon.
You don't have one. You can't even explain 2 phenomena with the same model. The globe model has no problem doing this. This ball spins, so the half facing the sun is day and the other half is night. As it goes around the sun, the hemisphere receiving more direct sunlight experiences summer. The one with less experiences winter. That's right, sorry to burst your bubble, it doesn't correlate with the distance from the sun. Sunlight shining directly on the ground, more energy per square mile, hotter. Sunlight at an angle to the ground, same amount of energy distributed around a greater area, cooler. And there it is. Both the seasons and day and night are explained immaculately and, go figure, simultaneously. Honestly, I could stop right here. If you were to respond to this with anything other than a model that can explain at least those first 2 observations simultaneously, your viewers should find that very indicative of the fact that you don't have one. But while we're here, let's go through a few dozen more key points. Given that we're on the subject of
I don't know if Bill Nye's job is to simplify it so people can understand it in the most simplest form, so people watch the shit he says. But I very seriously doubt he said that we can't go, but we can absolutely go back to the moon.
Models. Let's hit the one you use for your explanation of the Coriolis effect.
You can kind of draw a clockwise orbit, Bob, in the middle there. And you can see how this would cause, there you go, if the sun and moon are moving in this, and they're diamagnetic and pushing water, causing tides, and then you've also got these winds that and storms that would, have to be what the sun and moon would cause.
We couldn't go in the exact same manner in the exact same ship at the exact same trajectory because a lot of that shit was lost with engineers who kept it on notepads and hard evidence, and we still have thousands of hours of telemetry data that is stored in fucking almost like a tape form that is one, probably damaged from old age because it's not made for long-term storage, and two, that would not be relevant to reprocessing back to modern storage types.
Would have to be? How? You haven't explained anything. So the sun pushes water to get the air currents, and the moon pulls water to get the tides? Also, does the sun push the atmosphere in one direction to the right and magically in the other direction to the left? What about storm rotation, which is what this whole thing was about? You've made no attempt to even put
the Earth is not perfectly round. It's the slightest of pear shapes. But yeah, the pictures from a lot of places are CGI because they're so close to the Earth.
Sun and moon in there and physically explain anything. You just say words relating to electromagnetism and hand wave it away.
No, Dave.
Well, less CGI and more stitched together.
We're not trying to claim that it's all caused by magnetism. My God, you extrapolate stuff that is just utterly ridiculous. We never said that. And they are electromagnetic phenomenon like we have.
By the way, this is their winds that they claim. So they used to claim that there was no flights in the southern hemisphere. But there is a flight from Australia to Buenos Aires or somewhere and back. So now they claim that there's 100 or 300 kilometer per hour winds that carry a plane faster.
Been claiming for a long time, electromagnetic, like we have been claiming for a long time.
And another thing here, guys, even if we grant you this magnetic magic that you're looking for, it's still inconsistent with your model. Here's why.
The line going through the middle of the screen, if you picture the sun traveling from the right side of the screen to the left, it would create those same wind patterns above and below it.
Sorry, didn't you say that the sun moves from tropic to tropic? In that case, the boundary that divides the direction of storm rotation would also move from tropic to tropic. It does.
So that was there. So they're trying to explain the Coriolis effect with the sun moving this way over a flat disk. But to make up the seasons, they said the sun moved this way in rings from tropic to tropic. So that would make the Coriolis effect move in this way from tropic to tropic.
Storm rotation does.
So what they're doing is they're finding one model that they can simplify to say, okay, this is how seasons work. And another model to say, okay, this is how day and night works. And another model to say, okay, this is how the Coriolis effect works. And another model to say, okay, this is how flight in the southern hemisphere works. And they add all those models together, or they take all those models separately, but you can't put them together. They're different models for each phenomenon.
Doesn't vary by the time of year. Also, why wouldn't compasses follow the sun through the sky? Also, why wouldn't storms speed up during the day while near the sun and slow down at night when the sun is away? Also, if you're claiming these southern winds are so incredibly fast, how is that possible if they're the furthest away from the source of the effect? None of it makes sense. In actuality, the Coriolis effect is just the result of basic physics relating to rotating bodies. That's why the equator is the dividing line. Pretty simple, don't you think?
Which makes a whole lot more sense than the Coriolis effect, being the reason in the heliocentric on the ball Earth for storms going in opposite sides of the equator. In fact, that is just silly when you think about that. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's ridiculous.
No. Wow, very convincing counter-argument. Let's move on.
astronomy and astrophysics and all of that, these aren't even real sciences. Okay. Now you obviously are going to claim that they are, but the reason that they're not real sciences is because the only thing that you can do is observe them. You cannot test them. You cannot do anything to be interactive with them. You cannot generate hypotheses or
That's not true either. There's been several hypotheses that have been proven correct, some that have been proven false, and there's experiments that you can replicate on the Earth. Actually, as a graduate student, there's a bunch of experiments that you replicate on Earth that prove how fast the Earth is moving, prove the constant of gravity, prove the curvature of the Earth.
Experiments or anything like that. All you can do is simply observe.
Sorry guys, that's dead wrong. There are hundreds of examples I could choose, but I'll use this one. In the 19th century, we noticed irregularities in the orbit of Uranus. We realized these irregularities could be explained if there was another planet perturbing its orbit by gravitational influence. We did some math and predicted that there should be another planet in a particular place. We looked in that place, and what do you know? There it was.
Yeah, I'm not saying argue over it. There's no fucking argument. It's not a flat plane. There's no fucking way.
Get any more empirical than that. Do some math, make a prediction, the prediction is verified. The discovery of Neptune is a great example that corroborates Newtonian gravitational theory and demonstrates that astronomy is an empirical science just like any other.
You can't argue with the people. You can't argue with them, and the reason being, this guy who is a chemist, who is a physicist, who literally majored in astrological phenomenon and has 4 degrees, argued with them, and they're like, "Oh, that didn't prove your point. You probably believe in NASA too."
Not surprising that
you can't. I mean, they just make up a new model and a new behavior, and then they say, "Oh, I bet you believe in this too, and you probably believe in this experiment, don't you?" You can't. They believe a negative. You can't prove or disprove a negative.
One of many instances
they have no working model. If they could present you a working model that covered every theory, then you could disprove it. But because they pick and choose what they want to use as a model, and it keeps changing, if you disprove this one, they'll just say, "Oh, well, it works on this model over here, but it works on that model over there, but it works on that model." That's the same problem with arguing with like QAnon. A negative. They just grab a new thing. Like if I say, "Well, I saw Joe Biden at the White House." "Oh, that's a clone." Okay, well, it looks like Joe Biden. "Well, haven't you seen he looks different sometimes?" "Well, you know Joe Biden has plastic surgery and hair plugs." "Yeah, I bet you believe that there are no clones, don't you?" They're not moving prisoners into Gitmo." "Well, I think they are, and we have a person who flew there as a crow and saw it. By the way, have you ever seen Monkey Works look at airplanes flying to Gitmo? I don't believe that there's tunnel babies." "Well, Gene Decode was in the military, and he says that there are these tunnels. What about all these earthquakes? What about the 10-kilometer rule? What about..." They just move on to something else. There's no winning that argument. These people are either... There's people that are in between, which are the people that we need to reach with the QAnon thing. There's people that are falling down a rabbit hole that can't stop themselves, that I would like to reach out to, that have found the channel before and have changed their ways. And then there's people that are set, that you're not going to move any way, shape, or form. They're set in that. And then once they finally realize the truth, if ever, they'll just quit talking about it and pretend like they never believed it.
The Dunning-Kruger effect. This is where your absolutely minimal experience has lured you into believing that you have expertise in a particular field, where in reality you are essentially incompetent. It is a cognitive bias that will be demonstrated many more times in this video. Now let's move on to another category. There are about 1,000 flat Earth gotchas that all amount to an...
We'll watch just a couple more and then we'll move it.
Understand conservation of momentum. These are your...
So this is my biggest one, is conservation of momentum. We talked about it on a show a few weeks back, but like they don't understand that whatever momentum you leave the Earth with is imparted upon you. So they don't understand that. They say like, "Oh, if I was going to do the long jump competition, I would always jump from east to west, because the Earth is spinning at 144,000 miles per hour. So if I jump from east to west, I would jump 6 miles. And if I jump from west to east, well, then I would jump negative. You know, they don't understand that the momentum imparted on a body stays with that body, minus friction and other effects imparted on it. It's the conservation of momentum. The same way as he explains it this way too, and I've explained it this way in the past. The same way as if you're in a car and you throw a ball up in the car, it doesn't go flying back at 60 miles an hour while you're driving down the interstate. Because it's with you. It keeps the momentum of the car. If it didn't keep the momentum of the car and you were doing 60 miles an hour down the interstate and threw up a baseball in your car, it would go out your fucking back window and shatter your glass at 60 miles an hour.
Helicopters and planes arguments. Let's see which ones you're guilty of.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if you were doing an Olympic, say, long jump event, I would always opt to jump from east.
This makes my eye twitch.
To west because, you know, where you're going to land should be racing towards you.
No. When you jump off the Earth or take off from the Earth, you retain the momentum imparted upon you by the rotation of the Earth. This has nothing to do with the atmosphere. It's also very easy to prove. Stand on the back of a moving truck.
I always say in a car, but he used the back of a truck.
Jump up. What happens? Do you fly back off the truck at 30 miles an hour? No, you land right back where you started, even though the truck has moved forward while you were in the air. Why? Because in the air, you retain the forward momentum of the truck. When you jump off the Earth or take off from the Earth, the same thing applies.
And of course, the globe earthers are going to say, well, you have your momentum that's lent to you by the Earth, at, you know, spinning east, and you're going to...
The entire atmosphere basically travels with the Earth.
Retain that momentum forever. And
the same way planes fly through the air.
Applies to airline flights.
Yeah, you got it. So, are we good here?
But if you do a test on a train or, like you said, on a plane, and just simply jog from...
Another issue is no matter what they call the force that holds you to the ground, if it's not gravity, it doesn't work. So if they say buoyancy and density, those both rely on gravity. So let's say you're more dense than water, you sink in water towards the point of gravity, you sink down. But if there's no gravity, it couldn't stop you from sinking left or sinking up or sinking right. The gravity is what pulls it down. It's all they can't explain away all the issues they have with it over and over and over again. The momentum one, it makes my fucking eye twitch though. Like I don't know. And then there was actually a theory that at one time that the flat Earth disk was always moving up at 9.8 meters per second through the sky. So it's always being pushed up. That's why we have gravity that's always pushing us down. And that's why terminal velocity is 9.8 meters per second. Because it's always, if the Earth is always pushing up, it's as if you're always being pushed down because you're on top of it. But now they claim that that's nonsense, created to throw off their movement or some shit. The whole thing's crazy. If you want to watch the Flat Earth Dave video, or I'm sorry, the Professor Dave Explains video, there's a link to it. He discredits them twice, disproves all of their beliefs twice, and is given no credit. They just make up new theories, and then if they can't explain something, they're like, "Oh yeah, and you believe in this too." Ha, ha. It's just, I don't know. The whole thing's a big joke. Let's do this. Give me just a second. Someone sent me a video of Sasha, an older video of Sasha. Let me grab it, and that's what we'll move on to. This is Sriracha Stone in an older video.
As virtual as it is. The five of us have all...
It just kind of starts with it already playing.
Sasha and Heather in the same room. As virtual as it is. The five of us have all been very dedicated to educating, changing and waking up. Not only ourselves, but as many people as we can touch. And we've all chosen to some extent, different avenues for that. And yet we're at a time where everyone seems to be converging, at least in my perspective. We're coming to the same place on so many levels. And I think we're all starting to see a unified vision. And I know the work that Heather's done is something you're very aware of and has played some part in how New Earth Nation has looked at the legal side of how we move forward. So can you tell me a little bit about what the paperwork that was done by the One People's Public Trust did for you personally, and how it may have influenced the legal framework that you were moving
Sure. Well, you know, I'm the least qualified person on this call to be speaking to
You
matters.
sound like a robot.
As a layman interested in it, I find law in and of itself repugnant to the human soul and to human dignity, in much the same way that I find words on paper repugnant to the soul and to human dignity. We ought not to be contracting with one another in any way, shape, or form in our ultimate expression. But insofar as we are trapped in a temporal field of expression which is by and large hidden from itself most of the time, we feel the need to look over our shoulder and sleep with one eye open, and thereby not trust one another with open heart and open mind. And so in that respect, we're trapped in that space. And to that end, the work that the OPPT did with the UCC filings was nothing short of staggering and paradigm shifting. And I hear a lot of people howling with derision at that kind of claim. I understand.
Yeah, it was Johnny that sent this in right here.
Cynicism. Incidentally, I find that even more repugnant to the human soul.
I don't like his pedophile mustache is the biggest turnoff.
Time like this, when pioneers are trying with every fiber of their being to peer beyond the Hermes veil on behalf of the great unwashed, and to be stoned almost to death for doing so, it reflects back on the great unwashed in an unprecedented way. But I digress. The OPPT UCC filings effectively opened the energetic corridor. So let's be clear about this. We are more concerned with the energetics, with the subtle plane, with the torsion, fractal, scalar, energetic spectrum than we are with the temporal realm of expression, which, as I just said, is full of shit most of the time. So in that respect, we owe that action, that perfect action, that perfect event, we all owe it. It is in some sense, in law terms, the atom seed of the bifurcation, which will now bring about right and proper self-determination and governance and so on. So we took that energetic premise as the atom seed. What we are hoping to do and intending to do, and certainly are in the process of doing, is establishing what we are referring to as the International Tribunal for Natural Justice. And to some great extent, the UCC filings are embroidered into the fabric of the first step that we take in engendering that International Tribunal for Natural Justice. But the tribunal in and of itself is being composed of law experts.
That was the same tribunal that Robert David Steele sat on as a fake judge. But the whole thing was just a publicity stunt. Like, it didn't do anything at all but get attention to them. And then they just used that to pretend that they did something. Like, nothing happened from that. It wasn't real. Like, he got to dress up like a judge. It was nothing.
And people who can speak to the subtleties of law. And so the very first thing we're going to do with that tribunal, and I hope and expect with your blessing and with your involvement, will be to have the world, through that tribunal, look in on the UCC filings and then make a wholesome determination about the, what's that word, legitimacy of the UCC filings. Well, we all know the legitimacy. We all know absolutely what law means and what lawful means and what legitimacy means. But apparently, the sentinels of law, the judiciaries and legislatures and parliaments and systems that prevail all across the world in 250 odd nation states, corporate nation states, have long forgotten what law means, what legal means, what lawfulness means. So we thank the OPPT, we thank the UCC filings, we thank Heather, we thank the whole crew.
That are compartmentalized, that Sasha is centralized at this point. And a lot of them have contacted me throughout the period that at least that I've been public, and now I've watched them. I've stayed very observant at the centralization that you've done, Sasha, and it's beautiful. And it is time to go forward, and I feel the same way about law.
I know neither one of the brunettes is a dude.
You have a more rock star version of stating it, which is really cool. So
I don't know about the blonde.
Inherently in its tones, moves it to and shifts it to the energetics, which is where it always has been. Law was just a container, and it was a nice management tool when it was useful for us to experience not being who we really be, so we could break through, find ourselves, and have that joy. I'm really excited to look even deeper and to speak with you on looking at what tools you need help refinement. I never want it to go back the way it was. I never want to experience it again. And I hear that being resounded through action, through words, and through thought.
He's honestly just a really good con artist. The same way he got all the way to having the same way he's got to you know, the UN support and on everybody's tour, and he's a decent talker, and he's talked his way into this.
Every being, not just on this planet, but in the universe. So here we go. Open door. I'm going to follow your lead, Sasha, as far as this conversation goes, and let's really get into the heart of it.
That's unfortunate because I was planning to follow your lead. And
hold on, Sasha, we can't hear you.
Let's work it out together. Brian and Lisa can certainly plank and
He literally got the UN to send him basically a blank check so he could go talk to people and play music in war-torn countries and refugee camps. Like, who the fuck does that?
Good morning, everyone. Virgo Triad here. It is October 17th, 2018, and welcome to another installment of Where Are They Now? In our fifth installment of Where...
By the way, I want everybody to watch my show, and I appreciate you guys watching my show. But on Friday night, I'm going to have to watch the replay because I'm going to do a show. On Friday night, on the Kill Stream, which is Ethan Ralph's show, they're having Lady MAGA, who is a transgestured Trump supporter, debate Westboro Baptist Church. I cannot wait until this happens.
Where are the con artists now, rather? We are going to be taking a look at Heather Ann Tucci Giraffe. Some of you may recognize the photo.
Is that Sasha?
The person in the photo that you're looking at currently.
Tell Sash.
Heather Ann Tucci Giraffe.
You got to tell Sash.
Heather Ann Tucci Giraffe is an experienced and seasoned con artist. She has a long history of conning people online. And we're going to take a look at that history right now. No one does this better than Dozik does on his channel in OPPT Exposed. In late 2012, a group calling themselves OPPT went public, promising people $10 billion.
Things like that. And everyone asked me, why $5 billion? And actually, there's $10 billion because there was 5.
Is Sasha in there? I didn't get to watch all this. Is Sasha in the rest of this video?
So everyone on the planet, except for those that cause harm, damage to the.
It might not be.
Everyone has $10 billion.
It's okay. I've got another video I want to show. If he's not, check this out.
When I knew it was going to come down at the end of the pipeline.
This is the brand new claim by one Miss Madison Marquette. I don't think I've given you, this was in our Telegram. I was planning on showing it last night, but I didn't get a chance to do this. You cannot become a lawyer under a made up name. No legal name change. Not a lawyer. Choosing an anonymous name to apply for some kind of legal status that is also bullshit. So I guess she can use whatever ridiculous outlandish name. Oh, wait. Is this person agreeing with you? Do you actually think that she would do legal stuff using her legal name? Okay, that guy's being never mind. I thought he was being a dick. I was fixing to fucking respond. Here it is. Here's the video.
Lawsuits, like if you're not telling the truth, these people will be coming after you left and right.
They are.
Right? You want to go into that?
Well, yeah, absolutely. We'll go into because we were talking about the lawyer thing too. So we'll go into both of those. Yeah, definitely. They're not suing me, right? And if they did sue me, one, I welcome it because I'm putting myself into.
I just read the first part. I was reading the rest of it while I was stopping.
Sovereign American, right? And so once I'm a sovereign American, I don't recognize your BS courts that are considered to be on foreign land in our country, and people should realize that. If you're in court right now and like there's corruption in your case or whatever,
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not the right video. This is the second video where she was telling people how to become a sovereign citizen. Actually, let me find this one. It's the one where her face is in it. That was what they responded to me with. Is it this one? It's under this, glows lightly. So her new claim is that she's not a regular lawyer. She's a special sovereign constitutional lawyer. Here it is.
Okay, first of all, you psychos, okay, because I'm gonna say it, okay? You're psychos that are trying to get my information with in regards to the bar exam. One, you're all foolish to think that I do anything under my name, my legal name, okay?
So she hasn't had a legal name change. I've tried every combination of her name, including her porn names combined with her ex-husband's names, her maiden names, her legal names, just her straight porn name. I've even mixed up the fucking words. It's not there.
You're stupid to think that, right? You're ridiculous and you're stupid. The second, the fact that you're calling the bar association, any normal situation, you would get a restraining order slapped on you so quick. So you're like stalkerish for doing that. Like third, I am a constitutional sovereign attorney. So I want people to realize that I am a constitutional sovereign attorney. Now, in different.
She's a constitutional sovereign attorney. So what that means to me is that, so as far as being a constitutional sovereign attorney, apparently to become a constitutional sovereign attorney, we've covered these people before. There's one woman from Alaska that believes that she's a constitutional sovereign attorney and gives people legal advice and gets them in trouble in court. What's up? Have a good night.
Good night.
Say love you.
Love you. We're all Nana News.
Hollywood Nana News. Don't. Bear hugs. You're not even bear hugs.
Gaddafi
Bear hug. Hurry.
Hey,
Squeeze.
let me tell you.
Squeeze. No. Squeeze. Squeeze.
I can't.
I smell deodorant. Did you? Smelly stuff. My hair got stuck in your hair got stuck in my hat.
I can't hit you. Are you coming?
Called you smelly. Love you. You gotta go. Love you. Good night. Anyways, there was one from Alaska. This female that claimed to be a constitutional attorney, a sovereign, or whatever, and she was a judge and an attorney, and she declared her own sovereign land in the middle of Alaska. And all she had to do was just declare herself that. Apparently, it's within the Constitution that you can just declare yourself that for no reason whatsoever. It seems strange, I know, but that's apparently how it works. You just have to go out and declare it, like verbally declare it, which always reminds me of this clip right here. I don't know if you guys watch The Office, but this is Michael Scott.
I declare bankruptcy!
So I'm assuming that she just came out and screamed, I declare I'm a sovereign lawyer. Maybe outside a tunnel or outside a kid's house.
Wanted you to know that you can't just say the word bankruptcy and expect anything to happen. I didn't say it, I declared it. Still.
That's what it reminds me of when these people talk about it. But here's the rest of her little moment.
Yes, I do have to take the bar. Did I take it in one state? Yes, because there is a workaround in that state. Am I still in law school in my state? Yes, I am, and I'm going.
So now she's trying to remove all states' names from it. After everything else that happened, she's trying to remove all states' names. So instead of saying Washington State, which does, in fact, have a program that is an apprenticeship that seems to be rarely used, but it could be. Washington State does. When she used that state, people said, nope, not on the list. So then she goes and starts telling people Washington, D.C., does not have an apprenticeship program. Now she's just saying, did I do it in one state? Yes. Am I in another state? Also, yes. How many years do I have left of law school? 7.
To take the sovereign constitutional bar exam in my state.
And now I've heard through the grapevine, I don't know if this is true. Are you a lawyer or you're not a lawyer?
So I am a lawyer in Washington, D.C.
That should be enough right there. They used my video. Now that people went and looked up her name in the state of Washington, which she said multiple times, I'm a lawyer in the state of Washington. I've been in an apprenticeship in the state of Washington. In the state of Washington, you can use. There's several people using my video. State of Washington. You can get an apprenticeship there. She didn't have one. She did not become a lawyer there. The first thing out of her mouth when asked about a lawyer here is Washington, D.C. suddenly. That doesn't make sense. 1, they don't have an apprenticeship program. 2, this is the first time you've ever mentioned it. And 3, you're not on the list there either. Ooh. Uh-oh. Busted. People are using my video, which I'm glad. Use it as much as you can. Would you say you had a comment attached to this? A flatty needs a bra. What? Why would she even say such a thing? Why? I don't understand how they managed to evade everyone, which leads me to believe they're either being tracked or made a deal. Homeseth is only on bench warrants in Minnesota and Florida. Randy has nothing pending. Exactly. Hilly Smokes. They are letting Pioneers murder charges. Hell, I have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, I didn't even click on the right one. Jesus, that explains a lot of it. I put non-existent constitutional sovereign law schools everywhere just shuttered. Oh no. Okay, I saw her. She was claiming to save children, claimed one died, named Angel. I felt she was extremely dishonest. I did not believe she was saving human traffickers. Not even the FBI saves them. I don't see your comment. Is it on the other one? Click on the video area.
Okay, because
There's 2 here, 2 there.
Coming after you left and right, but they.
Oh, there it is. Madison Marquette or whatever your fucking name is, listen up. I've had just about enough of your bullshit. Firstly, you and all your ridiculous crew have no fucking idea what war is or feels like, so stop insulting me and all my veteran and serving brothers and sisters around the world. Well, that's true. She likes to pretend this shit, but she's never been part of any of it. Man, I don't know. She just gets under my skin. I can't. What the fuck is that? Oh no. Oh no. That was a good one, John. Thanks for pointing that out. I don't know if we have a whole. What else was I going to? Oh, I got a Robert David Steele from a while back. You guys want to hear that? It's up to you. We could shut it off, or we could listen to some Robert David Steele. Whatever you guys want to do. I'll look for it while you are. You are deciding. It doesn't have video because it's a podcast, but I do have it.
Demands that we use.
There's his shitty voice. Oh, hey, does anybody know what happened while Robert David Steele claimed that his event was hijacked? He claimed his event was hijacked and that he had nothing to do with it, and Robert David Steele would not be attending. Do you guys remember seeing that post? Someone also said there's a Scotty post about it, about the bus. The rig is now headed back to Atlanta. The next rig will be bigger and better. Stay tuned. It's just a video of the bus driving away. So Scott's tour's over. He didn't make any of the stops he said he would, so I don't even know what that is. Here's the RDS video. We'll talk about some other stuff while it's playing here. This is a podcast he did with Jeff Warwick, Programming the Nation. It's on Ed Opperman's channel. This is an early or a 2016 video. He is very anti-Trump, very pro-Bloomberg.
Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of new...
Yeah, it's on... Hold on just a second. It's on their website. Big Bat Tour USA. Right here. This is the post, Belfast, Maine. What, did they remove the text from it? Oh, wait. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me scroll down. It said the event has been hijacked. Here. Zionist traitors seek to derail Belfast, Maryland. Or Maine. Maine? Yeah, Maine. Andy O'Brien is a liar and a traitor to the USA. Donate if you despise traitors. Let's read this. Apparently they've explained. Andy O'Brien is a liar and an agent of a foreign power, the Zionist state of Israel, known as the Red Mafia, because it is owned and operated by the Russian criminals and U.S. traitors such as Lex Wexner, who funded Jeffrey Epstein's billion-dollar satanic pedo operations and is alleged to have funded 9/11 and conspiracy with Maurice Greenberg of AIG as well as Larry Silverstein. As an undeclared agent of a foreign power, this makes O'Brien a traitor. O'Brien is certainly tracked by the National Security Agency, and any examination of his emails and calls and banking transactions would undoubtedly show that he is an undeclared paid agent of the Anti-Defamation League, itself an unregistered and therefore illegal lobbyist for the Zionist state of Israel. O'Brien is probably guilty of tax evasion in association with these payments, subject to proper legal investigation processes. For over a decade, I have clearly and frequently and with great clarity taken care to distinguish between Zionism, a Russian Israel-U.S. criminal network that hired Rudy Giuliani and subverted the FBI to destroy the Italian mafia so the Red Mafia could take over, a Russian Israel-U.S. criminal network that controls most of Wall Street's $200 trillion over 15 to 20 years in treason and crime, and Judaism, a faith. Any research across my massive body of text and video publications will always discover my careful distinction between Zionism and Judaism. O'Brien is beneath contempt. I cannot be stopped. Arise USA cannot be stopped. Justice is coming. I will join Henry Kissinger in predicting that the criminal Zionist state of Israel will cease to exist in the very near future. My core reference on Zionist treason and crimes against humanity is here. Note that I am joined in my scorn and contempt for satanic Zionism by Rabbi Michael Lerner, Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, Pastor Chuck Baldwin, and so many others. The core fight that we are winning now that Jerry Falwell Jr. has been disgraced is the one to free the Christian evangelicals from their bribed, blackmailed, and brainwashed leaders, and to bury the Schofield Bible that is a Zionist salve designed to deceive 67 million voters versus 9 million Jewish voters into believing that Israel's first in God's will rather than a satanic perversion of the U.S. Constitution and patriotism. Judaism and Christians are to be honored. Zionists are to be buried or exiled into the adjacent Chinese Jewish Autonomous Zone and Russian Jewish Autonomous Oblast. The restoration of Palestine and the termination of the 12 Zionist billionaires identified by Ryan Dawson in his map of deep state controllers are non-negotiable next steps forward to the restoration of America the Beautiful and a world of peace and prosperity for all. Zionism is a criminal cancer. Judaism is a faith. Wow, dude. That is a very strong stance. What does this say? A tour coming to Belfast aims to save America, but critics fear it will spread far right, blah, blah, blah. Just to be clear, Steele is not just anti-Zionist. He's hardcore anti-Semite who uses Zionist interchangeably with Jewish to cover up his anti-Semitism. I am an anti-Zionist. I'm Jewish. Yeah, but this guy gets his inspiration from Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I should have inserted, but then again, in between to make myself more clear, now that I don't think you can call it legit anti-Zionist and a goyim, but it's always a suspect when one says, you always wonder, really? Are you just anti-Semitic and using Israel's horrid crimes as a cover? Wow, they were talking some shit about him. Let me go a little bit further back to page 2. There was literally a post that had a picture on it of that same picture that was at the top just a second ago, but it said, do not come here, it has been hijacked. I know it's in the Telegram, I just don't feel like looking for it. It was this picture here, and it says, do not go, this is not an event that I'll be attending, it's been hijacked, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe RDS went that far calling out. I have some of the same feeling, probably not as strongly as him, but Israel is a money-making machine, and Israel influences our politics way too much. Everybody has a right to exist, but man, it seems like we go over the top there. And I have no problem with the people who practice the faith. I think it is a infiltration of the right wing, and they've got us brainwashed that we have to support them. Any money they need, any weapons they need, any assistance they need, it's a bottomless pit, man. All right, back to the video.
It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Yeah, we figured it up on one of the shows. We're giving them like I think it's like $385 million a day.
Okay, welcome to the Opperman Report. I'm your host.
Here we go. This is Robert David Steele, and this used to be his character he played. I'm just going to warn you, he's like an over-the-top asshole that like comes in hot, and that's like the character. He's calmed down a lot now because he was too abrasive back then, and his handlers or his PR agent or someone has told him that he's been too abrasive or too brash or whatever, and he's turned it back. I have no doubt that he has a publicist that directs him on how to act and how to say things and what to say and when to say them and when to be happy and when to be mad and what to be angry about. Just check this character out.
And this show is brought to you by emailrevealer.com. Go to emailrevealer.com and get a copy of my book, How to Become a Successful Private Investigator. Also, please check out OppermanReport.com and check out our member section where we have all kinds of exclusive content for you there and special documents and stuff we put up there for members that subscribe to OppermanReport.com.
Actually, he was until about 2 years ago, he was against the QAnon movement.
Okay.
He called it fairy tales of basement dwellers and message boards, something like
A
that.
little hectic this morning. Okay, look, I'm kind of scrambling here, but we have an excellent guest. We're very lucky to get him. Robert David Steele, former CIA agent, and has a lot of interesting stuff going on here. Mr. Steele, are you there?
I am, and I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you so much. And listen, I really do apologize for all the confusion with the scheduling. I know you're heading off to France in a couple of minutes. Now, first tell us about yourself. Who is Robert David Steele?
Well, I guess the short answer is son of an oil engineer who grew up overseas all over the world. So I saw firsthand the real world, which the U.S. media simply does not report.
By the way, growing up abroad is probably one of the only reasons he got a job at the CIA.
Honestly about. I went on to...
The CIA likes to recruit from overseas-born military children, overseas-born American citizens that are born overseas, whether their parents work overseas or it's because of the military or their parents moved overseas and lived there and then they come back to the U.S. As long as it's a U.S. citizen from abroad, they absolutely love that.
To get multiple graduate degrees. I became a Marine Corps infantry officer, a CIA clandestine case officer. By the way, agents commit treason. Case officers recruit them. And then the Marine Corps honored me with an invitation to come and build a Marine Corps Intelligence Command as the senior civilian. And that's when I learned that our $100 billion a year secret intelligence community doesn't know anything about the real world. It has been obsessing on the Soviet Union and China and North Korea, and it absolutely is not covering Haiti, Somalia, and so forth. And so that's in 1988, that's when the open source revolution started in terms of open source intelligence. I picked up on open source software, open source hardware, and after 25 years of working with 66 governments, training 7,500 people directly, I wrote the Open Source Everything Manifesto, which was, I think, my 10th book. The other books were about intelligence reform. 2 of them had forwards by U.S. senators. And so I stand for intelligence reform, governance reform, electoral reform, and engineering reform. It's time to dump the industrial system on its ass and go with open source everything.
Now, when you say open source, you're talking about stuff like Linux?
Well, look, one of the things people need to understand is that software is just one of 9 major categories in the open source world. If you go to the P2P Foundation, or if you just look up open source everything engineering, you'll see the other 9 categories. Software and hardware are just 2 of them. You have open source provisioning, which includes open energy, open water, open food. You have open source health, which is very important, including natural cures. I mean, the FDA is the enemy agent. The crap that we're being sold to eat kills us. And so I think it's very important that people realize that we're essentially breaking out of prison with the open source everything paradigm.
Now, when you say like open source food and open source healthcare, that this would mean we would have access to free food, or how would that work?
In fact, you can create your own free food.
can grow it,
One
yeah.
of the things, Peter Limbaugh has written an excellent book called Stop Thief, and it's about the fencing of the commons. I mean, it used to take a Mayan head of household before Christopher Columbus arrived, 60 days a year was all he needed to work in order to keep a family of 5 sheltered, fed, clothed, and happy. There is no reason why people can't grow their own food with seeds that are not suicidal, the way Monsanto is trying to completely pervert and corrupt agriculture. So yes, at the end of the day, if you can harness solar energy, you can desalinate and purify water, you can grow food without pesticides, you can do the aquaponics thing, which combines plants on top and fish underneath, and you can live free.
And what about open source healthcare? Is that the same kind of thing, like homegrown?
Well, people don't want you to know that banana oil cures cancer. Okay? People don't want you to know that cannabis is actually one of the greatest cures on the planet for multiple things, including cannabis. What we have right now is an industrial era scientific reductionist knowledge system that is absolutely, totally corrupt.
I would agree with you there. Now, you said that you were a Central Intelligence Clandestine Service case officer. Now, how did you leave your work with the Central Intelligence Agency?
Well, let me tell you first that I was thrilled to be selected. It's a very competitive process. I think 1 in 20,000 gets in. And I was fortunate to get in 1979, and I spent 9 years with the CIA. And please understand that for all of the critical books that I've written about how bad intelligence is, I absolutely do recommend to people that they apply for, and if they're selected, serve in the secret intelligence world, because that's inside the belly of the beast. I left the CIA after 3 overseas tours and 3 headquarters.
He's still recruiting, even though he claims it's so horrible. You need to go in there. You need to serve. If you're selected, you need to be part of it. It's the belly of the beast.
Tours when the Marine Corps asked me to resign from the CIA and become the senior civilian responsible for creating the Marine Corps Intelligence Command. And so I left CIA in 1988.
Okay, and you're saying that not just the CIA, but intelligence, U.S. intelligence in general, they're off target, that they're still concerned about the Soviets and they're not concerned about, I think you said Haiti?
Look, I'm not going to explain to you 10 books in 30 seconds.
Right.
All of my books are free online. They're also for sale at Amazon. And I would be very glad if people went to robertdavidsteele.com, where they can see all of my articles and chapters for free. Let me sum it up in a nutshell. The intelligence community does not produce intelligence. The intelligence community exists for the sole purpose of spending money without accountability. Got it?
Sure. For what purpose, though? For their own greed?
No, it's more of a bureaucracy, and you have to remember that Alan Dulles was a Nazi lover.
Right.
Alan Dulles, the founder of the CIA, was in fact a traitor. You know, there's an excellent book on him now called The Devil's Chessboard.
Right.
And what it boils down to is that Alan Dulles betrayed President Kennedy, betrayed his oath to the Constitution, and he essentially created a CIA that served Wall Street. He created a CIA that rescued the Nazi leaders and their fortunes. Fascism did not lose World War II. It simply went undercover. And we're now learning that CIA is coming out of a 20-year war, what we call the Gold War, in which Buzzy Krongard and several others using the Black Eagle Trust very deliberately and maliciously waged economic war on Russia. And it's the CIA, a portion of the CIA, because I like to point out that 95% of everybody at CIA and the rest of the intelligence community, they're good people trapped in a bad system. But we have been waging war on Russia and destabilizing the world. Everything from Afghanistan down through Libya, Syria, Yemen, Somalia, Niger. The United States of America, as Martin Luther King himself said, and he was assassinated for saying this, the United States of America is the greatest purveyor of violence on the planet. And that's one of the things I'd like to stop. And the way you stop it is by educating the public.
And is this by design or by just
It's a good question that you ask.
Yeah.
And I would say that it's half by design and half by
incompetence?
Well, bureaucracies take on a life of their own. Bureaucracies eventually mature to the point where their sole reason for existence is to keep themselves alive. If I were the director of national intelligence today, the first thing I would do is cut the intelligence community budget by 50%. The second thing I would do, well, actually, no, the first thing I would do is create the Open Source Technologies Agency so that I could produce open source intelligence for 100% of the government instead of 4% of the government. Then, after having done that, I would close down the National Reconnaissance Agency, the National Security Agency, and the National Geospatial Agency. I would migrate the 20% of those agencies that need to be saved to the Defense Intelligence Agency. I would turn CIA into the Classified Intelligence Agency, and I would put the DNI job out of existence.
And do you feel you could do that? That there's no outside threat to this government, or no foreign government that could be a threat to us?
The greatest threat to the United States of America today are the traitors inside of the U.S. government, with Hillary and Bill Clinton being leaders among them, who have sold out to foreign governments.
Yeah.
I can't tell you this harshly enough, okay? There is no external threat to the United States of America greater than the threat from within.
Let me ask you this. With the events you've seen in the past week or two, with the emails and...
I haven't checked on Brad in a while just because he got so boring. Let's get up to where he talks about Trump here.
And I would remind all my friends of intent of reviving...
Police just recently did an article about that, where they spoke to the Soros...
using the Open Society.
Okay, but...
And the Daily Beast, to its credit. Look, Mateen bought airline tickets. He was everybody who's offered it to him have their knowledge handed to them. They want to be spoon-fed. I'm not going to spoon-feed your listeners.
See, here's where he's being a dick again.
I was kept thinking Air America, too, but he did take money from them as well. So we know he's taking money from Voice of America. Who else do you know he's taking money from?
I don't know anything, all right? I am simply a highly trained observer who reads a lot. And again, I mean, one of the things that troubles me is everybody wants to have their knowledge handed to them. They want to be spoon-fed. I'm not going to spoon-feed your listeners. They want to learn something, they can go read the book, which is free online.
Okay.
See how big a dick he's being?
You mentioned earlier that both Bernie and Trump were kind of against
lightning rods.
There you go. Very good. Lightning rods to point people against the 1%.
Yes.
Now, if you had to choose between Bernie and Trump, where would you land in that?
Oh, man, that is probably the coolest question you've asked or anyone has asked me in the last several weeks of interviews.
I'm getting better. I'm getting better, right? Okay.
No. You're just a type, and I'm a type, and we're finding our way here. Okay. I have to tell you that I tried, after I ran for president and after I briefed Occupy on electoral reform, I became a magnet for electoral reformists around the country. I've talked to thousands of people. I created a draft electoral reform act with 12 different items in it, including one that would eliminate superdelegates. And I tried for 2 years with Bernie Sanders. I tried to communicate to Bernie Sanders 8 different times, and I got blown off 8 different times.
Yeah.
And all I was asking him to do was introduce the Electoral Reform Act of 2016, something any senator can do without needing anybody's permission. Then it gets referred to committee if people agree that they want to move forward it. Bernie Sanders blew me off 8 times. He refused to introduce the Electoral Reform Act of 2016, which would have assured his nomination as the Democratic candidate instead of Hillary Clinton. So I concluded from that Counterpunch and others who were saying that Bernie was a sheepdog for Hillary were absolutely right. And on looking deeper into Bernie, I found that he's actually a Democrat. He's been running under a false flag, if you will, as an independent. The Democrats mounted a serious campaign against him and dislodged him. He was out of office for 1 term. He very humbly crawled back to the Democrats and he said, look, I don't want that to happen again. You let me continue to win as an independent and I will toe the Democratic Party line. And so it has been. So Bernie Sanders is a fraud. He's not an independent. He's a Democrat. Now, I like Bernie Sanders, and any government that I created would absolutely have an important place for Bernie Sanders and certainly all of his followers. So let me say to you that Donald Trump had my vote until 2 weeks ago. If he names Newt Gingrich as his vice president, in fact, if he names any fat white guy as vice president, he loses my vote instantly. Donald Trump is self-destructing. He hasn't been able to get a decent staff. He hasn't been able to create a coherent, imaginative program. It's all been about Donald. He's an entrepreneur. He's got incredible gut instincts. I love him because he's a disruptor. I think he's got enormous potential, but he's not a team builder. He has been basically a loose cannon. And while I am happy that the Republican National Committee got its ass handed to it, as they deserve for having such terrible rules and for trying to manipulate everything in favor of the establishment, I don't think Trump has shown me that he can create a cabinet that includes people from the Libertarians and the Greens, that includes independents. He hasn't even shown that he's got the brains to understand that Cynthia McKinney has been trying to reach him, as I have, as Russ Vernay, the campaign manager for Ross Perot, have. All three of us have been trying to reach Trump for the last year. And he is so insulated from reality. I talked to a multi-million-dollar donor here in Virginia about Trump, and I said, hey, you know, where do I go to give $1 million so I can get Donald Trump to listen to me? And the guy said, $1 million won't do it. He said, Trump is so chaotic, so disorganized, so impossible to reach that all of us who would normally give millions of dollars have given up on him. So when you ask me where I am between Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, I have to go with what Tom Friedman in the New York Times said. None of the above. If I could wave a magic wand, I would ask Mike Bloomberg to listen to my ideas, to field a coalition cabinet, to announce a balanced budget before Election Day, to work with Speaker Paul Ryan and Senator Rand Paul to introduce the Electoral Reform Act, to absolutely insist that we elect independents.
Wow.
That we elect independents and
He'd rather work with Bloomberg
libertarians
as president.
20 to 30 seats that are being vacated in Congress, because that's the center of gravity. Today, Congress is a corrupt two-party tyranny that votes the party line, and the party line is specified by Sheldon Adelson and a few others. I personally think Bloomberg would be a great president. And I have tried to reach Bloomberg, and sadly, he is surrounded by ass-kissers that don't deliver the mail. I had better luck talking to him when he was mayor of New York. He answered the mail, and I'm very proud of him for that.
Okay. I can definitely sympathize with you and identify with what you're saying about Bernie blowing you off and the possibility of Bernie being a sheepdog. I even discussed that with Cynthia McKinney on his show.
Oh, I love that. I'm glad that you've had Cynthia McKinney on there.
Oh, yeah. I love Cynthia myself for years now. She's very helpful to me in my personal life as well. Now, what do you make of the possibility that Trump is also, in a way, fronting for the Clintons?
That's a very, very important question. And there are a number of people that still believe that. There are a number of people that believe that Trump has taken a $25 billion offer. I don't know if you realize
$25 billion offer to lose to Hillary.
$100 million offer from Warren Christopher speaking for Wall Street. And Al Gore made the deliberate decision after Greg Palas broke the story 3 months in advance. Al Gore made the deliberate decision to not fight the theft of the election in Florida by Jeb Bush because Warren Christopher told him that if he fought it, he'd never get a speaking fee in his life. But if he accepted the theft as being, and these words have really struck with me, they're from someone who was in the room. If he accepted the theft, he would be rich beyond his dreams. And so it has come to pass. Al Gore was bought out. I think Donald Trump can be bought out. Now, that would be a tragedy for the country because I consider Hillary Clinton to be absolutely the most criminal, unprincipled neo-fascist on the planet. And if we elect her to anything, of course, she's perfectly capable of stealing this election. If we elect her to anything, then we deserve what we get, which is an end to the United States of America.
Now earlier, you made a point of aligning Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, and obviously he was 26 times on a plane. 5 of those times was he dumped his Secret Service. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, that was Scalia's mistake, dumping his Secret Service protection.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now I get it. Okay. I got lost there for a second. Okay. But I even talked to Gary Byrne, the Secret Service agent, last week, the one who wrote the book about
Hillary. That was a great thing that you've done with him in his book. I totally respect that.
Thank you. Yeah, we got into some stuff that I think nobody else did. We talked about Vince Foster and stuff. I know nobody else did. But Clinton, too. But Trump. Don't you believe that Trump has more of a relationship with Epstein than Clinton does?
I don't know. I do know that Trump has survived in New York City in part because he has had a very deep, deep relationship with the Cuomo family. I do believe that Trump has gone along to get along. I also believe that Trump is absolutely, utterly brilliant. He is a man who can thread the needle between business and spectacle. And Chris Hedges will tell you
That's
that
true.
Trump is the man of the hour. He has figured out how to create spectacle. What he hasn't figured out is how to create a team that can win. So I think it's a toss-up. Right now, I think Donald Trump, especially if he rolls out some new ideas after he has the nomination in hand, has a chance to beat Hillary Clinton. But if he puts Gingrich, actually any of the white men that he's talking about, I think Donald Trump with Cynthia McKinney, with John Kasich as a deputy vice president for OMB and Mike Huckabee as the first governor general to put state rights back into play. Dennis Kucinich as deputy vice president for the Commonwealth. John Huntsman as deputy vice president for global engagement in charge of state defense and commerce. There are things Trump can do to win in a landslide. But I'm concerned because I wrote the first article on how Trump can win in Counterpunch in August of 2015. And I recently wrote an open letter to Trump, which your listeners can find at tinyurl.com/TrumpSoBlack. That's Trump-so-black. And I would like to help Trump. But, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't get it to drink. And I'm afraid that Trump is constipated.
So you would like to help Trump, even though the whole Epstein connection doesn't bother you, or that you don't believe it?
The Epstein connection doesn't bother me compared to the Epstein connection to Trump, compared to the fact that we have massive pedophilia.
Yeah.
Here we go.
FBI, which was founded by a pedophile. I mean, people forget J. Edgar Hoover was a world-class pedophile who accepted small boys as gifts from the church and the mafia. So you really need to get a grip on reality. The reason Trump is valuable is because he's a disruptor. It's questionable as to whether or not he, in fact, has an exit strategy that will favor Hillary Clinton. It's questionable as to whether he can put a team together. I personally think that the Democrats are insane to allow Hillary Clinton to gain the nomination, particularly since she stole a number of primaries from Bernie Sanders. If I were helping the Democratic Party, I would be saying, hey, Joe Biden plus Cynthia McKinney plus Dennis Kucinich, plus a coalition cabinet that includes people like Ron Paul, and get serious. And what you do with Hillary Clinton is you indict her, you convict her, and you pardon her. And then you make her ambassador to the UN, which is where we put morons.
Okay, I want to...
Wow, way to call it right out. Well, I don't like his grading attitude, but
it's a false flag.
He is kind of laying it out there. At least he's not tiptoeing around anything.
Now, in Paris, okay...
He sounds like a dick about everything.
Conclusion in Paris.
Well, I did contribute a chapter to a book on how to evaluate a false flag. And so I would ask your listeners, the false flag on which I vision once.
Okay, but that's it, though?
Well, again, the only event where I have done serious investigative documented work is Orlando. Everybody else is going to have to think for themselves on these other events.
Okay, now let me tell you something. In the past week, okay, my head is swimming, okay?
Yeah, good. But let me say something to you.
Go ahead.
There's a new article out on maybe it's time for you to pop your false flag cherry.
I saw that.
And that's the last link. Yeah, that's a great article.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet.
I'll tell you what's
yeah.
happening. The
Yeah.
public is waking up.
Okay, on that point that the public's waking up, because, you know, I hear that a lot. I'm on a lot of alternative media and stuff like that.
So they've been saying that since 2016. Everybody's waking up.
Mr. Steele, when...
Please, call me Robert. Yes, I think the public is waking up. Now, again, we have, I'd say 50% of our public is fat and stupid. But of the other 50%, 25% has been oblivious and dropped out. And the people don't realize this, but Barack Obama was elected by 26% of the eligible voters. And the Democratic and Republican parties together comprise 30% of the eligible voters. Independents are another 20%, and dropouts are 50% of the eligible voters. What is happening now is that the people who don't like the two-party tyranny and are willing to think for themselves have just become a majority in relation to that 20%.
Okay. But like I was saying, in the past week, my head is swimming. Because first we had the email scandal with Comey. He does his press conference. Unprecedented for the FBI director to do a press conference announcing his intentions. Whether to prosecute.
You're absolutely right. And remember that Comey's claim to fame is that he put Martha Stewart in jail.
Right.
Okay, this is a guy who ignored Goldman Sachs manipulating the foreign exchange and interest rates and stealing the public blind. And he puts Martha Stewart in jail.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because it came out this week that in Clinton's burn bag, she's calling up Martha Stewart almost every day. Did you catch that
Martha Stewart took a bullet for the public.
Oh, really? Okay. But the thing is, okay, then we had Comey before Congress, which again was, how can you lay out someone being so guilty and then right there they caught him that she committed perjury?
Well, look, Comey's a smart guy, and I think he's threading the needle. I don't know whether he's hoping for a Supreme Court position if Hillary Clinton is elected. I don't know what's on his mind. He's punched every single ticket in the military-industrial complex, and he's been a director of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, which is the world's greatest drug running, money laundering bank on the planet. I mean, this goes back to Jardines and the East India Company and all of the opium money that supports the Queen. So Comey's done it all. Now, I personally had high hopes for Comey, which is why I sent him a letter. I wanted to give him a moment to reflect, and I wanted to point out the analogy between his position today and the position of Colin Powell, when Colin Powell very deliberately decided to allow and support Dick Cheney's 935
I didn't mean to pause it.
lies.
He's not very happy with Donald Trump in this.
Colin Powell was the one man who could have stopped Dick Cheney's lies and stopped the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and he chose not to. Comey is now in exactly the same position.
Gotcha. Then right after Comey, does this dog and pony show before the Congress there, we have suddenly the shootings in Dallas, which is...
Oh, guess who's not talking about Hillary anymore?
Right. And then right after that, we have Bernie endorses Hillary, which I think was the most heartbreaking thing for most people to see.
It was never in doubt.
Okay.
It was never in doubt. In fact, Bernie announced early on in his campaign that he would support the Democratic nominee. I actually published on Kindle a Kindle short on how Bernie could win as an independent candidate. And I'm telling you, I tried extremely hard, 8 times. The highest I got was the political director for Bernie in Vermont. I was blown off 8 times. Bernie Sanders does not want to be president. He wants to be Hillary Clinton's poodle.
I understand exactly what you're saying about how it's impossible to get through anybody in the campaign. I rode the campaign bus for like 3 days just past month, okay? The Bernie campaign bus.
Well, try and piss him off. Ask him why the hell they didn't answer my 8 efforts to help Bernie Sanders become the next president.
Robert, I could tell you stories with what went on here in Nevada with the Bernie campaign management. Just some of those.
Now they're moving on to Bernie.
Are you familiar with
So Robert David still thinks that Bernie is just a distraction, and that's the reason he gave up and threw his weight behind Hillary Clinton.
And he uncovered how the Hillary campaign had totally infiltrated Bernie's campaign.
I just want you to see how he's turned from a completely different person. I think Robert David still just turns whichever way the money's flowing.
Right.
Now let me ask you a question here. It's kind of off the topic, but you got me curious here. What do you make of Barack Obama? You have some people that say he's a CIA creation, and then you have others that say he's a Muslim terrorist.
Well, let me tell you, we've published an excellent post. First off, Barack Obama was made by the Jews of Chicago.
Okay.
All right. And just go back and look up how the Jews of Chicago elevated Obama. Then I believe he was, and I do believe his parents were non-official cover people for CIA. And then he was handpicked by Zbigniew Brzezinski. And again, this is all secondary.
Right.
Barack Obama is a very intelligent man who realized that the only way he would be president and live to tell about it was to play the game.
Okay, but he also has really lousy paperwork. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about him that's very questionable.
Yeah.
And I think it really says a lot about the mediocrity and the dishonesty of the American media, the American Academy, and American business leaders, that Barack Obama is basically a president who has not been vetted.
Yeah, very true. Now you mentioned before that you were worked on a false flag. Can you give us any details about that? Or probably not, huh?
Nobody died.
Okay.
What's important to know about a false flag is that it totally misrepresents reality.
Right.
Okay? What you're trying to do is listen, I got a bridge I want to sell you in Brooklyn. Okay? That's a false flag. There's no bridge.
But the details of what you did, you can't talk about. Was it overseas or in this country?
What part of can't talk about don't you get?
What do you expect?
Damn, snappy are we?
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I am on I've written 8 books critical of intelligence. My books that go deeply into intelligence are pre-approved for pre-publication clearance by the CIA's Publications Review Board, for which I have nothing but the highest respect. They do a good job and they do it quickly. I don't have any secrets to give out.
He can't be giving out secrets. He doesn't have any, first of all. Second of all, the Secret Service is scanning his books. The CIA is scanning through his books before he even sells them.
My point is to make America stronger, and you make America stronger.
He's a joke. He goes wherever the money is. Right now, the money's on QAnon.
Okay, now you're working on something now called Open Power Electoral.
Trust me, I've thought about it. Finance my house by grifting a bunch of QAnon idiots.
First off, the open source meme started with Richard Stallman, a guy for whom I consider a god. Richard Stallman and free software. He hates the term open source. But open source software started with the realization that software should not be licensed and controlled. It needs to be able to be used and reused and added to by everybody. And then after open source software came open source intelligence, and that's the revolution that I led. And then open source hardware came in, and then you started to get open access and open documents and open research and open cloud. And you had the open BTS movement, open base transceiver station. Most people don't realize that cell phones are nothing more than fancy ham radios. In fact, ham radio operators were declared enemies of the U.S. government when they first came out. They were suspected of being communist spies. And ham radio operators were treated the way hackers were treated when I tried to tell the U.S. government that hackers were a national resource. I actually had 2 busloads of NSA people come down to listen to my hacker panel at my conference in 1993. Now, beyond that, nobody had ever put it all together until I wrote the Open Source Everything Manifesto, and I identified 61 distinct opens. Now, the 9 major categories are open data, open decision support, which is open intelligence, open governance, which includes open money, open politics, and open standards, open health, open infrastructure, which includes open spectrum, open manufacturing, which includes open materials, open provisioning, where energy, food, and water are, open software, and then open space, which is open cities, open design, open innovation. So what I want you to do is realize that open is huge. And I think it's the future. In fact, I think that a number of countries now in Europe are starting to realize that they need to go all in on open everything. And that's probably the single greatest change to humanity since we realize that the Earth orbits around the sun.
But how does this, since we're in an election season right now, how does this apply to electoral reform? How can we benefit?
Oh, well, open power is basically the idea that we need to put the two-party tyranny and we need to put secret political arrangements out of business. There's nothing wrong with America that can't be fixed and fixed fast by putting the American people back in charge of their own destiny. So I have an Electoral Reform Act that I encourage people to look at. And I really want to emphasize that this Electoral Reform Act is created by others. I have aggregated the best ideas of everyone else. May I just list the 12 things that are in the Electoral Reform Act?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. So number 1 is universal registration and prisoners vote. Okay. Number 2 is free and equal ballot access. Number 3 is tightly drawn districts, so we end gerrymandering. Number 4 is free and equal public funding. Number 5 is free and equal media access. I mean, the media operates under a public charter. It's insane for us to be requiring candidates to pay millions of dollars for media access. Number 6 is kind of clever. Inclusive debates, which not only means that Jill Stein and Gary Johnson would be included in every debate, but cabinet level debates. Number 6 requires that in order to be qualified to be on the ballot on election day, you must name your cabinet in advance, which, by the way, it's illegal to promise anyone a cabinet position today prior to the election. So Trump and Clinton are both in violation of the law when they say they're going to make X, Y, or Z in the cabinet. But I think the American public needs to elect a whole of government team, not just a one president person. Number 7 is open primaries, which certainly benefited Bernie very much and Trump. Number 8 is election day needs to be a holiday with free public transport. There are a lot.
I do believe that's what I was waiting on. I do believe that should be true. Election day should be a holiday no matter what. Everybody should be off to vote.
To get away from work in order to vote. Number 9 is paper ballots plus exit polls. I mean, Diebold is a criminal enterprise.
This doesn't even sound like the same Robert David Steele that's Robert David Steele now. It's a completely different person. There's nothing the same about it. He's not the same guy at all. He's a different guy.
Anybody who uses an electronic voting machine or anybody who demands that we use...
Yeah, I think it's rehearsed too, Huntsman. I think he's done this same interview 10,000 times while Trump was running.
Electronic voting machines is part of a crime syndicate that is manipulating the vote. Number 10 is end winner take all voting. You should be able to vote for your top 3 candidates, and then out of that comes a true majority candidate. Number 11 is legislative process integrity. No more legislation written by lobbyists. All legislation must be published in advance for public scrutiny, and no secret clauses, which would bury the Trans-Pacific Partnership thing, which is a criminal act. And number 12 is no superdelegates. Hello, Bernie Sanders. All of this could be introduced by Paul Ryan tomorrow. We could actually pass the Electoral Reform Act before Congress closes for the summer. And if we were to pass the Electoral Reform Act before Congress closes for the summer, 2 good things would happen. The first is we could elect some independents, Greens, and Libertarians and working families to the 20 to 30 vacated seats that do not have defending incumbents.
I like this Robert David still better than I like the other one.
Or myself and Cynthia McKinney and others could actually mount a none-of-the-above defense against the insanity that we have now from the two-party tyranny.
I got to tell you, very, very well thought out. Very well thought out, and I cannot argue with a single point there. And you're right; it would be revolutionary to pass this.
Well, this is based on the ideas of others. Let me tell you what my personal insight has been. I ran for president in 2012, and I would run for president again today if I had $10 million and there were an Electoral Reform Act that would assure an open, honest election. I realized that the job of president is not to be a decider. That is an industrial era concept. The job of a president is to assure the integrity of the process so that the American people are the deciders. And that's not an idea that Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton understand.
Yeah. We only got about 4 minutes left. What do you want to leave us with?
Well, I have
positive,
a lot of
encouraging.
faith in the average American. Let me leave you with my review of a book by Kevin O'Keefe called The Average American.
I'm going to drop it there. The rest of it goes into a book review that he does. It has nothing to do with it. I just wanted you to see that Robert David Steele back in 2016 was pro-Bloomberg, anti-Trump, still anti-Clinton, but basically everybody's anti-Clinton. I honestly like him a little bit better there when we're talking about... So I'm not big on Green Party candidates. A lot of them are kind of out there. But I do like the idea of a working class politician, of someone who's struggled, of someone who's had to pay bills and worried about how they're going to make their light payment, worked a regular job in a factory or out on the road or construction or something, going to be a politician for term limits. I don't want those people going and becoming billionaires either. I think they should go out there and let them serve whatever their limit is, 6, 12 years, and then come back, be done with it. You shouldn't be able to go there forever. I like a lot of his ideas a lot better than I like the ones now surrounding the QAnon and satanic ritual abuse and blah, 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 all the shit he's making up now and running around with fucking 107. He was a better guy then, but he wasn't making the money he wanted then. Well, he might have been, but it dried up between then and now, and that's why he's flipped. He is searching for the money. He isn't searching for what's best for the United States, so I wouldn't trust the motherfucker, and I don't think anybody should. Other than that, guys, I'm going to call it a night. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you learned something with Lauren Pritchard. If you want to check out Nightwave, I'm sure he'll be covering her again, and he covered her tonight. If you want to watch the replay, I'm sure he's done by now. And then we just kind of bounced around after that, flat Earth and this or that. But Lauren Pritchard is a batshit crazy fucking person, so you can check that out. Thank you for the donations coming tonight. We had a few more than last night. Bucka and Rusky and 11 Bravo Dreamweaver. We had a few different donations. Thank you for the donations coming in the mail, guys. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully on time. I've been late the last couple of nights, but I'll try to be back on time. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate it, and hanging out with the boys, letting them do their segments. We'll see you tomorrow, Tuesday, and everybody have a good night. I'll leave you with the remix here.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
And here we go, I think I started some shit. Yeah. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And yeah. Woo, woo.
and Mars in the house. Hey.
The song, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms, Save the Children,
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed,
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, Digging Tunnels, Dogecoin, The Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
And saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? It's it. Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is lip balms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit.
Yeah, thank you for the remix, BT. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night. I'm gonna go rub one out to Jandra.
Get lit, get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Well, my true believer, y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst.